Martial Peak Chapter 1715 to Chapter 1748. World principles were extremely profound. Yang Kai, as the master of Shadowed Star, was unable to break through the world principles of Shadowed Star, so how could Mingyu possibly do so? Therefore, Yang Kai concluded that Mingyu must have used some special method to be able to use his Saint Qi. Yang Kai was very curious about this method. Mingyu's expression was slightly startled, but he did not show any signs of panic, simply frowning as he asked, "You are not this island master, how do you know this island master cannot break through the world principles here?" "I just know," Yang Kai smiled lightly, a look of certainty on his face. Yang Kai's confident look caused Mingyu's face to become gloomy, and his attitude was no longer as easygoing as before as he coldly snorted, "Regardless of whether this island master can break through the world principles, this island master can use his Saint Qi." "Boy, you're dead. Who doesn't know how to boast?" "I just don't know if you have such ability," Yang Kai suddenly shouted, "Come out." As soon as he finished speaking, a clear and resonant cry of a bird suddenly resounded through the sky. Accompanied by this loud cry, a huge and beautiful firebird that seemed to be burning with flames suddenly flew out from his body. Spreading its wings, this firebird covered almost half the sky and a scorching hot aura instantly filled the air. Everyone stared at this giant firebird in shock, feeling the rich fire attribute energy radiating from its body, some of their faces turning pale. Mingyu's expression also became extremely dignified. He was shocked to discover that this firebird, which did not have a physical body and was composed entirely of energy, not only did it contain a fierce fire attribute energy, but it also contained a violent thunder attribute energy. Inside this firebird's fiery body, there was a dazzling purple glow that seemed to dance around like a snake. Lightning and fire? Even with Mingyu's rich experience and knowledge, he was unable to figure out what this firebird was. However, this was not the end of it though. After the firebird appeared, a simple-looking stone man appeared in front of Yang Kai. This small stone man looked charmingly naive. However, this stone man was carrying a giant black stick on its shoulder. The contrast between this giant stick and its small body was quite comical. The moment the tiny stone golem appeared, it let out a low growl. His body grew rapidly, and in the blink of an eye, he had turned into a stone giant that was over 100 feet tall. Even the pitch-black rod on its shoulder had become thicker and longer. Everyone raised their heads and looked up. An indescribable pressure descended from the sky, making it difficult for them to breathe. Elysian Moon's face finally changed. She looked at Yang Kai in horror. "Get him!" Yang Kai ordered. The cries of birds and the roars of beasts resounded throughout the entire Serene Soul Island. The firebird suddenly flapped its wings and arrived above Mingyu's head in the blink of an eye. Its majestic phoenix eyes looked down and opened its beak. A bolt of lightning fell from the sky towards Mingyu. Mingyu cried out involuntarily. How could she dare to stay where she was? He immediately used his movement technique to dodge. With a boom, the ground was filled with dust. A huge crater had appeared where Elysian Moon had been standing. Before Elysian Moon could react, a series of hurried and heavy footsteps approached. Dong dong dong, the stone mongoose took a step forward. Those two big feet were like drumsticks, fiercely hitting the ground, making a sound like a war drum. 200 meters away from Mingyu, the stone mongoose swung its heaven-shaking pillar. The several 100,000-kilogram heaven-shaking pillar was like a toy in its hands, weightless. However, the violent wind it created almost sent Mingyu flying. Mingyu's face suddenly turned pale as he stretched out his hand. After a flash of light, a pitch-black hexagonal shield appeared in front of him. This hexagonal shield rotated rapidly, exuding an origin-grade mid-rank aura. It was obvious at a glance that its defensive strength was extremely high. It was impossible for an ordinary origin-returning realm master to break this shield in one blow. However, Mingyu did not relax at all. Instead, his expression became even more dignified as he leapt backwards. Kong, the sky-shaking pillar slammed into the hexagonal shield, and the hexagonal shield was unable to block it for even a moment. It was shattered into countless pieces, and the sky-shaking pillar continued on its way towards Elysian Moon. Fortunately, Mingyu reacted quickly and managed to avoid this terrifying blow, but the aftershock of the pole still forced him into a miserable state. His clothes were instantly torn apart as a gust of wind tore through his body, causing crimson blood to flow from all over his body. The cry of a bird rang out above Mingyu's head. Looking up, Mingyu's heart sank to the bottom. He found that the huge firebird had once again arrived above him, a series of snake-like bolts of thunder and fire shooting out from its body and enveloping the area several dozen meters around him. There was no way to avoid it. Lightning flashed and thunder roared as flames soared into the sky, instantly turning the surrounding several dozen meters into a living hell. All of Serene Soul Island shuddered. Mingyu's subordinates had long ago lost the ability to think as they watched Mingyu's figure being swallowed up by the countless bolts of thunder and fire, all of them feeling like they had fallen into an ice cellar. Even someone as strong as Sha, who was trembling in shock. Only now did he realize that Yang Kai had not used his full strength when fighting with him. At that time, if Yang Kai had released this strange stone giant and firebird, how could he have survived? Whether it was the stone giant or the firebird, they could have easily crushed him. The physical strength Sha, who was so proud of, was nothing in front of these two strange creatures. Fortunately, the relationship between him and Kai Yang wasn't too bad, and they had even turned from enemies to friends. Thinking so, Sha, who felt some lingering fear, but at the same time, he secretly rejoiced at his wise decision. But, just what is the origin of this Yang Kai? With such powerful strength, wouldn't it be enough to sweep across all of Shadowed Star? It seemed that after this time, Sha Hu would have to ask Pangshan about Yang Kai's origins. Sha Hu secretly made up his mind before his consciousness once again drifted back to the battlefield. What he saw, though, he could not help letting out a soft sigh. He found that Mingyu, who was at the center of this hellish world, had not died immediately and was instead still showing signs of vitality. Sha Hu did not know how Mingyu did it. After all, if it had been him, even if he had 10 lives, he would have died instantly. Yang Kai obviously also noticed this, but instead of being surprised, he observed Mingyu with great interest. After a short while, the scene of thunder, lightning, and flames disappeared, and instead, Mingyu stood in the center of the scorched earth, gasping for breath, looking extremely distressed. At this moment, he no longer had his previous elegant demeanor. His clothes were almost completely tattered, his hair was disheveled, and his skin was scorched black. The vitality in his body was also intermittent. If it were not for his strong physique, he would have already died. The only reason he could still stand there was because he had been taking Shadowed Heaven pills all year round, tempering his physique and enriching his vitality. But that was it. Mingyu stared blankly at Yang Kai, a look of unwillingness on his face as he clenched something in his hand. Yang Kai's gaze shifted as he saw what this thing was. It turned out to be a token, one that Yang Kai felt was very familiar. From this token, he could clearly feel an Emperor pressure. A Star Emperor token. Yang Kai raised his brow. He had never expected that Mingyu would possess a Star Emperor token. Under Yang Kai's perception, it was because of this Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to communicate with the world energy of Serene Soul Island and mobilize his own Saint Xianxia, allowing him to persist under the fierce attack of the Firebird until now. This damned place is actually related to Yang inflammation? This thought quickly flashed across Yang Kai's mind. No longer hesitating, Yang Kai's figure flickered, rushed in front of Mingyu, and sent out a palm strike towards him. Mingyu was already an arrow at the end of its flight and was unable to resist, so this palm strike was the last straw that broke the camel's back. Mingyu could only watch as Yang Kai's palm struck him, unable to resist. With a muffled thud, Mingyu fell backwards. Yang Kai reacted quickly and took the Star Emperor token and space ring from Mingyu's hand. With his back to Sha Hu and the others, Yang Kai carefully stroked this Star Emperor token and soon determined that it was indeed a Star Emperor token, because the ones he had were exactly the same as this one in front of him. Using his divine sense, Yang Kai found that this Star Emperor token seemed to have some subtle connection to a certain location on Serene Soul Island. Yang Kai raised his head and stared in that direction. "Old Sha, I'll leave the rest to you, I'll go over there and investigate," Yang Kai said before immediately disappearing. Sha Hu was stunned for a moment but didn't care too much about this, instead turning his head and grinning towards Mingyu's subordinates. It was not until this moment that these people came back to their senses and cried out in panic, "Island Master Sha, please spare us. What happened 100 years ago was Mingyu who forced us, we did not do it willingly." Heh, willingly or not, it has nothing to do with this old master. Every injustice has its perpetrator and every debt has its debtor. You all colluded with that bastard Mingyu 100 years ago to make things difficult for this old master. If this old master hadn't been so lucky, I'm afraid he wouldn't have been able to get his revenge today. Shahu's body flashed a bright red light as he rushed towards the cultivator like a tiger in a flock of sheep, none of them able to withstand a single blow, and after 10 breaths of time, all of them were slain. Now that he had gotten his revenge, Shahu stood in place and let out a thunderous roar towards the heavens that rolled out in all directions. The thousands of cultivators on Serene Soul Island all turned their eyes towards the source of this roar, their expressions changing slightly. They knew that Serene Soul Island had undergone a great change. In a small valley near the center of Serene Soul Island, Xianxia stepped inside. Since entering this place, the Star Emperor token in his hand, which originally belonged to Mingyu, buzzed, as if it was trying to break free from Xianxia's control. The scenery in this valley was quite good, and there were a few cottages built around it. Xianxia didn't know whose residence it was, but it was now empty. Kai Yang turned his head and looked around, a look of suspicion on his face. Although he felt that this valley was a little strange, he couldn't tell what it was based on his observation alone. After thinking about it for a moment, Xianxia released the suppression on the Star Emperor token in his hand. The Star Emperor token immediately flew out, drawing a beautiful arc in the air, and as the Star Emperor token danced in the air, a series of dark holes suddenly appeared. These holes were filled with nothingness and chaos, and rich space force fluctuations pulsed from them. Xianxia's expression suddenly became solemn. These holes were all similar to void cracks, and they had always existed here. It was just that no one had noticed them, and only Star Emperor tokens could activate them. The shapes of these holes were also similar to Star Emperor tokens. In the void, there were a total of 9 holes, each of which had some subtle and mysterious connections. These 9 token-shaped holes were connected from head to tail and formed an array that Xianxia could not understand. 9 was an extreme number, and Yang Inflammation had once told Xianxia that in her heyday, she had made a total of 9 Star Emperor tokens. If all 9 Star Emperor tokens could be collected, a shocking secret would be revealed. As for what this shocking secret was, Yang Inflammation had not explained. However, it was obviously related to the scene in front of him. Xianxia wore a thoughtful look as he gradually connected the dots between what he had seen and heard in the past, but he was still unable to speculate on Yang Inflammation's intentions. Serene Soul Island was definitely related to Yang Inflammation, there was no doubt about this, otherwise, there would not be 9 token-shaped void cracks here, nor would there be a similar number of holes as the total number of Star Emperor tokens. Just as Xianxia was in a daze, the Star Emperor token flew into one of the holes, perfectly covering it, leaving no gap, as if the void crack had been filled by the Star Emperor token. After a moment of contemplation, Xianxia flipped his wrist and summoned 4 more Star Emperor tokens into his palm. These 4 Star Emperor tokens were obtained by Xianxia by chance over the past few dozen years after entering Star territory. One of them was given to him by Guizhou and was the only Star Emperor token that sealed the divine technique of the Great Emperors. However, during his battle with Luo Hai on Scarlet Wave Star, Xianxia had unlocked the seal and used the power of the Star Emperor token to kill Luo Hai. Although the seal was gone, the Star Emperor token had been preserved. The second was obtained by Xianxia when he first entered Lu Yen's sand field for life experience. The third was originally Yi Shiyun's, but it later fell into Xianxia's hands. The fourth piece was obtained from the Star King Mountain's altar. Including the Star Emperor token he had obtained today, Kai Yang already had a total of 5 pieces in his hands. Of the remaining 4 pieces, Xianxia only knew that Hangluo Chamber of Commerce had one while the whereabouts of the other 3 were unknown. After the 4 Star Emperor tokens were taken out, the same thing happened. They wanted to escape from Xianxia's control, but Xianxia remained calm and collected, allowing them to fly away. Unsurprisingly, after the 4 Star Emperor tokens arced through the air, they each embedded themselves into the void, filling up the holes that had been left behind. In the next moment, the 5 Star Emperor tokens bloomed with light and a mysterious power emerged from the Star Emperor tokens and enveloped Xianxia. His Saint Qi, which had been dormant for a long time, burst like a dam. It rumbled and flowed through Xianxia's flesh and meridians, emitting an astonishing power. After experiencing this long-awaited power, Yang Kai took a deep breath and felt refreshed. By now, he had finally figured out what had happened. It was precisely because he had a Star Emperor token that Mingyu was able to use his Saint Chi to take Xiaohu by surprise. Just like he was now. Yang Kai didn't know if Mingyu originally had a Star Emperor token or if he had accidentally discovered it here. Mingyu was dead, so there was no way to investigate this matter. Yang Kai stood in place like a javelin. Raising his eyes, he stared into the void with a deep gaze. His consciousness passed through the void and probed far into the distance. He could faintly sense that there was an even vaster world hidden behind this void. This world was far more wonderful than the star territory he was in, and there was an even more powerful cultivator there. An even more terrifying principal strength. Yang Kai's consciousness wandered and he was unable to wake up for a long time. He wanted to see what this world was like, but no matter how hard he tried, he could not see it clearly. All Yang Kai could vaguely feel was that his soul was constantly moving forward, as if there was no end to it. Outside the mountain pass, Xiaohu crossed his hands behind his back and looked forward quietly. He didn't know why Yang Kai had entered that place, but it had been a month since he entered. Serene Soul Island was now under his complete control, and all the cultivator who had targeted him in the past had been killed. The remaining cultivator had also pledged loyalty to him. Xiaohu had once again become the island master of Serene Soul Island. Peng Zhen, Qian Mo, and Xianxia arrived together. Xianxia had not died, he had just been imprisoned by Mingyu and had suffered some torture. Without taking Shadowed Heaven pills, Xianxia was able to display extraordinary combat power, so it was easy to imagine how strong he would be if he had taken Shadowed Heaven pills. With such potential, Mingyu was naturally reluctant to kill him. His original intention was to imprison him for a period of time to temper his temperament and then find a way to subdue him, but in the end, that day had not come. After Mingyu's death, Xianxia was rescued by Qian Mo. At this moment, as the three of them approached, at the entrance of the mountain pass, the stone mongoose carrying the heaven-shaking pillar on his shoulder and the beautiful artifact spirit Lu Yen in human form stared at them vigilantly. The three of them were instantly locked onto by the divine senses of the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, and all of them went stiff, not daring to move. Both of you, they mean no harm, there's no need to be nervous, Xiaohu's mouth twitched as he hurriedly cupped his fists. The stone mongoose rolled its eyes but remained unmoved, still leaning forward and maintaining an attacking posture. Lu Yen, on the other hand, was more intelligent and glanced at Xiaohu coldly before withdrawing her hostility. Xiaohu couldn't help sweating slightly. Thinking back, he was one of the top masters on the Limitless Ocean and had been trapped on Serene Soul Island for 300 years. Although he had not been able to use his Saint Chi, after tempering his body with Shadowed Heaven pills, Xiaohu believed he was no weaker than before. Even so, he was still no match for these two subordinates of Yang Kai. Needless to say, the stone mongoose was obviously a powerful monster. Without being able to use his Saint Chi, even 10 Xiaohu together might not be able to compete with it. The gorgeous woman was even more powerful, the violent power of thunder and fire flowing through her body giving her an imposing aura that put even more pressure on Xiaohu than the stone mongoose. Facing this woman, Xiaohu felt like he was facing an origin king, although he did not know how strong an origin king was. After comforting the stone mongoose and Lu Yen, Xiaohu turned his head to Peng Zhen and asked, "What's the matter?" Xianxia and Commander Qian Mo wanted to come over and thank Sect Master Yang, Peng Zhen replied respectfully. Of course. Xiaohu nodded before turning to Qian Mo and Xianxia and smiling bitterly, but I'm afraid that won't be possible now. As you can see, no one can pass through here. You can only wait for Yang Kai to come out on his own. We'll just wait, Xianxia coldly snorted. After learning that it was basically Yang Kai's credit that allowed him to escape this time, Xianxia wanted to thank him in person. As for Xiaohu, who had also contributed a lot, Xianxia did not put him in his eyes. The grievances between Sea Temple and Sea God Palace ran deep and were not something that could be easily resolved overnight. Xiaohu obviously knew this as well. However, he did not care about Xianxia's indifference and instead asked with interest, "By the way, this old master has been busy with Serene Soul Island these days and has not had time to ask about it in detail. Peng Zhen, what is the background of Yang Kai?" Hearing this question, Xianxia and Qian Mo could not help showing a look of interest. The strong always respected those who were stronger. Xianxia and Xianxia were both commander-level characters in the Xi clan, possessing high status and great strength. However, compared with Yang Kai, the two of them found that they were simply not worthy of his attention. Having lived in the deep sea for so long, they did not know much about inland matters, even less than Peng Zhen, so they were naturally curious about Yang Kai's origins. Sect Master Yang is the sect master of High Heaven Sect. Peng Zhen thought for a moment. He replied with a serious expression. High Heaven Sect? Shahu was stunned. How come this old master has never heard of this sect? Peng Zhen smiled bitterly. Martial uncle disappeared 300 years ago, so naturally it's impossible for you to have heard of it. This High Heaven Sect has only been around for 15 years. 15 years, its heritage isn't that deep. Shahu chuckled. However, with a capable person like Yang Kai, as long as it is given time, it will definitely be able to rival Heaven Battling Union. Thunder Typhoon Sect will be on equal footing. Martial uncle. Peng Zhen didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union are already history. They were destroyed? Shahu's expression shook as he exclaimed. And it was destroyed by Sect Master Yang's High Heaven Sect. Shahu sucked in a breath of cold air while Qianmo and Xianxia looked at each other and saw the shock in each other's eyes. Qianma and Xianxia didn't know much about the situation on the mainland. However, they had all heard of the names of Thunder Typhoon Sect and Heaven Battling Union. These were great forces that had dominated Shadowed Star for thousands of years. The Star King Mountain was also destroyed by him. Peng Zhen threw out another shocking piece of news. What? This time, Shahu was thoroughly shocked. Even Star Emperor Mountain was destroyed by him. Not exactly, because most of Star Emperor Mountain's masters have been recruited to High Heaven Sect by Sect Master Yang. Currently, High Heaven Sect is the strongest sect on Shadowed Star. How does my Sea Palace compare? Shahu asked anxiously. I'm afraid it's not enough. Peng Zhen said truthfully. However, because we are separated from High Heaven Sect by the deep sea and inland respectively, there is no intersection. On top of that, High Heaven Sect's headquarters is located inside the flowing flame sand field. It can be said to be an impregnable fortress that no one can breach. Shahu was instantly stunned. He naturally knew about the Luyan sand field. It was one of Shadowed Star's restricted areas, one that no one could enter under normal circumstances, but High Heaven Sect had actually established its headquarters there. How did they accomplish this? Not only was Shahu dumbfounded, but Qianmo and Xianxia were also dumbfounded, unable to believe their eyes. Peng Zhen tactfully did not say anything more as he could understand the shock in the hearts of Shahu and the two Xi clan commanders. Which master on Shadowed Star had not been shocked when they heard this news? When this information was passed to the Deep Sea, Sea Temple was also completely shocked, and the several temple masters were unable to eat or sleep, fearing that Yang Kai's ambitions would soar and he would extend his claws to the limitless ocean. But it turned out that Yang Kai had no such intentions, and after several years, the several temple masters of Sea Temple gradually calmed down. A few days ago, when Yang Kai was on Sunrise Island, he proposed to trade with Sea Temple. It was likely that the several temple masters did not understand Yang Kai's intentions, so they had not agreed. After a long silence, Shahu seemed to have gradually digested this information and asked more carefully about Yang Kai. Peng Zhen told him all the information he knew. Shahu's expression became more and more dignified while Qianmo and Xianxia's expressions also changed, seemingly communicating with each other secretly. At that moment, there was a sudden movement in the mountain call and a figure walked out. It was Yang Kai. Xianxia, Qianmo, and Peng Zhen all looked shocked and cupped their fists. Shahu smiled slightly and asked, "Did you gain anything?" Yang Kai returned the courtesy before putting away the stone mongoose and Lu Yan before nodding, a little. "So, you can also use your Saint Chi?" Shahu asked in surprise. In his battle with Mingyu that day, his opponent had suddenly used his Saint Chi ensure, which had really startled Shahu. After thinking about it for a while, Shahu could only attribute this to the secret hidden in this mountain kernel. The depths of this mountain call were the place he had told Yang Kai before, a place even he could not explore. There must be some secrets hidden there, perhaps related to why Mingyu was able to use his Saint Chi, but Shahu could not figure out why. Now that he saw Yang Kai's expression, he immediately had a guess. Using Saint Chi is no problem. Yang Kai nodded lightly, not as happy as Xiaohu imagined, quickly adding, I also found a way to leave this place. What? Xiaohu exclaimed. Peng Zhan and the other two were also stunned for a moment before immediately turning overjoyed looks towards Yang Kai. Eagerly, they asked, is that true? Naturally, Yang Kai nodded, I came out to tell you this news. If any of you want to go out with me, make preparations as soon as possible, I will be leaving this place in a few days. Sect Master Yang. Peng Zhan looked at Yang Kai hesitantly, dare I ask Sect Master Yang, how many people can you take out? To the side, Xianxia heard Peng Zhan's question and immediately came to his senses and asked the same question. It won't be a problem to bring everyone out, Yang Kai replied. However. But what? Peng Zhan immediately tensed up. I can. Take the people of Supreme Ocean Palace and Sea God's Palace out for free. As for the others. I'll have to trouble you to tell those people that if they want to leave this place, they should help me find some shady heaven lotuses. Peng Zhan was startled, but he quickly reacted and smiled bitterly, Sect Master Yang's calculations are quite good. One could imagine. Once news of this spread, the cultivator who had been trapped on Serene Soul Island would definitely work hard to find the shadowed heaven lotus in order to leave this place. At that time, Yang Kai would become the biggest winner. Yang Kai chuckled and said, I'm just collecting a little reward. What about the time? Yang Kai, when do you plan to leave? Xiaohu asked. In a month. Good. Xiaohu nodded, this old master will help you pass on the message. As for my Ocean Palace's cultivator, I won't let you work for nothing. Once we leave this place, Ocean Palace will naturally send you a gift of thanks. If old Xia insists, then it would be impolite for me to refuse, Yang Kai laughed. My Sea God Palace will not let Sect Master Yang work for nothing, Xianxia quickly expressed. Yang Kai glanced at him. He just nodded faintly and did not say anything. The news of being able to leave Serene Soul Island spread like wildfire. Soon, it swept across all of Serene Soul Island. After hearing this news, more than 90% of the cultivator expressed their disbelief, thinking it was some kind of joke. After all, if there really was a way to leave Serene Soul Island, they wouldn't have been trapped here for so many years. Over the years, countless cultivator had been trapped on Serene Soul Island, many of whom were incredibly talented, so there should be some cultivator who could find a way to leave. But in fact, Shadowed Soul Island was nothing more than a cage that trapped everyone here until they died. Now that such a piece of news had suddenly popped up, it was really hard to believe. It wasn't until Xiaohu stepped forward to clarify and vouch for them that the Serene Soul Island cultivator believed the authenticity of this news. For a time, almost all of Serene Soul Island's cultivator mobilized and began to set off in groups to the surrounding sea territory in search of shadowed heaven lotuses, hoping to occupy a spot to leave. Serene Soul Island became an empty island in a very short time. Thousands of kilometers away from Serene Soul Island, in the sea territory, Yang Kai stood on the back of the little dolphin and set off forward. While the Serene Soul Island cultivator was searching for shadowed heaven lotuses, Yang Kai himself had not been idle. Shadowed heaven lotuses were such good things that the more the better, so after Xiaohu spread the news that day, Yang Kai left Serene Soul Island with the little dolphin and set off to the distant sea territory, relying on the little dolphin's instincts to search for precious shadowed heaven lotuses. Yang Kai's harvest was bountiful. The distant sea had always been a difficult place for Serene Soul Island cultivator to set foot in, so naturally, there were more shadowed heaven lotuses here than near the coast. After tempering his body with hundreds of origin-grade shadowed heaven pills, Yang Kai's physique had become several times stronger than when he first entered Serene Soul Island. The sea beasts he used to think were powerful were now vulnerable in front of him. The further Yang Kai and the little dolphin traveled, the more abundant their harvest became. Estimating that it was about time, Yang Kai had the little dolphin return. When he returned to Serene Soul Island again, thousands of cultivators were already waiting for him. A month was not enough time for all the cultivators to harvest enough shadowed heaven lotuses. Some of them were unlucky and did not even see a single shadowed heaven lotus. At this moment, all of them looked uneasy, worried that Yang Kai would not take them with him when he left. After meeting with Sha Hu and the others and learning about the situation, Yang Kai asked the cultivators of Sea Temple and Sea God Palace to help him collect the shadowed heaven lotuses. The cultivator who had a shadowed heaven lotus happily handed over his harvest this month before walking to the side and waiting for the moment to leave. It only took a day for the matter to be settled. The island's residents were divided into two groups, one group who had turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses and the other group who had not. The number of cultivators who had not turned in their shadowed heaven lotuses was not too many, only 700 to 800. Yang Kai stood in front of these 700 to 800 people and looked at the anxiety, uneasiness, and embarrassment on their faces before smiling and saying loudly, "Don't say this Yang didn't give you a chance. Since you don't have any shadowed heaven lotuses, you can only use other methods to redeem your freedom. Little brother, may I ask what kind of method it is?" In the crowd, a warrior who looked a little old asked. Everyone else also looked at Yang Kai curiously, lest he make some harsh demands. Some of you may have great backgrounds, or your status on Shadowed Star may not be low. You must have relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so after leaving here, as long as you pay the appropriate price, I can take you with me. If you can't even afford this price, then you will be my slaves for 10 years. For 10 years, your lives will be mine, and you will do whatever I tell you to do. As soon as these words came out, the audience went into an uproar. Some of the cultivators were worried, but most of the cultivators were overjoyed. Yang Kai was right. Most of these people had relatives and sects on Shadowed Star, so as long as they left here, it would not be a problem to collect some materials. Exchanging those materials for their freedom was not a bad deal. If they couldn't even raise such a small amount of materials, 10 years of servitude wouldn't be a problem. Yang Kai didn't seem to be an evil person, otherwise, he wouldn't have made such a suggestion. All he needed to do was sit back and abandon them on Shadowed Soul Island. 10 years later, they would regain their freedom. Those who are willing, please go to Island Master Sha and leave your soul imprint. After you complete the agreement, this Yang will return your soul imprint. Yang Kai shouted again. In the next moment, more than half of these 700 to 800 people rushed in Sha Hu's direction, while the rest hesitated for a moment before following after them, seemingly resigned to their fate. On the other side, Sha Hu, who had received instructions from Yang Kai in advance, had already ordered the disciples of Sea Temple to prepare. After these cultivators rushed up, Sha Hu took out a piece of white spirit jade and had each cultivator engrave their soul imprints on it. With these soul imprints, anyone could easily control the life or death of these cultivators, so no one would dare ignore today's agreement. Sha Hu squeezed out of the crowd and came to Yang Kai's side. Looking around at the crowd, he smiled bitterly and said, "Does Sect Master Yang's High Heaven sect lack such materials?" Yang Kai chuckled, "Mosquito meat is still meat." Sha Hu glanced at him thoughtfully for a moment before chuckling meaningfully but did not say anything more. He seemed to have seen through Yang Kai's intentions. Yang Kai clearly intended to take away all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island, which was why he made such a simple request. Yang Kai had two purposes for doing this. On the one hand, he wanted to use the cultivator on the island to help him plunder Shadowed Heaven Lotus, and on the other hand, he wanted to make a clean bowl of water so he would not be criticized. The only explanation for this was that he could return to Serene Soul Island and had already regarded this place as his own backyard, so he wanted to take everyone away. Considering all this, Sha Hu's breathing quickened slightly. Not to mention the number of Shadowed Heaven Lotus Yang Kai had harvested on Serene Soul Island these days. In the future, as long as he wanted, he could come here to collect Shadowed Heaven Lotus at any time. It was easy to imagine what a terrifying behemoth High Heaven sect would become in the future. Yang Kai did not know what Sha Hu was thinking, but with age and experience, Yang Kai believed that Sha Hu could vaguely guess what he was thinking. Yang Kai had no intention of explaining himself. Now that he had the method to leave, he had the right and ability to do so. He just wanted to treat this place as his own restricted area. The matter of the 700 to 800 cultivators was settled in less than a stick of incense worth of time, and all the cultivators on Serene Soul Island had been assembled. Everyone's eyes turned to Yang Kai, wondering what method he would use to take them away from this place, a look of expectation and anxiety appearing on everyone's faces. Even Sha Hu and the others were the same. Although Yang Kai had spoken confidently before and none of them had the slightest doubt, when it came to this, they could not help feeling nervous. In front of everyone's eyes, Xianxia didn't move much, simply closing his eyes and standing quietly in place. However, a pure and rich spiritual energy spread out from his body. The strength of this spiritual energy caused everyone to pale in shock. Xianxia's spiritual energy penetrated the void and extended to an unknown location. Xianxia had mastered the Tao of space, and tearing space was always the best way to escape from a prison, but this method wasn't suitable for Serene Soul Island. This strange place was isolated from the outside world, so if Xianxia couldn't locate Shadowed Star, even if he used tearing space, he would only be able to travel inside Serene Soul Island, unable to leave. However, with some of the secrets of Serene Soul Island and the ability to use Saint Qi, as well as being Shadowed Star's Star Master, it wasn't too difficult for Xianxia to determine the location of Shadowed Star. Xianxia's divine sense shuttled through the void and soon sensed the space barrier between Serene Soul Island and Shadowed Star. Opening his eyes, Xianxia's space force fluctuated wildly as he stretched out his hands and thrust them forward. His hands shot out like dragons emerging from the sea and, under everyone's close attention, plunged directly into the void. Exclamations suddenly rang out as the thousands of cultivators stared with wide eyes at this incredible scene. What they saw was Xianxia's two arms strangely disappearing. Such a scene was beyond the scope of their understanding. In the next moment, Xianxia suddenly let out a roar. His arms suddenly tore to the sides, and along with his movements, the space in front of him was like a piece of cloth being torn in half. A dark crack appeared. The crack grew larger and larger, and a terrifying aura spread out from it, like an ancient beast opening its bloody maw, wanting to swallow this world whole. It wasn't until this crack expanded to about 10 meters in length that Xianxia took a deep breath and stopped tearing. However, the rich spatial energy was still surging out of Xianxia's body. Like a sharp arrow, Xianxia shot into the void and opened up a void corridor that connected Serene Soul Island to a certain place on Shadowed Star. Xiahu was already dumbfounded. A month ago, Xianxia had said that he had mastered the method to leave, but Xiahu did not doubt it. However, he didn't know the inside story. Only now did he truly understand what Xianxia was relying on. He had actually cultivated the extremely rare secret art of space, and had mastered it to such a level. Not only could he tear space apart with his own strength, but he could also construct a safe void corridor. This ability could be seen throughout the entire planet's territory. Xiahu believed that even the legendary Origin King Realm Masters could not achieve what Xianxia had done. If we don't leave now, when should we? Just as Xiahu was lost in thought, Xianxia's voice suddenly reached his ears. He suddenly came back to his senses and waved his hand. Shouting, he shouted, "Follow this old master." Saying so, he was the first to rush into the void corridor constructed by Xianxia and was swallowed by the darkness and nothingness. The Sea Temple disciples followed closely behind, disappearing one after another. The Sea Clan masters also hurried to keep up. Qianemo nodded slightly to Xianxia when she passed by him while the little dolphin flicked her tail and made a series of strange sounds to Xianxia, seemingly urging him to follow quickly. After the cultivator from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace disappeared, the other cultivators rushed forward. The void corridor torn by Xianxia was 10 meters long, enough to accommodate many people walking side by side, so even if there were thousands of cultivators waiting, their speed was still extremely fast. In less than half a cup of tea's time, only Xianxia remained on Serene Soul Island. Looking around, after confirming that there was no one left alive, Xianxia was the last to rush into the void corridor. This void corridor was constructed by him personally, so Xianxia was more familiar with its direction than anyone else. Allowing himself to swim freely through the void, after what seemed like an eternity, Xianxia's vision blurred and he soon arrived above a sea territory. A sea breeze with a unique fishy smell brushed past Xianxia's face as the cries and shouts of countless cultivators filled his ears. These were the cultivators who had just escaped from Serene Soul Island and were venting their excitement. From the moment they were trapped on Serene Soul Island, they thought they would never be able to leave again in this life and would only be able to live out the rest of their lives under the pressure of Mingyu. Never had they imagined that they would one day return to Shadowed Star. As such, after Xianxia appeared, many cultivators cast grateful glances towards him. Regardless of whether Xianxia had collected a certain amount of remuneration from them or not, the fact that they had left Serene Soul Island was real, and everyone was excited to see the light of day again. Yang Kai. Xiaohu flew over and could not help breathing a sigh of relief when he saw that Yang Kai was safe. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning around and waving his hand towards the void crack behind him. The void crack, which looked like a beast's maw, began to collapse and soon disappeared. Without this void crack and the void corridor, no one could use Yang Kai's achievements to return to Serene Soul Island. Where is this place? Are we still on the limitless ocean? Yang Kai asked. Peng Zhan and the Sea Clan's people have already gone to investigate. News will come back soon, Xiaohu replied. Yang Kai nodded and waited quietly. About an hour later, Peng Zhan and Qian Mo appeared in front of everyone with joyful expressions on their faces. Martial uncle, this is indeed the limitless ocean. 10,000 kilometers west of here is my sea temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Peng Zhan reported excitedly. That's good news. Xiaohu also showed a smile on his face. After 300 years, this old master has finally returned home. Yang Kai, this old master must thank you. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Old Xia is too polite. If you really want to thank me, you might as well promise me one thing. Speak, as long as you don't force this old master to betray his sect. This old master can promise you anything, Xiaohu said straightforwardly. Yang Kai's expression changed slightly as he smiled and said, it's not a big deal, it's just that my High Heaven sect wants to make some material transactions with Sea Temple. After all, the products produced inland are very different from those produced in the deep sea. I mentioned this to Island Master Peng last time. However, Sea Temple seems to lack interest and hasn't responded yet. Peng Zhan couldn't help feeling a little embarrassed. This old master thought it was something big, but for such a trivial matter, this old master has agreed. On top of that, such a transaction is beneficial to all of us, so Sea Temple will not refuse. When this old master returns to headquarters, he will personally preside over it. Many thanks, old Xia, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Xia, who was the previous second temple master of Sea Temple. Although he had disappeared for nearly 300 years, his prestige and seniority were still there, so since he had agreed, there shouldn't be any problems. Sect Master Yang, I wonder if my Sea God Palace can participate in this matter. Qian Mo suddenly asked with a smile. You also want to participate? Yang Kai looked at Qian Mo in amazement. Naturally. My Sea God Palace's control over deep-sea materials is even stronger than Sea Temple's, so Sect Master Yang is willing to make these transactions with Sea Temple. There is no reason to refuse my Sea God Palace's offer, right? Of course we won't refuse, Great Commander Qian Mo saying so is my High Heaven sect's greatest pleasure, Yang Kai laughed. Then it's settled, but the distance between the inland and the deep sea is far, so I'm afraid the transportation of materials will be quite troublesome. Xiaohu also nodded lightly to the side, agreeing with Qian Mo's statement. The reason why the deep sea and inland materials could not be exchanged on a large scale was because of the distance between them, something the cultivators on Shadowed Star could not solve. You don't need to worry about this, I will arrange a space array to connect High Heaven sect with your two sects. When the time comes, distance will not be a problem. Yang Kai already had a solution to this problem. Both Qian Mo and Xiaohu's eyes lit up, but then they remembered Yang Kai's ability to tier space. Both of them firmly believed in his ability to arrange a space array. If that's the case, this great commander will wait for Sect Master Yang's good news. Qian Mo smiled. This old master will also wait for your good news. Xiaohu said. While everyone was talking, many cultivators had already left. The people from Sea Temple and Sea God Palace briefly discussed before bidding farewell to Yang Kai and returning to their respective headquarters. The little dolphin was reluctant to part with Yang Kai, seemingly unwilling to leave. In the end, Yang Kai gave it a few bottles of Shadowed Heaven pills to calm its mood. After an hour, only the 700 to 800 cultivators who had been slaves for 10 years remained, all of them looking at Yang Kai eagerly, waiting for his orders. Go to High Heaven sect yourselves. After you arrive, someone will receive you. If you need to contact your family or sect, feel free to do so. As long as you gather enough materials, this sect master will return your freedom, Yang Kai said. Many thanks, Sect Master Yang. The hundreds of cultivators cupped their fists. Yang Kai nodded and did not say anything more, his figure flickering and disappearing directly from where he stood. After returning to Shadowed Star, he could once again dominate this world with all the conveniences of a Star Master. Every time he moved, he could cross a distance of tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of kilometers. It took less than half an hour for Yang Kai to arrive at the periphery of the Luyan Desert. Looking at this familiar scene, Yang Kai smiled slightly. No matter how wonderful the outside world was, when one's mind and body were exhausted, it was always best to be at home. Yang Kai disappeared again, and when he reappeared, he was already inside High Heaven Sect. Without disturbing too many people, Yang Kai first went to visit his parents to reassure them before going to see the elders of High Heaven Sect to ask about the situation on Shadowed Star during the months he had been gone. Corpse Spirit religion had basically been wiped out, and about half of the great forces on Shadowed Star's mainland were in a state of ruin. High Heaven Sect, on the other hand, had become the symbol of Shadowed Star in the truest sense after this battle, becoming one of the most powerful sects on Shadowed Star. If not for the fact that Qian Tong of Shadow Moon Hall was an Origin King Realm Master, this title could be removed. With an Origin King presiding over Shadow Moon Hall, it was indeed on equal footing with High Heaven Sect. In addition, there were already many great forces and families on Shadowed Star who intended to form an alliance with High Heaven Sect and follow its lead. Yi Shiyan took the initiative to agree. It could be said that the current High Heaven Sect had already surpassed Star Emperor Mountain in terms of strength and prestige. With Yi Shiyan presiding over the overall situation of High Heaven Sect, there was no need for Yang Kai to spend any effort. Even if Yang Kai was not present, everything would be handled properly. After separating from the elders, Yang Kai went to see his little senior sister. During this trip to Serene Soul Island, Yang Kai's biggest harvest was naturally the thousands of shadowed heaven lotuses of different colors. With so many shadowed heaven lotuses, even if Yang Kai personally refined them, it would take him a long time to refine them all. However, for Xianxia Chang, time was not a problem. She could use alchemy to cultivate. The shadowed heaven lotus and the shadowed heaven pill couldn't be found in the outside world, so Xianxia Chang was very interested in them. After getting all the herbs and pill recipes, she immediately went into seclusion and concentrated on refining the pills. Yang Kai believed that soon, High Heaven Sect would have a large number of shadowed heaven pills, and with these body-tempering pills, the overall strength of High Heaven Sect would undoubtedly rise to another level. Yang Kai also had his own plans for these shadowed heaven pills that were about to come out. Although 10,000 shadowed heaven lotuses seemed like a huge number, if they were refined into pills, they would only yield between 70,000 and 80,000 pills at most. Now that High Heaven Sect had over 10,000 disciples, these 70,000 to 80,000 pills naturally could not be divided equally between everyone. In addition to the Origin returning realm masters who were eligible to receive a certain number of shadowed heaven pills for body tempering, Yang Kai intended to take out a portion of the shadowed heaven pills as rewards for ordinary disciples who had contributed to High Heaven Sect. Of course, this was just Yang Kai's idea. If he wanted to implement it, he would need to wait for some time. Moreover, he did not intend to handle this matter himself and intended to leave it all to Yi Shiyun. After leaving Pil King Peak where Xianxia Chang was staying, Yang Kai went straight to the 6th layer of the Luyan sand field, the place where Yang Inflammation was hibernating. Entering the loft and arriving on the 2nd floor, Yang Inflammation sensed his presence and pulled his soul avatar into his knowledge sea. Just like the last time they met, the two soul avatars sat cross-legged opposite each other while Yang Inflammation roared and roared below. Yang Kai's knowledge sea was burning hot. I heard Yi Shiyan say that you went to hunt down the Insect Emperor. What happened? Yang Inflammation asked. I am the soul avatar, Yang Kai, to be honest with you. Yang Kai smiled meaningfully. It looks like he's dead. Yang Yan gently nodded before sighing slightly. The Insect Emperor was also a hero. I never thought that he would die at your hands in the end. If his enemies knew about this, I'm afraid they wouldn't believe it. Yang Kai didn't care. No matter how powerful the Insect Emperor was, that was a matter from tens of thousands of years ago. Back then, his cultivation had fallen so much that he wasn't even an Origin King, and when he fought with Yang Kai on Shadowed Star, there was no way he could have survived. However, the biggest reason Yang Kai was able to kill the Insect Emperor this time was because of Yang Kai. If not for the fact that Yang Inflammation had given Shadowed Star's source to Yang Kai, with Yang Kai's current abilities, he would not have been able to kill the Insect Emperor. Yang Kai's ability to escape was truly amazing. Even if an ordinary Origin King wanted to hunt him down, they would not be able to do so. Even an ordinary Origin King would be at a loss. Your harvest wasn't small? Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled. There were many good things on the Insect Emperor. I didn't see anything good, only a soul-splitting saber and a bracelet-like artifact. The soul-splitting saber and the bracelet-like artifact were both Emperor artifacts. Like the Annihilation Thunder Bead, the Sealed World Bead, and the 3 blazing flame rings, Yang Kai roughly understood the function of the soul-splitting saber. Its power was unfathomable, but unfortunately, the grade of this Emperor artifact was too high for Yang Kai to use, so he could only temporarily refine it and hope that one day he could use it. As for the bracelet-like artifact, Yang Kai was confused. He couldn't even figure out what it was used for. Insect Enslavement Bracelet? Yang Inflammation raised her brow and pointed out the name of this artifact. That thing is called the Insect Enslavement Bracelet? Yang Kai was surprised. The artifacts on the Insect Emperor's hands are all famous, and needless to say, the soul-splitting saber. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is the foundation of his foothold. Oh? What's the use of this thing? Tell me about it. Yang Kai suddenly became interested. The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is very useful. Yang Inflammation pursed her lips and smiled, not to mention that this artifact can naturally restrain exotic insects. It even has some deterrent effect on some smaller monster beast. Just the little creatures raised by the Insect Emperor inside the Insect Enslavement Bracelet, once released, can easily destroy an entire star's territory. Yang Kai's expression became dignified as he asked in amazement, "There are other things in the Insect Enslavement Bracelet?" Yang Inflammation giggled, "Then where do you think the Insect Emperor is raising his little creatures? It's not like he's raising them on himself, right? The Insect Enslavement Bracelet is where he keeps the exotic insects. The Insect Emperor has hundreds of extinct exotic insects in his hands. Each of them is extremely ferocious, and each of them has a different use. Back then, I suffered quite a bit from the Insect Enslavement Bracelet." The more Yang Kai listened, the brighter his eyes became, as if he had discovered a shocking secret. "Are you interested?" Yang Inflammation teased. "To be honest, a little." Yang Kai gradually restrained his excitement, "But I still think that cultivation should be based on people. This kind of Insect Enslavement Bracelet can only be used as a supplement. If I really spend my time on it, I'm afraid it will be a waste." Yang Inflammation slowly shook her head. "There are 3,000 grand daos, and insect enslavement is one of them. Otherwise, it would be impossible for the Insect Emperor to achieve what he did back then. It can only be said that your Dao is different from the Insect Emperor's." "Different Dao?" Yang Kai pondered. Yang Inflammation chuckled, "It's still too early for you. You should break through to the Origin King realm as soon as possible. After reaching the Origin King realm, you will be able to see more and further." "Above the Origin King realm, is there a higher realm?" Yang Kai suddenly asked. "Naturally there is. What about you?" Yang Kai stared at Yang Inflammation with scorching eyes. "I have already surpassed that realm." Yang Inflammation replied lightly. Yang Kai fell silent. From the information revealed by Yang Inflammation, it was not difficult for him to infer that there was indeed a higher realm above the Origin King realm. And above this higher realm, there were stronger existences, Yang Inflammation being one of them. Before he knew this information, Yang Kai didn't think much of it, but after learning about it, he felt like he was standing at the bottom of a mountain, looking up at the towering mountain, surrounded by clouds and mist, making it impossible to see the scenery in front of him. The road ahead was endless, and there was no peak in the martial Dao. Yang Inflammation didn't speak anymore and instead observed Yang Kai's reaction. He found that Yang Kai didn't seem to have suffered any blow because of this. Instead, after a moment of silence, Yang Kai let out a sigh of relief and his expression became relaxed. His eyes, which were like burning flames, showed the drive deep in his heart. Yang Inflammation pursed his lips and smiled, praising, "Your mentality is very good." Yang Kai nodded. "I've been cultivating for several dozen years now, climbing from the bottom step to the top step by step. Now, I can be considered to have some small achievements. Even if the road ahead is filled with thorns and obstacles, I can only continue climbing. Sooner or later, I will be able to stand as high as you and see as far as you. Yang Yan covered her red lips with her small hand as a smile appeared on her face. Can I say you're worth teaching? Up to you. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders and joked, as long as you're not afraid of making yourself sound old. Yang Inflammation couldn't help glaring at him. By the way, can I use the insect enslavement bracelet now? Yang Kai asked. It's best if you don't. Yang Inflammation said solemnly, the exotic insects in the insect enslavement bracelet are extremely fierce. With your current cultivation, even if you release them, you won't be able to control them and will only suffer backlash. Have you ever seen the Insect Emperor use the insect enslavement bracelet to deal with you? Yang Kai shook his head. From the beginning to the end, he only used 10,000 poison evil insects to control his subordinates and use them to seize someone else's body. That's right, even the Insect Emperor didn't dare use them casually, let alone you. You should wait until you reach the Origin King realm. Alright. Yang Kai nodded indifferently. In any case, he had many means to deal with his enemies now, so he didn't lack the help of the insect enslavement bracelet. Next, Yang Kai told Yang Inflammation about Serene Soul Island. Regarding Serene Soul Island, Yang Inflammation didn't deny that she had something to do with it and even told Yang Kai that Serene Soul Island was indeed sealed by her. However, Yang Inflammation didn't explain what was hidden inside. I can only tell you that Serene Soul Island is a door. If you really want to open it, gather all the Star Emperor tokens and you'll naturally know when the time comes. After coming out from Yang Inflammation's place, Yang Kai went to Snow and Ice Peak. Snow and Ice Peak was one of the 72 auxiliary peaks of high heaven. Sex 81 peaks. What was even rarer was that there was an ice attribute earth vein at the base of the peak, so within a few dozen kilometers of Snow and Ice Peak, the temperature was extremely low all year round. Occasionally, heavy snowflakes would fall, painting the entire mountain a silvery white color. This situation became even more obvious after Su Yan moved to Snow and Ice Peak. Since Su Yan became the peak master of Ice Snow Peak, the world energy aura of the entire Ice Snow Peak had become so rich that it was almost impossible to disperse. Cultivators with slightly lower strength couldn't even approach Ice Snow Peak, and even those with slightly higher strength had to circulate their Saint Chi to resist the cold after entering Ice Snow Peak. However, this kind of environment was extremely comfortable for Su Yan. There was no one else on Snow and Ice Peak, only a few people from Ice Sect were living and cultivating here. Besides Su Yan, there were only Xianxia, Qianyu, and Qianhao. Yang Kai went straight to the southwest corner of Snow and Ice Peak. On the ground, there was a thick layer of ice that reflected light, so Yang Kai's footsteps were extremely light. In the southwest corner, under a giant tree wrapped in silver, Su Yan sat cross-legged on the 10,000-year ice jade pedestal, a pair of white Saint Chi wings spread out behind her back. The look on her pretty face was dignified and sacred, giving off an inviolable aura. Her hands were forming a strange seal while the profound frost divine sword she obtained from Ice Heart Valley was suspended mid-air. As she breathed, the surrounding ice attribute aura flocked into her body, like streams flowing into the sea, while the white wings behind her flapped slightly. With Su Yan as the center, within a 1,000-meter radius, there was a strange aura that seemed capable of freezing all things in the world. Herrscher had reached the grand accomplishment stage. Just as Yang Kai had integrated his territory space force into Shi, Su Yan had also integrated her ice and snow domain into her Shi. Obviously, she had already grasped the mysteries of ice and snow and had comprehended the mysteries of Shi in her territory. Observing quietly for a while, Yang Kai found that Su Yan had no intention of stopping, so she should have reached a critical juncture in her cultivation. Yang Kai didn't disturb her and instead sat down cross-legged, stretched out his hand, and began drawing spirit lines in front of him. The spirit lines condensed from Saint Chi were arranged according to a certain pattern, gradually forming a complex spirit array. After observing for a while, Yang Kai showed a dissatisfied look on his face, stretched out his hand, brushed away the spirit array, and began drawing another one in the void. This spirit array was something he had just learned from Yang Yan. It was the foundation for constructing a space array. With this spirit array, coupled with some special materials, one could set up a space array for teleportation. Yang Kai had never dabbled in the Tao of spirit arrays before. However, he had an advantage that others didn't have, that was, he was proficient in the Tao of space, so studying a single space array wasn't a big problem. What's more, he had Yang Yan's careful guidance. Time passed slowly, and Kai Yang became more and more immersed in his work. Yang Kai didn't know how many spirit arrays he had drawn, but it wasn't until a certain moment that he showed a satisfied look and poured his space force into the spirit array. With a soft buzzing sound, the formation lit up with an astonishing light, and the entire formation began to rotate at a strange speed. Traces of obvious space force fluctuations came from the spirit array. Yang Kai grinned. Sure enough, after mastering the Tao of space, studying this kind of spirit array would yield twice the result with half the effort. If it were some other spirit array, even if Yang Kai studied it systematically, he wouldn't necessarily be able to complete it in a short time. After mastering this foundation, all that was left was to use materials to build the framework of the spirit array, then integrate this foundation with the framework and add 2 more. Connecting the 2 space arrays would allow for long-distance teleportation. Yang Kai exhaled softly. Is this a space array? Su Yan's voice suddenly came from the side. Kai Yang raised his head and found that at some point she had finished her cultivation and was now standing quietly beside him. She stared at the spinning formation in front of her and asked softly. Yes. Yang Kai nodded and pulled Su Yan into his arms, asking softly, how's your cultivation going? Fortunately, I'll be able to cultivate my share to the great success realm soon. Su Yan leaned against Yang Kai, a satisfied look on her face as she exhaled, this is all thanks to the territory stones you gave me, junior brother. Without those things, I wouldn't have been able to progress so quickly. We have a lot of territory stones. You don't have to be thrifty. Yang Kai smiled. His body and mind were extremely relaxed. Anne, is there something you need from me this time? No, it's just that I haven't seen you in a long time, so I came to see you. Yang Kai smiled. Su Yan nodded gently. Looking up at the clouds in the sky, Su Yan's eyes narrowed slightly as she snuggled into Yang Kai's arms, shifting into a more comfortable position. Yang Kai hugged her and didn't say anything else, simply looking up at the sky with Su Yan. Under the giant silver tree, snow was falling. Everything was quiet, and the scene at this moment was like a poem or a painting. In the distance, Xianxia seemed to have come to see Su Yan, but before she could get close, she saw this warm scene. After smiling, she quietly turned around and left. Half a month later, on the limitless ocean, Sea Temple's headquarters, Black Reef Island. Black Reef Island was one of the largest islands on the limitless ocean. Its area was large enough to rank among the top 3, and the rarest thing was that Black Reef Island's world energy was extremely rich, which was why Sea Temple had set up its headquarters here. As the headquarters, it was naturally heavily guarded. From time to time, there would be cultivators shuttling back and forth in the air, patrolling the surroundings. At the edge of the island, there were also disciples of Sea Temple guarding the perimeter, preventing unauthorized personnel from entering. Yang Kai flew over leisurely and landed on Black Reef Island. Immediately, a group of Sea Temple disciples surrounded him, the leader of this group glaring at Yang Kai with an unfriendly look as he shouted, "Who are you? State your name." Arriving in someone else's territory, Yang Kai didn't want to be too ostentatious, cupping his fists slightly and saying, High Heaven Sect Master, Yang Kai, has come to pay a visit to Old Man Sha to fulfill the agreement he made with Old Man Sha. Please inform him of my arrival. High Heaven Sect Master? Come to see Martial Ancestor Sha? The group of cultivators suddenly went into an uproar, the leader of this group looking Yang Kai up and down, seemingly wanting to see if he was lying, even releasing his divine sense to scan Yang Kai. But after a quick scan, he was unable to detect Yang Kai's depths and immediately understood that Yang Kai's strength was not something he could probe. His expression becoming much more solemn, he pondered for a moment before saying, Since you know that Martial Ancestor Sha has returned, it seems you are indeed acquainted with him, but Martial Ancestor Sha has only returned to Sea Temple for a short time and is currently quite busy. Whether or not he can see you, I will have to ask him first. It's fine, I'll wait here, Yang Kai said kindly. The leader of the cultivators nodded lightly and instructed the other cultivators in the group to entertain Yang Kai before taking out a communication artifact and pouring his divine sense into it. A moment later, the communication artifact in the leader's hand pulsed with spiritual energy and the leader hurriedly checked it. After a short while, he looked at Yang Kai with a strange expression and said, "You wait here for a while, someone will come to see you." Yang Kai frowned but nodded calmly, "Good." He subconsciously felt that this trip might not go smoothly. And the person who would come to see him might not be Shahu. After all, with his friendship with Shahu, if Shahu knew about this, how could he have made him wait here? Shahu had likely already ordered someone to greet him warmly. There seemed to be some turbulence inside Sea Temple. Yang Kai thought about it thoughtfully, but this matter had nothing to do with him. He had only come here to fulfill the agreement he made with Shahu, allowing the inland and deep-sea supplies to be exchanged. This would be of great help to the future development of High Heaven Sect. Things turned out as Yang Kai had guessed. After standing in place and waiting for less than a quarter of an hour, he noticed a group of Origin returning realm masters flying over quickly, but he could not sense Shahu among them. A moment later, this group of people entered Yang Kai's sight. The leader of this group was a powerful third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, an old man with a dark red face. Landing lightly a few dozen meters in front of Yang Kai, his pair of turbid eyes sweeping over Yang Kai a few times before casually cupping his fists, "Dare I ask if your excellency is High Heaven Sect master?" "Yes, it is this Yang. Old Sir is." Yang Kai cupped his fists in return. "This old man is Sea Temple's third temple master, Xianxia." The old man said lightly. "So, it is Temple Master Qi." Yang Kai raised his brow. Although he did not have much contact with Sea Temple, he knew that Sea Temple had a total of 3 temple masters, and this Xianxia was obviously one of them. "I heard that Sect Master Yang came here to see my Sea Temple's martial uncle Sha? This Yang had an agreement with Senior Sha. May I ask if Senior Sha is?" "Martial Uncle Sha has been missing for more than 300 years and has just returned to Sea Temple. He is physically and mentally exhausted and is currently recuperating, so I'm afraid he won't be able to see Sect Master Yang." Xianxia's expression was indifferent. "Sect Master Yang is a guest from afar, so if you don't mind, why don't you come in and have a seat?" Although this old master has lived in the deep sea for a long time, he has long heard of Sect Master Yang and High Heaven Sect's name, but has never had the opportunity to meet you. It is a pity, but Sect Master Yang's visit has allowed this old master to fulfill his wish. His words were warm, but his tone was neither warm nor cold, obviously not sincere in inviting Yang Kai in. Yang Kai glanced over at Xianxia and said with a smile, "That's strange. When I separated from Senior Sha half a month ago, he was still fine, so why is he suddenly so physically and mentally exhausted now? On top of that, I have an agreement with him, and this sect master has come here this time to fulfill that agreement. Dare I ask Temple Master Qi, Senior Sha's refusal to see me was Senior Sha's own decision?" Xianxia's turbid eyes flashed, but he did not answer directly, instead asking in an aggressive tone, "What does Sect Master Yang mean by this?" "Nothing." Yang Kai spat disdainfully. "The agreement between me and Senior Sha is not only of great benefit to my High Heaven Sect, it is also of great benefit to your Sea Temple. However, this sect master won't keep you company if you refuse such benefits that have been delivered to your mouth. Your sect is not the only great force on the limitless ocean. You dare collude with the Sea Clan?" Xianxia thought for a moment before his face changed drastically. "What do you mean by collusion?" Yang Kai sneered, "Junior Admiral, please don't put such an inexplicable label on this sect master's head. Farewell." Yang Kai was filled with annoyance. Last time on Sunrise Island, Peng Zhen had sent a message back to Sea Temple's headquarters. Yang Kai had waited for a long time, but Sea Temple had not responded. Yang Kai had not expected that when he came here today, he would be obstructed, and the one who came forward was the third temple master. To a certain extent, he could already represent the overall will of Sea Temple. Since Sea Temple was unwilling to do business with High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai had no need to beg them. "You colluded with the Sea Clan and still want to leave? Boy, if you don't make things clear, don't even think about leaving Black Reef Island today." A majestic roar suddenly came from not far away, and as soon as this voice fell, a burly middle-aged man appeared beside Xianxia and stared coldly at Yang Kai. Before Yang Kai could say anything, a loud roar came from inside Black Reef Island. "Impudence, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, who dares be rude to him?" Hearing this voice, Yang Kai grinned and the unhappiness in his heart dissipated greatly. Fortunately, he had not misjudged Sha Hu and had immediately come forward to defend him after noticing his arrival. However, the current situation was a bit complicated, Yang Kai thought to himself. Yang Kai did not intend to meddle in other people's business and simply stood quietly in place, waiting to hear what Sha Hu had to say. From the other side, Sha Hu flew over in an imposing manner and landed beside Yang Kai in a very short time, his face filled with anger as he glared fiercely at Qi Yunhai and the burly middle-aged man. Qi Yunhai seemed to be a little afraid to meet Sha Hu's gaze, but the burly middle-aged man was not afraid and stared back at Sha Hu without flinching. Sha Hu's and the burly middle-aged man's eyes collided in the void, sending sparks flying everywhere. Everyone from Sea Temple didn't even dare to breathe as they stood aside in fear. After a long time, Sha Hu sighed, his eyes no longer so aggressive as he turned to the burly middle-aged man and said, Huayan, Yang Kai is this old master's guest, so this old master will entertain him personally. Take your people and withdraw. Hearing how Sha Hu addressed the middle-aged man, Yang Kai immediately understood the other party's identity. Sea Temple's first temple master, Jiang Huayan. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had heard of Jiang Huayan's name before. When he participated in the first auction in Heavenly Fate City, he had personally refined an origin-grade low-rank origin condensing pill, which Jiang Huayan had bought for a large sum of money. At that time, Yang Kai had heard from Wei Guchang that Jiang Huayan had bought this origin condensing pill for his son. However, this was the first time Yang Kai had met him. Yang Kai took a look at this Sea Temple's first temple master and found that this man's strength had reached the peak of the origin returning realm, his aura even denser than Qian Tong's. He indeed had the qualifications and ability to serve as Sea Temple's first temple master. Moreover, this guy's courage was quite big. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of conflict there was between him and Sha Hu, but in any case, their relationship didn't seem to be very harmonious. Jiang Huayan smiled and said, Martial Uncle Sha is mistaken. Although this sect Master Yang is your guest, he wants to collude with the Sea clan. Please forgive Martial Nephew for not being able to sit idly by. Martial Uncle should also know how deep the grievances between the Sea clan and my Sea Temple are. Every year, there are many examples of my Sea Temple's disciples dying at the hands of the Sea clan. It is not an exaggeration to say that those from Sea God Palace are my Sea Temple's mortal enemies. Since Martial Uncle is acquainted with this person, please avoid suspicion for a few days. Martial Nephew will handle this matter and will give Martial Uncle a satisfactory explanation. Yang Kai raised his brow. He faintly realized that he seemed to be involved in some kind of struggle, and this struggle was obviously between Jiang Huayan and Sha Hu. From the looks of it, every family had their own problems. Yang Kai sighed inwardly. Huayan, do you have to do this? Sha Hu's face became gloomy, but he showed no intention of backing down. Martial Nephew is thinking for the sake of Ocean Palace. Jiang Huayan stood straight, showing no sign of avoidance or guilt. Please forgive me, senior uncle. Sha Hu stared at Jiang Huayan gloomily as he faintly showed signs of pushing his Saint Qi, seemingly wanting to attack Jiang Huayan. Noticing this, Jiang Huayan not only showed no fear, but instead showed an eager look, as if he could not wait for Sha Hu to attack. Elder Sha. What's going on here? Yang Kai asked in confusion. Sha Hu turned to look at him and sighed, I'm ashamed, this old master has been too soft-hearted and has troubled you. Elder Sha, you're being too serious. Yang Kai chuckled. I don't know what's going on. Wait a moment, this old master will resolve this matter and then talk to you. Sha Hu said. Good. Yang Kai nodded, assuming a posture of watching from the sidelines as he looked around with a smile. Sha Hu then turned his eyes to Jiang Huayan and said in a heavy tone, Huayan, you were one of my Ocean Palace's rare geniuses back then. However, you were too narrow-minded. This old master thought that after so many years, with you occupying the position of first temple master, you would have changed somewhat. But you have disappointed this old master. No matter how high you climb, no matter how profound your cultivation becomes, Jiang Huayan will always be the same Jiang Huayan from back then. Nothing will change. Being scolded by Sha Hu in front of so many Ocean Palace masters, Jiang Huayan could not help but feel embarrassed. Jiang Huaiyan's face obviously showed some embarrassment as he angrily said, "Martial nephew's matters need not concern martial uncle." Shahu slowly shook his head, "A leopard cannot change its spots. This old master has been missing for 300 years, but after returning to Ocean Palace with the help of Sect Master Yang, I am no longer prepared to participate in this struggle for power. As long as I can bring an opportunity for Ocean Palace to develop, I don't care which of the 3 temple masters sits on it. Do you think this old master wants to compete with you for the position of first temple master? What a joke. I'll say something you don't like to hear, but the position of temple master of Ocean Palace is nothing in this old master's eyes." The corners of Jiang Huaiyan's eyes twitched slightly as he stared at Shahu, as if trying to see if he was telling the truth or not. Yang Kai, on the other hand, showed a look of understanding, finally understanding why he was being treated like this. Obviously, it was because Jiang Huaiyan thought that Shahu's return was a threat to his position, so he deliberately made things difficult for Yang Kai in order to suppress Shahu. As for colluding with the Sea clan, that was just a good excuse. Even without this excuse, Ocean Palace would have found other excuses. It could only be said that Yang Kai had stepped into the vortex of a power struggle and was now being used as a bargaining chip. Shahu obviously had no intention of competing with Jiang Huaiyan for power. He had lived on Serene Soul Island for 300 years and had long since become indifferent to fame and fortune. All he wanted to do was pursue a more powerful martial Dao. However, no matter what, Jiang Huaiyan was still the first temple master of Ocean Palace, so even if Shahu was displeased, he could not deal with him and could only endure. This was why Yang Kai said he was too soft-hearted. Jiang Huaiyan stepping forward to threaten Yang Kai had forced Shahu to come forward, making it impossible for him to endure any longer. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Kai Yang's mind, allowing him to guess the root cause of the current situation in a very short time. This old master will give you one last chance. Apologize to Sect Master Yang and I will pretend this matter never happened. From now on, you will still be the first temple master of Ocean Palace. As for this old master, he can leave Ocean Palace and never return." Shahu stared at Jiang Huaiyan coldly and said in an unquestionable tone. The latter's eyelids twitched, and it was obvious that his eyes were burning with rage. Shahu taking advantage of his seniority to speak to him in such a commanding tone obviously made him feel very uncomfortable. If he really did as Shahu said and apologized to Yang Kai, his dignity as first temple master would plummet. In the future, when others talked about him, they would only think of him as a puppet arranged by Shahu in front of the Great Hall. This was something Jiang Huaiyan absolutely could not tolerate. "Martial uncle, you are the most senior person in my Ocean Palace. Martial nephew has always respected you, but you have disappointed Martial nephew. As one of my Ocean Palace's elders, not only do you not consider Ocean Palace's interests, you even want this temple master to apologize to an outsider? Who does he think he is? Martial uncle, this temple master will also give you a chance to withdraw from this matter and no longer participate in it. Martial nephew promises to be respectful and filial to you in the future, otherwise, don't blame Martial nephew for not giving you face." "It looks like we have nothing more to say," Shahu said with a gloomy expression. He had not expected that his joyful return to the Sea Temple he had been away from for so long would result in him encountering such a situation. If he had known this would happen, he would have simply stayed on Serene Soul Island. "Martial uncle, are you determined to oppose me and Sea Temple?" Jiang Huaiyan narrowed his eyes and looked at Shahu, not allowing him to explain himself. First, he put a big hat on his head. Shahu remained silent, but his expression was one of grief. "In that case, Martial nephew will not be polite." Jiang Huaiyan suddenly shouted, "Open the spirit array." As soon as he finished speaking, the entire Black Reef Island began to hum and tremble. In the next moment, a bright curtain of light enveloped the entire Black Reef Island. The sea within 100 miles surged, and the waves rose to a height of 10 zhang. An incomparably rich water attribute world energy madly gathered towards Black Reef Island, and mid-air, numerous strange beasts formed from water attribute world energy rapidly took shape. These beasts were so densely packed that they could not be seen with the naked eye, and there were also many different kinds of weapons formed from water attribute world energy. An aura of destruction descended from the sky. Shahu's face changed drastically as he exclaimed, "Blue roaring tidal array." So you had already planned to use the spirit array to embarrass this old master? Jiang Huayan smiled and said, Martial Uncle must be joking, this spirit array is not meant to target Martial Uncle, after all, you are also a member of my sea temple. Saying so, Jiang Huayan turned to look at Yang Kai. If it's not meant to deal with old Sha, then it's meant to deal with me? Yang Kai pointed his finger to his nose indifferently. Jiang Huayan sneered, I heard that sect master Yang's strength is so great that even the leaders of Heaven Battling Union, Thunder Typhoon Sect, and Star Emperor Mountain fell at sect master Yang's hands. This temple master does not dare act carelessly. Temple master Jiang is too kind, my reputation is nothing more than a rumor spread by others. Humph. Sect master Yang is the sect master of High Heaven Sect and has never interfered with my sea temple's affairs, but since you dare collude with the Sea clan, you are my Sea Temple's mortal enemy. Sect Master Yang, surrender. Jiang Huayan looked at Yang Kai proudly, as if he was fully confident that under the spirit array, Yang Kai would be powerless to fight back. Yang Kai, you leave. Sha Hu suddenly shouted, the blue roaring tidal array is my Sea Temple sect defending spirit array. It draws support from the rich water attribute energy of the surrounding territory. So once it is activated, it is impossible for anyone below the Origin King realm to break the spirit array. However, with your ability, it won't be difficult for you to escape. You go first, this old master will cover for you. As expected of Martial Uncle, your understanding of my Sea Temple sect defending spirit array is indeed profound, but Martial Uncle, isn't it inappropriate for you to speak so much to an outsider? Jiang Huayan looked at Sha Hu with a sneer. Impudence, this old master has already said that this old master has no intention of competing with you, but you are so short-sighted. Sea Temple will decline in your hands sooner or later, so for the sake of our ancestors, this old master will have to fight with you. Old Sha, don't worry. Yang Kai gently patted Sha Hu on the shoulder, a calm look on his face. You're a fool. Sha Hu stomped his foot in annoyance. Once the spirit array is activated, the longer it accumulates, the more powerful it becomes. If you hesitate any longer, I'm afraid you won't be able to leave even if you want to. I don't want to leave, Yang Kai chuckled, it's just a spirit array, nothing more. Nothing more? Sha Hu's expression froze. His spirit array being evaluated by Yang Kai like this made Sha Hu feel quite uncomfortable. However, after seeing Yang Kai's extremely indifferent expression, Sha Hu's frown eased and he said thoughtfully, since you say so, this old master won't waste his breath. Be careful. N. Yang Kai nodded, his expression becoming somewhat ferocious, suddenly being used as a bargaining chip to deal with you makes the sect master very unhappy. Old Sha, this Jiang Huayan, do you mind if I kill him? Hearing this, Sha Hu sighed, leave him alive, this old master will deal with him personally. As you wish. You want to kill me? Let's see if you have the ability. Jiang Huayan glared at Yang Kai fiercely. Yang Kai's calmness annoyed him greatly and made him feel uneasy. He didn't know if Yang Kai really had some kind of powerful backing that allowed him to not fear the blue roaring tidal array. After all, according to the rumors Jiang Huayan had heard, Yang Kai had killed far too many peak origin returning realm masters. However, no matter how tyrannical an individual's strength was, how could they be stronger than a spirit array? Thinking so, the uneasiness in Jiang Huayan's heart calmed down significantly and he stared at Yang Kai coldly, his eyes filled with ridicule. As time passed, the power of the blue roaring tidal array grew stronger and stronger as the surrounding water attribute energy continued to gather towards it, condensing into strange beasts and weapons that grew larger and larger. A pressure that caused even Sha Hu to pale suddenly descended from the sky. Yang Kai, however, still showed no intention of taking action and simply stood in place, as if he was carefully appreciating the power of this blue roaring tidal array. After half a cup of tea's worth of time, the power of the blue roaring tidal array had been raised to its peak. The sound of a tsunami rang in Yang Kai's ears, causing him to feel uneasy. Looking up, the sky was also filled with countless strange beasts and weapons made of water attribute world energy, all of them glaring at Yang Kai like tigers eyeing their prey. They were all waiting for the right moment to arrive before they could tear Yang Kai into 10,000 pieces. A relaxed expression appeared on Jiang Huayan's face as he understood that even if Yang Kai possessed extraordinary strength, it would be impossible for him to escape from the blue roaring tidal array. This massive spirit array had been modified and strengthened by countless experts of Sea Temple, and it was enough to withstand a calamity that could wipe out an entire sect. Sect Master Yang, since you are Martial Uncle Sha's guest, if you obediently surrender, this temple master can consider lenient treatment. What do you say? Jiang Huayan looked at Yang Kai with a confident look on his face. Not good. Yang Kai shook his head. He looked at Jiang Huayan with a smile. I came here with sincerity, but I didn't expect to be treated like this. To be honest, your sea palace really annoys the sect master. If Elder Sha hadn't been here. This sect master even intends to remove your sea temple from Shadowed Star. However, the Ocean Palace was Elder Sha's sect. I can't go too far. You think you can remove my sea temple from Shadowed Star by yourself? Who gave you the confidence? Jiang Huayan roared. Do you have the ability? Yang Kai grinned. He didn't move much. He just looked at Jiang Huayan and softly said a word. Break. As soon as these words fell, the blue roaring tidal array, which had reached its peak, suddenly trembled, and the countless strange beasts' weapons suspended midair seemed to have gained sentience of their own and obeyed Yang Kai's command, bursting apart with a series of explosions. Even the bright light curtain that enveloped the entire Black Reef Island suddenly shattered at this moment. Sea Temple Sect defending array was instantly broken. It was as if the word Yang Kai spat out contained supreme power, forcing all the surrounding world energy to obey his instructions. Sha Hu was dumbfounded as he felt a great impact on his heart. He stared at Yang Kai with an incredulous look, as if he had just met him for the first time. Jiang Huayan was also stunned in place, glancing at Yang Kai before glancing around, unable to believe that the blue roaring tidal array had been completely broken with just a single word from the other party. Third Temple Master Qi Yunhai was even more dumbfounded, his body trembling slightly. The remaining Supreme Ocean Palace Masters all let out cries of disbelief. What happened? After a while, Jiang Huayan suddenly reacted and roared at Qi Yunhai, where are the disciples presiding over the spirit array? Why did they stop the spirit array? He thought that the spirit array had been broken because the disciples had taken the initiative to stop it, not because of Yang Kai's meddling. Qi Yunhai felt a headache coming on and quickly took out his communication artifact, poured his divine sense into it, and contacted the disciples presiding over the blue roaring tidal array. A moment later, he said in a panic, First Temple Master, it's not that the disciples stopped the spirit array, it's just that they can no longer activate it. How is that possible? Jiang Huayan's eyes trembled as he stared at Yang Kai in horror. Yang Kai grinned, don't waste your energy. Now that the world energy within 1,000 kilometers is under my control, without my consent, your spirit array is just a decoration. Nonsense. Jiang Huayan shouted, even if you are an origin king, it is impossible for you to control such a large range of world energy. Do you take this temple master for a fool? Yang Kai chuckled meaningfully as he suddenly raised his hands slowly. His movements were not fast. Instead, they were very slow. However, as he raised his hands, the seawater around Black Reef Island began to boil fiercely. Huge bubbles constantly rose from the surface of the sea. One after another, huge whirlpools formed near Black Reef Island and began to rotate wildly. Asterisk hong hong hong, asterisk thick pillars of water suddenly shot out from those whirlpools. Each pillar of water was dozens of meters thick. They shot straight up into the sky, and even the clouds in the sky were pierced by them. The sky shook and the earth trembled, causing everyone to lose their footing. The sea around Black Reef Island seemed to have suddenly dropped a few inches. The water pillars that had rushed into the sky ferociously returned, transforming into azure water dragons. On their ferocious and incomparably huge heads, their facial features were vivid and lifelike. Even the body formed by the water pillars had lines that resembled dragon scales. In the blink of an eye, around Black Reef Island, hundreds of water dragons formed from pure seawater took shape. These water dragons shook their heads and waved their tails as they rushed towards Black Reef Island. When they were only a few hundred feet away from Black Reef Island, they suddenly stopped and looked down. The entire Black Reef Island was instantly surrounded by these hundreds of water dragons, each of them thousands of meters long and several dozen meters thick, each of them giving off a destructive pressure. It was not difficult to imagine that when these hundreds of water dragons rushed down, Black Reef Island would be reduced to ruins in a very short time. Yang Kai, who had done all this, had only raised his arms slightly, not showing any signs of using his Saint Chi or strength at all. On Black Reef Island, a commotion broke out. Suddenly being surrounded by so many water dragons, the disciples of Sea Temple were naturally terrified. None of them knew what was happening, but under the terrifying pressure, they either collapsed to the ground or desperately tried to flee, causing the scene to descend into chaos. Jiang Huaiyan could no longer suppress the panic in the depths of his heart, and his whole body trembled violently as he stared at Yang Kai like he was some kind of monster. Unable to understand how Yang Kai was able to accomplish such a feat, no one dared to doubt that Yang Kai had the ability to remove Sea Temple from Shadowed Star anymore. The scene before them was the best explanation. Impossible, this temple master refuses to believe this is just an illusion. Jiang Huaiyan was still unwilling to give up and thought of a good reason, his eyes lighting up as he stared at Yang Kai. It turns out that sect master Yang has cultivated a profound illusion technique. This temple master was almost fooled by you. Stubborn fool. Yang Kai coldly snorted and with a single thought, sent one of the water dragons swooping down towards Jiang Huaiyan. In midair, the incomparably huge water dragon twisted and changed, inconceivably turning into a 30 feet long water arrow, and in the blink of an eye, it arrived in front of Jiang Huaiyan. Jiang Huaiyan roared as he pushed his Saint Chi, stretched out his hand, and condensed a shield-like secret technique in front of him. All of this was in vain, as wherever the water arrow passed, the shields burst without even showing any signs of stopping. Jiang Huaiyan was shocked and realized that everything in front of him was not an illusion at all, but a real attack. By the time he tried to dodge, it was already too late. The water arrow pierced through his body, leaving a trail of blood behind it. Jiang Huaiyan's eyes bulged as he fell to the ground. However, because of Shahu's previous plea, Yang Kai did not kill him, but even so, this blow had almost taken half of Jiang Huaiyan's life. If he was not treated carefully, his cultivation would definitely plummet. With a single thought, the sea can change into mulberry fields. With a single thought, mountains can be moved. Yang Kai, did you refine Shadowed Star Source? Shahu asked in a trembling voice as an astonishing light flashed across his eyes. What? Qi Yunhai's face changed drastically as he stared at Yang Kai in amazement. Refining star sources was something that only existed in legends, and once one refined a star's source, they would become the star master of that cultivation star and would be able to control everything there was to control it. Qi Yunhai subconsciously refused to believe such an incredible thing, because to refine star sources, one needed to have an extremely powerful cultivation. It was rumored that one needed to reach the third-order Origin King realm to do so. However, there was also a second-order Origin King cultivator who was extremely lucky and managed to refine a star source and become a star master. But this kind of thing was too far away, especially for a cultivator on Shadowed Star. Yang Kai was just a trivial third-order Origin returning realm cultivator, so how could he refine star sources? But if this was not the case, how could everything in front of him be explained? Even an ordinary Origin King would not be able to create such a big scene. Only a Star Lord who ruled over a cultivation star could control the spiritual chi of heaven and earth as he pleased and gather the spiritual chi of heaven and earth. Old Shah's vision is sharp. I was just lucky. Yang Kai smiled slightly, not denying it. Qi Yunhai could not help groaning in his heart. He suddenly realized that he had done something he would regret for the rest of his life with Jiang Huaiyan. Was there anything more stupid than targeting the Star Master of Shadowed Star on Shadowed Star? Sure enough. Old Shah breathed a sigh of relief and sighed bitterly, foolish. He was obviously blaming Jiang Huaiyan for being short-sighted. Originally, the friendship between him and Yang Kai was very good, but after this incident, Yang Kai's impression of Sea Temple would definitely not be good, which would be extremely detrimental to Sea Temple's future development. Somewhere on Black Reef Island, Yang Kai sat cross-legged with his eyes closed. Not far away, light footsteps sounded and Yang Kai opened his eyes to find that Sea Temple's third temple master, Qi Yunhai, was walking over with a group of people. As soon as he met Yang Kai's gaze, Qi Yunhai hurriedly lowered his head and looked straight ahead with a respectful look. Since that day when he learned that Yang Kai was actually the Star Master of Shadowed Star, Qi Yunhai no longer dared to act presumptuously. Although his cultivation was the same as Yang Kai's, Yang Kai was surrounded by the glorious aura of a Star Master, so even if there were 10,000 of him together, he would not be Yang Kai's opponent. He immediately apologized to Kai Yang and admitted his wrongs. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled by Yang Kai, so the position of First Temple Master was vacant. Although Shahu did not like Qi Yunhai's cowardice, for the sake of Si Temple, Shahu did not embarrass him and personally pleaded with Yang Kai to save his life. Sect Master Yang, I have brought you the people and materials. Qi Yunhai walked up to Yang Kai and stood 5 meters in front of him before saying respectfully. Yang Kai raised his eyes and glanced at the 6 people behind him, nodded lightly, and stretched out his hand, bring me the materials. Yes. Qi Yunhai stepped forward and handed a space ring to Yang Kai. Yang Kai released his divine sense and scanned it, finding that the materials inside were no different from what he had requested. Nodding, he said, good, you may leave. Tell old Shah that the space array here will be completed in 7 or 8 days, so he doesn't need to worry about it. First, deal with the internal affairs of Si Temple. Jiang Huaiyan had been crippled, so it was inevitable that there would be some turmoil inside Si Temple. Although Shahu had no intention of meddling in the affairs of Si Temple, at this time, only he could step forward to stabilize the situation, so he could only do his best. Many thanks for Sect Master Yang's sympathy, I will definitely pass on your words. N. Qi Yunhai quickly left, as if he didn't dare to stay with Yang Kai for a long time. After he left, Yang Kai looked at the remaining 6 cultivator. Among the 6 people, there were men and women, old and young, and the older ones. Most of them looked old while the younger ones appeared to be 17 or 18 years old, clearly in their prime. Their cultivations weren't high, with the most powerful among them only being a first-order origin returning realm master while the worst was only a third-order saint. While Yang Kai was sizing them up, the 6 of them were also sizing up Yang Kai. Everyone's eyes were filled with curiosity. After all, it was rumored that this man was the Star Master of Shadowed Star. It was the master of the Cultivation Star that it was in control of. Before bringing them here, Qi Yunhai had specifically warned them not to disobey Yang Kai. Whatever Qi Yunhai said was right, and if they made Yang Kai unhappy, they would be punished according to the sect's rules. Are you the best array masters of Si Temple? Yang Kai asked with a smile. Among the 6, the old man stepped forward and cupped his fists, reporting to Sect Master Yang, the 6 of us are indeed the ones who have studied the Tao of Spirit arrays the most in Si Temple. Good, Yang Kai gently nodded. Before Qi Yunhai brought you here, he should have told you what to do, right? Third Temple Master said that he would assist Sect Master Yang in refining a space array to connect my Si Temple and High Heaven Sect to facilitate the exchange of materials between the 2 sects, the old man replied again. Since you already know. Then I won't waste any more words. In terms of materials, your Si Temple has already prepared them, all that remains is for you to refine and integrate them into the array bases needed to construct the spirit array. As for the spirit array bases, I believe these shouldn't be difficult for you. The old man also seemed to have discovered that Yang Kai was not the fierce and evil person he had imagined and instead had an amiable attitude, so he immediately relaxed and proudly declared, as long as we have the method to refine them, the 6 of us will not disappoint Sect Master Yang. Good. Yang Kai smiled lightly, stretched out his hand, summoned the 6 to his side, and began explaining to them what kind of materials needed to be paired with what kind of materials to refine. The 6 of them had extremely high attainments in the Tao of Spirit arrays, not something Yang Kai's half-baked knowledge could compare with. Yang Kai only gave a brief explanation, but the 6 of them were able to understand. Next, Yang Kai took out the materials prepared by Si Temple one by one, divided them into different categories, and gave them to the 6 of them to refine different components. The arrangement of a space array was extremely complicated, but before coming here, Yang Kai had already arranged a space array outside High Heaven Sect, so this was his second time, so he was somewhat familiar with the process. The main work was naturally done by him. The reason why Yang Kai had Qi Yunhai bring the 6 of them over was just to act as his assistants, which would save him a lot of time. Yang Kai was also worried that these 6 people would steal something from him. After all, the most fundamental part of the space array was still in his hands. As long as this array diagram was not leaked, even if they copied it and arranged a new one, it wouldn't be of any use. In this open space on Black Reef Island, the 7 people each performed their own duties. In just 5 days, a space array that covered an area of about 10 feet had been completely set up. Looking around, this space array was not the same as the ones in the major cities. There was no circular arch, only a circular base placed on the ground, giving it a very simple appearance. However, the area it occupied was slightly larger. After all, if this space array was completed, it could cross a distance of millions of kilometers and could accommodate up to 50 people at a time. This was something the space arrays in the major cities could not compare with. The prototype of the space array had been arranged, so the rest was up to Xianxia himself. The 6 array masters of Sea Temple did not rush to leave and instead stood quietly to the side, paying attention to Xianxia's actions. Unfortunately, no matter how they investigated, they could not find any clues. Xianxia's divine sense shuttled back and forth across the base of the space array, carving a series of mysterious and complex patterns that gradually converged to form the space array's diagram. Xianxia's conflagrated knowledge C was his conflagrated knowledge C, so it was extremely easy for him to leave a mark on these materials that had already been refined. The entire process was smooth, and it only took Xianxia half an hour to complete the carving of the space array. After carefully inspecting the array diagram and confirming that there was nothing wrong with it, Xianxia smiled slightly and poured his space force into it to activate the space array. At the same time, he located High Heaven Sec's space array and connected the two places. "That's it?" the old man asked in disbelief. "It's almost done. As long as enough Saint crystals are placed into the space array, it will be able to operate," Xianxia nodded and replied. The 6 array masters all gasped as they stared at Xianxia in admiration. A space array? It only took him 5 days to set up such a huge space array. If such a thing was told, no one would believe it. On Shadowed Star, the method of arranging space arrays had long been lost. All that remained were relics from ancient times, and the cultivator could only perform some simple repairs. It was impossible for them to be rearranged. Moreover, even in ancient times, when the method of arranging space arrays had not been lost, it was impossible for it to be completed in such a short time. According to ancient records, the arrangement of a space array was a huge waste of manpower and resources. Not only did it require a huge amount of financial and material resources, but it also consumed a lot of time. Over the years, being able to arrange a single space array was already an amazing feat, but here, it had been completed in just 5 days. The 6 of them looked at each other and couldn't help but feel a sense of pride and excitement. After all, this space array contained their blood, sweat, and tears. Sect Master Yang, may this old master be so bold as to give it a try? The old man rubbed his hands excitedly and asked. Being the first person to use a space array, although there were no substantial benefits, for him, it was still a kind of glory. Wait a moment. Xianxia chuckled before sitting down, taking out some strange materials from his space ring and placing them in front of him to smelt. Wrapped in his Saint Qi, the impurities in these materials were removed and the various materials gradually gathered together like a hodgepodge. The 6 array masters didn't know what Xianxia was going to do, so all of them just stared at him in confusion, feeling that he was quite mysterious. After a short while, a token-like object appeared in Xianxia's hand. This token was not eye-catching, it was black in color and did not give off any world energy fluctuations, but on this token was engraved the word Ling. It was as if a dragon was flying and a phoenix was dancing, as if a divine dragon was about to soar into the sky, giving it an indescribable feeling. Xianxia refined a total of 6 such tokens before casually tossing them to the 6 array masters. Each of the 6 array masters took one and held it in their palms as they examined it carefully. The old man seemed to think of something and his expression became excited as he stammered, "Sect Master Yang, dare I ask what this is?" He obviously misunderstood and thought that Xianxia had given them something good. "This is a transmission token. Without this transmission token, the only result of activating the space array is being banished to the void, never to return," Xianxia explained lightly. The faces of the 6 array masters changed as they understood the purpose of these 6 tokens Xianxia had specially refined. The old man recovered from his loss and quickly understood the key to this, cupping his fists and saying, "Sect Master Yang's thoughts are meticulous, this old master admires. With this, we can avoid the situation of a large number of cultivators invading with the help of our sect's arrays." When the other 5 array masters heard what he said, they suddenly understood why Yang Kai had refined these 6 tokens. Although the space array was convenient to connect the 2 places, if an enemy took advantage of this gap and used this method to invade, it would be difficult to guard against. However, this transmission token refined by Yang Kai could essentially prevent such a situation from happening. Without this transmission token, it was impossible to use the space array. Yang Kai smiled lightly and didn't say anything, simply waving his hand and enveloping the 6 array masters with his Saint Chi before standing on top of the space array. Let's go and see if this array is useful. Before the 6 array masters of Sea Temple had time to speak, Yang Kai had already inserted the Saint crystals used to activate the array into the grooves around it. The array immediately began operating, and with a flash of white light, the 6 array masters felt their bodies lighten, and by the time they reacted, the scenery in front of them had changed drastically. Looking around, the ground in front of them was black and red, and the surrounding air was filled with a rich fire attribute aura, making it appear somewhat hot and dry. The environment here was completely different from the limitless ocean where Sea Temple was located. Beneath his feet was an existence identical to the space array arranged by Yang Kai and the others. There were also some cultivators in the surroundings who were busy building a palace here. This palace was almost complete, and its imposing aura was magnificent. The nearby bustling martial artists were all wearing the same uniform. On their clothes, there was a small Ling word embroidered. High Heaven Sect Disciples. The 6 array masters from Sea Temple immediately reacted. They had already arrived near High Heaven Sect, and this place was obviously very similar to the legendary Luyan Sand Field. The abnormality of the space array here alarmed the nearby High Heaven Sect disciples, and some of them immediately came to investigate. After discovering that it was Yang Kai, they quickly cupped their fists and bowed. Yang Kai waved his hand. I'm just testing whether the array over there is useful or not. All of you can go about your own business. Yes. The disciples obeyed and dispersed. High Heaven Sect space array was arranged by Yang Kai outside the Luyan Sand Field, so as to avoid the drawbacks of others directly entering the headquarters through the space array. This space array was of great significance as it was a bridge between High Heaven Sect and the outside world. Yang Kai planned to arrange space arrays in all the famous cities on Shadowed Star so that High Heaven Sect would be able to establish contact with them at any time and place. This would be of great help to High Heaven Sect's future development. Sect Master. A High Heaven Sect disciple did not leave immediately and instead stood in place and cupped his fists respectfully. What is it? Great Elder instructed a few days ago that if Sect Master appears here, he must inform Sect Master about this matter. Please be sure to pass on a message to the Sovereign. Half a month ago, the Shadow Moon Palace's Palace Lord Qian sent a message, asking the Sovereign to make time to make a trip to the Shadow Moon Palace. He said that he had something important to discuss with me. Got it. Yang Kai nodded. Only then did the disciple leave. Yang Kai didn't know why Qian Tong was looking for him, but it shouldn't be urgent, otherwise, he would have come in person. Moreover, Qian Tong was now an Origin King Realm Master, so there were few things in this world that could threaten him. Yang Kai didn't take this matter to heart. He planned to finish his work before going to the Shadow Moon Hall to meet Qian Tong. After testing the smoothness of the space array, Yang Kai led the 6 Ocean Temple members back to Black Reef Island. The 6 of them were still somewhat unsatisfied. The old man wore a look of extreme admiration as he said, Sect Master Yang, this old master has also used many space arrays, but each time he uses them, the transmission distance depends on the distance. All of them have varying degrees of dizziness, but this space array did not cause this old master to feel any of these. Sect Master Yang's talent is truly admirable. The other 5 also nodded in agreement. Space arrays were indeed convenient to use, but transmission through space would put a burden on the cultivator. This burden was not only on the physical body, but also on the soul. The further the distance, the greater the burden. Therefore, a cultivator who was not strong would not dare to perform long-distance transmission. If they were not careful, it was very likely that their knowledge sea would be destroyed. From then on, they would become an idiot. Even short-distance transmissions could not be performed too many times in a short period of time. Of the 6 array masters, which one of them had not used a space array before? It was just a matter of how many times. they were well aware of this drawback. But just now, they had performed 2 ultra-long distance transmissions over 10 million kilometers. Yet, they did not feel any discomfort. It was as if they were visiting a neighbor. In other words, the space array arranged by Yang Kai had surpassed the ancient relics in all aspects and reached a new height. Of course, the old man admired this to the extreme. Yang Kai smiled lightly, "It's just a small trick. Anne, please pass the transmission tokens in your hands to old Shah. Also, tell old Shah to send someone to High Heaven Sect once Sea Temple has settled down. My sect's great elder Yi will discuss the exchange of supplies with him. Is Sect Master Yang leaving now? Would you like to rest for a few days and meet with Grand Uncle Shah?" The old man tried to persuade him to stay. "No, I have to make a trip to see God Palace." Yang Kai waved his hand before his figure flickered and disappeared from where he stood. A look of regret appeared on the faces of the 6 array masters. After a brief discussion, they hurried towards the center of Black Reef Island. The 6 transmission tokens were of utmost importance, so they did not dare to act carelessly. Sea God Palace was a huge force on the limitless ocean that rivaled Sea Temple and encompassed all sentient beings in the limitless ocean. To a certain extent, Sea God Palace was much stronger than Sea Temple, whether it was in terms of the cultivation or number of high-level cultivators. However, although the two of them had friction from time to time, they would never fight on a large scale, allowing them to coexist on the limitless ocean. Sea God Palace was actually located somewhere 10,000 meters below the surface of the ocean. The huge underwater palace complex was beautifully built and protected by spirit arrays, allowing the air inside to be fresh and natural. For others, trying to find the headquarters of Sea God Palace on the vast limitless ocean was like looking for a needle in a haystack. Even Sea Temple had never been able to figure out where Sea God Palace was located. But for Yang Kai, it was a simple and easy task. After leaving Black Reef Island, it only took him a day to lock onto the location of Sea God Palace and arrive here. Here, he did not encounter any difficulties. Although the Sea clan looked down on the human race and was a different race from the human race, they had always respected the strong. Yang Kai undoubtedly had the capital to make them treat him with respect. What's more, as the Sea clan's princess, the little dolphin was extremely close to Yang Kai. Xianxia and Xianxia, the 2 great commanders, were also very grateful to Yang Kai. As such, cooperation with the Sea clan was much easier than with Sea Temple. Yang Kai personally went to meet the king of the Sea clan, the father of the little dolphin, Patriarch Lai Kong of the Dolphin-Fled Dragon clan. After the other party probed a little and determined that Yang Kai's strength was unfathomable, the 2 sides hit it off and immediately began cooperating. Just like with Sea Temple, Yang Kai made requests and Sea God Palace provided the materials. Yang Kai spent a few days arranging a 3rd space array in Sea God Palace and refining several transmission tokens. With these 2 transmission arrays in Sea Temple and Sea God Palace, High Heaven Sect could truly set foot in the deep sea from now on. When the time came, whether it was for their own use or to sell, High Heaven Sect would never suffer a loss. On the contrary, they could take advantage of this advantage to expand High Heaven Sect's material reserves, allowing the disciples to cultivate without any worries about a shortage of supplies. This was an advantage that no other sect on Shadowed Star possessed. Yang Kai did not plan to stay in Sea God Palace for long, so after everything was settled, he bid farewell to Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong. However, before leaving, something unexpected happened. The little dolphin actually ran over to Yang Kai with her tail wagging and handed a bead in her mouth to Yang Kai. This bead was about the size of a fist, blue in color, and as deep as the sea. It didn't look very big, but when Yang Kai held it in his hand, he found that it was extremely heavy and gave off a faint sound of tsunamis, as well as an extremely rich water attribute aura. When Sea God Palace's palace master Lai Kong, Qianmo, Xianxia, and the other great commanders saw this bead, their expressions changed and became dignified. Many people had nervous expressions on their faces. This thing? I can't accept it, Yang Kai smiled slightly as he patted the little dolphin's head. Although Yang Kai didn't know what this bead was, he could infer from everyone's expressions that this bead was absolutely valuable. He had just reached a cooperative relationship with Sea God Palace, so if he rashly accepted such a valuable gift, he was afraid that the Sea tribe would be displeased. The most important reason was that this bead was given to him by the little dolphin. The little dolphin only had the IQ of a few years old child, so its actions were entirely based on its preferences and could not represent the wishes of the entire Sea clan. If this had been given to him by Lai Kong himself, Yang Kai would not have considered it so much. Seeing Yang Kai refuse, the several Sea clan great commanders all showed relaxed expressions. The little dolphin, however, was unwilling to give up and began crying out anxiously, as if it would not give up until Yang Kai accepted it. Yang Kai tried his best to persuade it, but the little dolphin still refused to take it back, its eyes almost overflowing with tears. Yang Kai could only turn his gaze to Lai Kong helplessly. Lai Kong's expression was indescribable as he stared at the little dolphin with a soft gaze. After a long time, he smiled slightly and said, "Since Sect Master Yang and my daughter are so fated, please accept this thing. If you don't accept it, my daughter will definitely be sad. After all, Sect Master Yang is my daughter's savior. This is my daughter's gift of thanks. Sect Master Yang does not need to refuse." Yang Kai frowned and asked, "Dare I ask what this thing is? What use does it have?" "This is one of the treasures of my Sea God Palace, the Sea God Bead. It may not be of any use to Sect Master Yang, but if it is obtained by a cultivator who cultivates a water attribute secret art or secret technique, it will be of great use. It contains the source of the sea and is filled with rich and pure water attribute world energy. It is almost inexhaustible. This king gave it to my daughter as a birthday gift 2 years ago. Since it belongs to my daughter, of course she can give it to Sect Master Yang," Lai Kong explained. "The source of the sea." Yang Kai was slightly moved. "This thing really has some use to me. Since that's the case, this Yang will accept it." Lai Kong smiled and nodded. The several great commanders saw that the matter had reached this point and could not say anything more. "However, this Sea God bead is too precious. How about this? This Yang is willing to exchange 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills for it. What does Lai Kong Palace think? 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills?" Lai Kong's eyes lit up. The expressions of many great commanders also became excited. The Sea clan masters had long learned about the effects of shadowed heaven pills from Qianmo and Xianxia. Although they knew the effects of shadowed heaven pills were heaven-defying, their main ingredient could only be found on Serene Soul Island, so even if they wanted it, they couldn't obtain it. The little dolphin did have some, but not many. They were all given to her by Yang Kai before, so they could be considered her personal belongings. Who would dare take pills from a Sea clan princess? Even Lai Kong had only taken one shadowed heaven pill from the little dolphin to study it. After studying it, he returned it to his daughter. At this moment, Yang Kai was actually offering 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills. For the Sea clan, this was tantamount to a windfall. With these 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills, the Sea clan masters could greatly improve their physical strength. So when he heard that Yang Kai was willing to exchange 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills for this Sea God bead, Lai Kong could no longer maintain his calm and joy overflowed from his face. "Good." Yang Kai nodded with a smile. Although 500 origin grade shadowed heaven pills was a huge fortune, it was nothing to High Heaven Sect. The shadowed heaven lotus he brought back last time had all been given to Xianxia. Presumably, after so many days, she had refined a lot of pills. Lai Kong said dryly, "How can I accept this? If Palace Master Lai Kong does not agree, then this Yang will be embarrassed to accept this Sea God bead." Lai Kong pondered for a moment before nodding. "Since Sect Master Yang is so straightforward, this Lai Kong will not hesitate. This king agrees. May the friendship between Sea God Palace and High Heaven Sect last forever." "Good, I will have someone deliver the 500 shadowed heaven pills to Sea God Palace. Please wait a few days." Yang Kai kept his fists to the Sea clan masters. "This Yang will take his leave now. Please wait a moment." After saying so, Yang Kai stepped directly into the space array and teleported out of High Heaven Sect with the help of its power. The Sea God bead he unexpectedly obtained this time was really useful to Yang Kai. Although he didn't cultivate any water attribute secret arts or secret techniques, the 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art required supreme treasures of the 5 elements. Among the 5 elements, there was no need to consider the fire element treasure. That piece of sun true essence contained a vast amount of energy. Yang Kai had used it to cultivate for such a long time, yet the sun's true essence had not changed at all. On the other hand, the supreme treasures of the other four attributes were damaged to a certain extent. Whether it was the lightning wood, profounding sunflower water, profound gold, or divine nullification sand, they couldn't hold on for much longer. The sea god bead he obtained this time could be used to replace the profounding sunflower water as a material for his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art. The sea god's pearl contained the source of a sea, and its water attribute spiritual energy was abundant and pure. Its grade could only be higher than the profounding sunflower water. There was no doubt that it met the requirements, and the energy stored inside it was definitely much more than the profounding sunflower water. From the looks of it, he didn't have to worry about water-type supreme treasures for the time being. On the other hand, he still needed to pay more attention to the metal, wood, and earth attribute materials. However, with Yang Kai's current identity, it wouldn't be difficult for him to find materials of these 3 attributes. In fact, he only needed to issue an order, but whether or not they would be comparable to the sea god bead was uncertain. After returning to High Heaven Sect, Yang Kai went to find Xianxia. He told her about the deal he made with Sea God Palace and asked her to send someone to collect 500 origin-grade Shadowed Heaven pills from Xianxia. Xianxia naturally agreed. Over the next 2 months, Yang Kai ran around the famous cities and sects of Shadowed Star, constantly arranging space arrays. 2 months later, using the space array outside High Heaven Sect as a foundation, High Heaven Sect's route was set up. It covered almost all of Shadowed Star, and as long as the disciples needed it, they could travel to any city they wanted at any time. Such an unprecedented scale was something that had never happened on Shadowed Star before. As a result, not only could High Heaven Sect keep abreast of the situation and information of Shadowed Star at any time, but it could also purchase all kinds of materials from all over the world. Yang Kai placed Heavenly Fate City at the bottom of his list. After all, he was going to see Qiantong, so he might as well arrange the space array together with this matter. On this day, Yang Kai arrived at Heavenly Fate City. Looking down at the post-war city from the sky, Yang Kai couldn't help feeling a little emotional. When he first arrived on Shadowed Star, he was just a second-order saint, but after so many years, he had already cultivated to the peak of Shadowed Star. Thinking back, it was on Dragon Cave Mountain outside Heavenly Fate City that he began to make a name for himself and gradually established the current High Heaven Sect. Recalling the past now felt like it was yesterday. Yang Kai smiled lightly and descended straight to the city lord's mansion. After being plundered by corpse spirit religion, Heavenly Fate City was originally in ruins, but after a long period of recuperation, the current Heavenly Fate City was prosperous again. Fei Ji too was still the city lord of Heavenly Fate City. When Yang Kai saw him, he had already recovered his third-order origin returning realm cultivation. It seemed that after being tortured by Feng Fengqi of corpse spirit religion last time, he had regained some of his former strength. Yang Kai couldn't help feeling happy for him, and after seeing Yang Kai, Fei Ji too was even more excited. After learning the purpose of Yang Kai's visit, he immediately decided to let Yang Kai do as he pleased. Yang Kai didn't hold back and immediately began to arrange the space array in Heavenly Fate City, connecting it to High Heaven Sect. In just 2 days, the space array was completed. With the study of space arrays, Yang Kai had become very familiar with arranging them and could save a lot of time. With a flash of white light, Fei Ji too disappeared from the space array. After a while, he reappeared and laughed. Sure enough, it was sent to High Heaven Sect. This is great. In the future, our 2 sects can communicate with each other at any time and we won't have to worry about it taking days to send a letter. Yang Kai smiled softly and suddenly asked, "By the way, Senior Fei, is old Qian here?" Hearing Yang Kai ask about Qiantong, Fei Ji too's expression immediately became serious and he nodded. "He's already here, but seeing you arranging the space array, he didn't want to disturb you. You should go and see him quickly. Old Ghost Qian seems to have something he can't solve." "Even old Qian can't solve it?" Yang Kai was stunned. He really didn't understand what was going on, that even a master like Qiantong was at his wit's end. When he was arranging the space array here, he had already asked Fei Ji too to send a message to Shadow Moon Hall. 2 days was enough for Qiantong to arrive. Yang Kai no longer hesitated and hurriedly went to see Qiantong under the lead of Fei Ji Tuesday. In a hall of the city lord's mansion, Xianxia stepped in. There were only 3 people waiting inside. These 3 were all old acquaintances of Xianxia. In addition to Qian Tong, there was Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, the pair of mandarin ducks in distress. Seeing Xianxia, Qian Tong's eyes lit up and he smiled bitterly. "You're finally here, little brat. Please forgive me, old Qian. I thought it was nothing serious, so I didn't rush over. I've been running around Shadowed Star all this time." Xianxia smiled awkwardly. If he had known that Qian Tong was so anxious, he would have been the first to come to Heavenly Fate City. Qian Tong smiled. "It's not that urgent, otherwise, this old master would have gone to High Heaven Sect in person." To the side, Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer hurriedly got up and greeted Xianxia. Xianxia returned the greeting. Sweeping them with his divine sense, he found that the Saint Qi in their bodies was surging like a sea and their auras were fluctuating. Obviously, they were on the verge of a breakthrough. They were worthy of being the most elite disciples of Shadow Moon Hall. Less than 10 years after breaking through to the Origin Returning Realm, they were actually on the verge of a breakthrough. Logically speaking, even with Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer's aptitude, their cultivation progress should not have been so rapid. Xianxia guessed that this was related to the last time Corp Spirit Religion had wreaked havoc on Shadowed Star. A cultivator was often able to force out all their potential in desperate situations. Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer had been on the verge of death several times during that incident, which was of great benefit to their future cultivation. When young people met, it was always lively. While Xianxia was talking to Wei Guchang and Dong Xianer, Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu did not interrupt and just watched from the side with a smile. After a long time, Xianxia patted his head and turned to Qian Tong. "Right, old Qian, why did you come looking for me? I heard Senior Fei say that even you can't solve this matter." Qian Tong's expression gradually became serious as he nodded. This old master really can't solve it, so he wanted to ask you. What is it specifically? You should know if you take a closer look." Qian Tong did not give a direct answer. After he finished speaking, a mysterious force suddenly burst out of his body and radiated outwards. Territory field. This was a territory field that only Origin King Realm Masters could possess. It was the ultimate evolution of Shi. Qian Tong had only broken through to the Origin King Realm a few years ago, so his territory field was not very powerful among Origin Kings, but when he released his territory field, the entire world seemed to tremble. Fortunately, he did not target anyone present and instead restrained himself, so even if Wei Guchang and the others felt their bodies become heavy and their Saint Qi become difficult to circulate, they were not injured. Xianxia paid close attention to Qian Tong when suddenly, his complexion changed and he released his divine sense to investigate Qian Tong's surroundings. Seeing Xianxia's appearance, Qian Tong immediately knew that he had noticed something and spared no effort to continue maintaining his territory field so that Xianxia could see more clearly. After a long time, Xianxia's expression changed slightly as he withdrew his gaze and frowned. "Since you are the master of Shadowed Star, you should have noticed something wrong, right?" Qian Tong dispersed his territory field and asked Xianxia. Fei Zhitu, Wei Guchang, and Dong Xianer were all confused, none of them knowing what was wrong with Qian Tong. In their opinion, there was nothing wrong with Qian Tong. As soon as he released his territory field, it was suffocating. "The world principles here are rejecting you?" Xianxia asked suspiciously, a look of shock flashing across his eyes. "You really noticed?" Qian Tong sighed. "What?" Fei Zhitu was shocked. "Old Ghost Qian is being rejected by the world principles? How could such a thing be possible?" "Nothing is impossible." Qian Tong smiled bitterly and shook his head. "If the world principles were not rejecting me, do you think this old master was struck by lightning for no reason last time?" "Old Qian was struck by lightning?" Xianxia clicked his tongue in wonder. Qian Tong nodded. "Although I didn't suffer any serious injuries, the power of heavenly thunder is still not to be underestimated." Fei Zhitu's jaw dropped as he exclaimed, "I thought you were cultivating some kind of secret technique last time to attract heavenly thunder, but it turns out that wasn't the case." "I didn't cultivate any secret technique." Qian Tong didn't know whether to laugh or cry. There are many secret techniques in Shadow Moon Hall. It's not like you don't know what kind of secret technique can attract heavenly thunder. Besides, even if there were such a secret technique, this old master wouldn't have the time to cultivate it. I'd rather consolidate my realm right now. What about the earth fire from last time? Dong Xian'er asked from the side. What earth fire? Fei Zhitu looked stunned. Dong Xian'er blinked his big eyes and explained, 2 months ago, a terrifying earth fire suddenly emerged from Honored Master's retreat and burned the entire place to ashes. Such a thing happened? Fei Zhitu was very surprised. It's also because this old master was rejected by the world principles. Qian Tong was very annoyed. Since this old master returned to Shadowed Star, I've encountered this kind of thing more than once. Although this old master resolved it every time, this old master can't concentrate on his cultivation. Not only that, when this old man flies in the air, there is a soul-dispersing astral wind in the void that rushes into my sea of consciousness, wearing down my spiritual power. This old man doesn't dare to fly for too long, nor does he dare to fly too high, for fear of causing unbearable consequences. Heavenly thunder, earth fire, astral wind. Yang Kai clicked his tongue. Old Qian, you've been living such a bitter life. Hearing Yang Kai's teasing, Qian Tong looked like he wanted to cry but had no tears to shed. This kind of life was indeed very stressful. Fortunately, Qian Tong was not in secluded retreat these days, otherwise, once he was disturbed, it was very likely that he would become the demon race. At that time, even if he was an Origin King Realm Master, it would be impossible for him to survive. How could there be such a thing? Fei Zhitu's face was filled with disbelief. His eyes were filled with surprise. This city lord has lived for hundreds of years, but this is the first time I've heard of this. This is my first time as well. Qian Tong sighed heavily, then looked at Yang Kai with an expectant expression. Yang Kai, you are now the master of Shadowed Star. Can you find a way to relieve this old master of these worries? He was really too troubled, and he didn't know when the heavenly lightning, earth and fire would strike, so he couldn't go into seclusion. Now, he could only pin all his hopes on Yang Kai, hoping that he could come up with a solution. But to his great disappointment, Yang Kai slowly shook his head. I can roughly grasp the world principles of Shadowed Star, but it is impossible for me to break them. Qian Tong heard this and sighed. Another sigh followed. The hall fell silent for a while as everyone's expressions became heavy. The only Origin King Realm Master on Shadowed Star had appeared in Shadow Moon Hall, which should have been an extremely glorious matter, but Qian Tong was now being rejected by Shadowed Star's world principles, which was not good news. After a long time, Qian Tong suddenly said, it seems that the only way is to leave. Old Ghost Qian, you want to leave Shadowed Star? Fei Zhitu was shocked. Wei Guchang and Dong Xian'er also looked at Qian Tong reluctantly, as if they wanted to say something to persuade him, but did not know where to start. If I don't leave here, this old master will be troubled for the rest of his life, and his cultivation will never improve. Qian Tong smiled slightly. This old master finally broke through to the Origin King realm. This old master does not want to be trapped in this realm for the rest of his life. This old master wants to go higher, stand farther, and see more wonderful scenery. You're already so old, yet you're still so ambitious. Fei Zhitu smiled bitterly. Old Fei, are you willing to be trapped in the Origin returning realm for the rest of your life? Qian Tong asked. How could that be possible? Fei Zhitu snorted. If my realm had not fallen last time, I would have left Shadowed Star with this city. Regardless of whether I can pry into the mysteries of the Origin King realm or not, this city lord would have left Shadowed Star with you. Yes, people walk to higher places, and water flows to lower places. Since you've decided, I have nothing else to say. Then I have nothing more to say. You can rest assured that Shadow Moon Hall will be well taken care of, Fei Zhitu said seriously. Yang Kai, if this old master wants to leave here, he will need to borrow your strength. Qian Tong looked at Yang Kai. Of course, Yang Kai smiled faintly. Of course, Yang Kai smiled slightly. Actually, I have a plan that I am going to implement soon. It happens to coincide with old Qian's idea. What plan? Qian Tong's eyes lit up when he heard this. I am going to arrange a space array on another cultivation star. Ultra-long distance transmission across stars? Qian Tong and Fei Zhitu exclaimed in unison as they looked at Yang Kai in shock. Yang Kai nodded. Shadowed Star has been closed off for long enough. It is time to go out and take a look. If this plan can really be accomplished, a cultivator on Shadowed Star will be able to leave Shadowed Star in the future and go to other places to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Qian Tong and Fei Ji too were speechless for a long time, just staring in shock. After a long while, Qian Tong asked hesitantly, "Can this kind of thing be done?" "Where there is a will, there is a way." Yang Kai chuckled, "At the very least, I don't think there will be any problems with the arrangement of the space array. But what if a master from another cultivation star invades Shadowed Star with the help of the space array you arranged? What will happen then?" Qian Tong showed a trace of worry on his face. "Haha, you don't have to worry about that." Fei Ji too laughed as he took out a few tokens engraved with the character Ling from his space ring and waved them in his hand. "Without these, it is impossible to use the space array arranged by Yang Kai." "What are these?" Qian Tong was puzzled. "Transmission tokens." Fei Ji too immediately explained. After Qian Tong understood the function of these transmission tokens, he could not help but feel relieved and thoughtfully said, "Yang Kai, you made these transmission tokens, it seems you already had plans." "Of course, arranging a space array on Shadowed Star is just practice," Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. His real goal was to connect Shadowed Star to Star Territory. This was not just a spur-of-the-moment thing, Yang Kai had been considering for a long time. It would take far too long to travel from Shadowed Star to the bustling star field, but if there was a space array, there wouldn't be such a problem. Today, in High Heaven Sect, there was more than one peak third-order origin returning realm master, and a sect master. Yang Kai was bound to plan for their future. Even he himself had reached the third-order origin returning realm and urgently needed to leave Shadowed Star to prepare for his breakthrough to the Origin King realm. What's more, by arranging a space array, Yang Kai could also cultivate the Tao of Space. These days, he found that his grasp of the Tao of Space had become more profound. Killing several birds with one stone, Yang Kai naturally would not let go of this opportunity. Good. Since you are so considerate, this old master can rest assured. You becoming the sect master of Shadowed Star is the blessing of all stars." Qian Tong laughed. "Then, old Qian, will you leave with me, or will you wait for me to finish arranging the space array before leaving?" Yang Kai asked again. Qian Tong thought about it seriously for a while before saying, "After you finish arranging the space array, this old master will stay on Shadowed Star for a while. There are still some things I need to deal with in Shadow Moon Hall. Then old Qian can wait for my good news." Yang Kai smiled lightly. After the discussion, Yang Kai did not stay in Heavenly Fate City for long and instead returned directly to High Heaven Sect. Gathering all the elders in the sect, Yang Kai told them about his next plans. Yi Shiyun, Yang Xiaozhu, and the others all looked at Yang Kai excitedly and nodded in agreement. Needless to say, Yi Shiyun was the most promising existence on Shadowed Star to break through to the Origin King realm, but last time, she had to stay behind in High Heaven Sect to take care of Yang Yan, so she missed the opportunity to leave with Yang Kai. If Yang Kai could really arrange the space array on a nearby cultivation star, she would have a chance to escape the constraints of Shadowed Star's world principles. Yang Xiaozhu and the others also had similar thoughts. Although they hadn't been able to break through in the blood prison trial, that didn't mean that they wouldn't have any hope of breaking through in their lifetime. Naturally, they had to spare no effort to break through. Even if they had to break through a wall, they wouldn't turn back. Since no one has any objections, this sect master will do as he pleases. Yang Kai grinned and looked around, but before that, I need all of you to help me collect materials. What materials? Yi Shiyin asked. Space spirit crystals. Yang Kai said solemnly, the most critical material for arranging a space array is space spirit crystals. Depending on the distance between two space arrays, the number of space spirit crystals required will vary. Since we want to arrange a super long distance space array that can cross stars, the more space spirit crystals we have, the better. Good, we'll handle this matter. Yi Shiyin nodded heavily. Now that High Heaven Sect could easily communicate with all of Shadowed Star, it was not difficult to collect materials. The key was how many space spirit crystals they could collect. After all, space spirit crystals were extremely rare, and even if some were occasionally found, they would be used to refine space rings. Yang Kai had a lot of them before, all of which he had mined under Dragon Cave Mountain, but they had long been consumed by his cultivation of Space Force. The space spirit crystals used to arrange the space array during this time were all plundered from the storehouses of the various great sects and cities. 3 months, after 3 months, I will leave Shadowed Star. I hope all of you can help me collect enough space spirit crystals by then. Yes. All the elders nodded before quickly dispersing to contact their respective sects on Shadowed Star. Xianxia believed that after 3 months, Xianxia should be able to reap a great harvest. The elders of High Heaven sect were all mobilized, leaving Xianxia with nothing to do. After spending a few days with his parents and brothers, he took Su Yan and Xianxia to travel around Shadowed Star. He didn't know when he would be free after this trip. He only hoped that he could spend more time with his 2 senior sisters in these 3 months and enjoy more time with his 2 women. Such a life was simply a luxury for him. Is this the Grand Crystal Mountain Range where Colored Glass Sect is located? Su Yan looked down at the undulating mountain range below and asked. N. Xianxia, who was standing next to her, nodded before releasing his divine sense and using his status as a Star Master, sweeping the surrounding tens of thousands of kilometers before smiling. It seems that when Corpse Spirit Religion attacked, Colored Glass Sect's headquarters didn't suffer much damage. It's about the same as the last time I was here. Xianxia looked into the distance and said softly, the world energy on Shadowed Star is really incomparable to Tongxian realm. Every place we've been to these days, whether it's the world energy or the scenery, it far surpasses Tongxian realms. She looked slightly disappointed. Xianxia was Shadowed Star's Star Master, the Star Master of Tongxian realm. For every Star Master, a cultivation star that had its source refined was like their closest companion, like their own child. Tongxian realm's desolation and lack of world energy made Xianxia feel a little sad. Star Masters are closely related to cultivation stars. Little senior sister, you should work hard to improve your cultivation. One day, Tongxian realm will be revitalized again, Xianxia comforted. Xianxia nodded obediently. Let's go, Sect Master Gong should have received the news. Xianxia grabbed the 2 women's hands and led them forward. It had been almost 3 months since Xianxia began wandering Shadowed Star. Over the past 3 months, Xianxia's group of 3 had visited almost all of Shadowed Star's famous scenic spots, experiencing all kinds of local customs and practices. The magnificent limitless ocean, the endless silent desert, and the many towering mountains and rivers, all of which left their footprints and silhouettes in their memories. These 3 months would definitely become the most beautiful memories in the hearts of the 3 of them. Colored Glass Sect was Xianxia's last stop. Xianxia didn't come here to sightsee, but rather to ask Gong Ao Fu for something. Although Gong Ao Fu had led all of Colored Glass Sect to join High Heaven Sect when Corpse Spirit Religion was rampaging, High Heaven Sect's forces were still quite strong. She herself became one of the elders of High Heaven Sect, but after the hidden dangers of Corpse Spirit Religion were discovered, Xianxia asked Gong Ao Fu to return to Grand Crystal Mountain. He knew better than anyone else the significance of a sect to a cultivator. Just like the sect he established on Shadowed Star called High Heaven Sect. Even if Gong Ao Fu would have more room to develop if she stayed in High Heaven Sect, she would always remember Colored Glass Sect, the sect that gave birth to her and raised her. What's more, when Gong Ao Fu joined High Heaven Sect, Xianxia had allowed her to rebuild Colored Glass Sect in the future. Letting her go was just to fulfill his promise. Gong Ao Fu was indeed moved to tears. Although she led the cultivator of Colored Glass Sect back to Taiching Mountain, she also made a solemn vow that Colored Glass Sect would no longer exist. It was under the control of High Heaven Sect and was an affiliated sect of High Heaven Sect. This was the first subsidiary sect of High Heaven Sect. What's more, it was a very important subsidiary sect. When Xianxia brought Su Yan and Xianxia here, he had already sent a message to Gong Ao Fu. By the time they arrived at Colored Glass Sect's main peak, there was already a large group of people standing down below, led by a beautiful woman. She was full of charm and had a voluptuous figure. Naturally, she was Gong Ao Fu. Dai Yuan's face was still full of pockmarks, making her look extremely ugly, but standing beside Gong Ao Fu only served to accentuate Gong Ao Fu's beauty. Behind the 2 of them, these people were the only remaining elders and elite disciples of Colored Glass Sect, Insu Dai among them. Seeing Xianxia's light descend, the group of people down below immediately wore solemn expressions and saluted. Subordinate Gong Ao Fu greets Sect Master and Madam Sect Master. Gong Ao Fu quickly said. None of you are outsiders. Sect Master Gong doesn't need to be so polite. Yang Kai waved his hand while Su Yan smiled at Gong Ao Fu and calmly accepted the title she had just received. On the other hand, Xianing Chang, even though she was wearing a veil. Even with the veil covering her face, one could still see the blush on her face and her delicate earlobes. Even after so many years, this little senior sister was still as shy as ever. Sister Dai Yuan, long time no see. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Dai Yuan again, his eyes sweeping over her face meaningfully. Others might not know what kind of face was hidden under this disgusting face, but Yang Kai was well aware of it. Dai Yuan's figure was indeed exquisite and curvaceous, but her dignified appearance was very off-putting, making it extremely difficult for anyone to have a good impression of her. Yang Kai and Dai Yuan were simply the difference between heaven and earth. Would a divine dragon soaring in the sky ever pay attention to an ant crawling on the ground? As such, almost no one understood why Yang Kai cared so much about Dai Yuan. Facing Yang Kai's greetings, Dai Yuan just nodded lightly, not showing much enthusiasm. Gong Ao Fu smiled from the side. Subordinate heard from Great Elder that Sect Master has been wandering around Shadowed Star these past few months. Did you gain anything? Just looking at the scenery, how could I gain anything? Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. Sect Master and his two wives are a perfect match made in heaven. It seems that traveling hand in hand was the greatest gain. Yang Kai turned his head to look at Su Yan and Xianing Chang before smiling knowingly. Although they knew that Gong Ao Fu was trying to flatter them, the three of them didn't feel any disgust. I wonder why Sect Master has come to Colored Glass Sect today. Are you simply here to enjoy the scenery? If that is the case, Subordinate will do his best to arrange for you. My Grand Crystal Mountain scenery is also quite good. That's not it, Yang Kai shook his head. I came here this time because I have a presumptuous request to make. Please speak freely, Sect Master. Gong Ao Fu smiled tenderly. Without Sect Master's care, my Colored Glass Sect would have long since ceased to exist. If Sect Master has any request for Colored Glass Sect, it is Colored Glass Sect's honor. Why would you need to make such a presumptuous request? Seeing her being so straightforward, Yang Kai nodded. Then I'll be frank, I came here to ask for some 1,000 illusion colored glass. Your 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain hasn't been destroyed by corpse spirit religion, right? 1,000 illusion colored glass? Gong Ao Fu raised her brow. The 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain is a world wonder, so corpse spirit religion's people can't destroy it. However, if Sect Master wants the 1,000 illusion colored glass, it will be a little difficult. My Colored Glass Sect has been accumulating for so many years, but we only have 2 or 3 ounces of it. Is that enough for Sect Master? 3 taels is too little. Yang Kai laughed dumbly. Then, should we have Dai Yuan use her secret technique to mine some? Gong Ao Fu asked. In the entire Colored Glass Sect, only Dai Yuan, who cultivated a special secret technique, was able to refine 1,000 illusion colored glass and extract this strange material. As such, even if Colored Glass Sect possessed a rare treasure like 1,000 illusion colored glass mountain, they had never been able to use it. It had to be said that this was indeed a tragedy. Disciple can't mine much, but I think Yang Kai will have his own way. Dai Yuan looked towards Yang Kai with her beautiful eyes. Impudence! Gong Ao Fu shouted, her pair of beautiful eyes glaring at Dai Yuan majestically. How dare you call Sect Master by his name? Although her tone was reproachful, all her attention was focused on Yang Kai. Seeing that Yang Kai didn't show any signs of anger, Gong Ao Fu relaxed. It doesn't matter, Sister Dai Yuan and I are already familiar with each other, so calling her by name isn't a big deal, Yang Kai smiled. Dai Yuan grit her teeth and shot a rebuking glare towards Yang Kai. Before corpse spirit religion swept across Shadowed Star, she and Yang Kai had already been friends and had always referred to him as such, but now, this guy had leapt to the top and was actually able to command her honored master. Dai Yuan felt extremely awkward at this. Sect Master is magnanimous, Subordinate has neglected to teach Dai Yuan. Gong Ao Fu bowed and changed the subject. Does Sect Master have a way to mine 1,000 illusion colored glass himself? Yang Kai nodded. In that case, it's much more convenient. Sect Master can mine as much as he wants. In any case, we don't know how to use Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain. Please follow me, Sect Master. Saying so, Gong Ao Fu immediately led the way forward. Yang Kai, Su Yan, and Xianing Chong hurriedly followed. The cultivator from Colored Glass Sect was also very curious about what method Yang Kai was going to use to mine Thousand Illusion-colored glass, so naturally, they followed suit, wanting to see what was going on. You fool! In Su Dai looked at the departing crowd and approached Dai Yuan with a look of disappointment. When Sect Master took the initiative to greet you, why did you have such a cold look on your face? What should I have done? Stick to him? Dai Yuan glanced over at her. In Su Dai was rendered speechless for a moment, but after thinking about it for a moment, she suddenly giggled. If it were me, I would have stuck to him. He is the most powerful person on Shadowed Star. Taking the initiative to stick to him isn't embarrassing. You wish, but do you think you can compare to those two women beside him? Dai Yuan looked at In Su Dai contemptuously. In Su Dai was startled, recalling the graceful bearing of Su Yan and Xianing Chong. She couldn't help feeling like she had been dwarfed by these two. Su Yan didn't need to be mentioned. The cold aura she gave off was extremely powerful, making In Su Dai feel a great deal of pressure. With Su Yan around, In Su Dai didn't even have the courage to speak to Yang Kai. Even that extremely delicate woman with a veil on her face had a holy and inviolable temperament. It was a temperament that made others feel ashamed of their inferiority. So what if I can't compare? As long as Sect Master is happy, I still have a chance. In Su Dai coldly snorted. I'm too lazy to argue with you. Dai Yuan rolled her eyes at her before her figure flickered and she also followed the crowd. Idiot senior sister, you ugly woman. In Su Dai cursed behind her as she bared her fangs. Dai Yuan simply ignored her. Thousand Illusion-colored glass mountain was a small mountain composed of thousand illusion-colored glass. It was extremely heavy and looked simple, but in fact, thousand illusion-colored glass gave off an innate colored glass divine light. Colored glass divine light had the miraculous effect of restraining the five elements and restraining one's soul. Dai Yuan had given Yang Kai a colored glass bead that had formed in her body after she swallowed thousand illusion-colored glass, similar to the monster beast's monster core. Yang Kai had refined it and merged it with his demon eye of annihilation, greatly increasing its power. In addition, thousand illusion-colored glass had a strange ability to transform into thousands of different forms. It was rumored that if one used thousand illusion-colored glass to refine an artifact, it could transform into many different forms when facing an enemy, making it impossible for them to guard against. When High Heaven Sect's Origin King grade starship was refined, a large amount of thousand illusion-colored glass was added to it. Not only did this greatly improve the starship's defense, but it could also be controlled by the spirit arrays inside the starship. When sailing through the star field, the starship could disguise itself as a meteorite to confuse the enemy. Only Yang Inflammation could accomplish such a feat. No artifact refiner in the entire Starry Sky territory could refine so much thousand illusion-colored glass into a starship. In front of thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, in front of everyone's eyes, Yang Kai simply released the stone mongoose and let it mine on its own. The stone mongoose's innate divine technique allowed it to devour various rare minerals and refine their essence. Since thousand illusion-colored glass was classified as a type of mineral, it was inevitable that it would be restrained by the stone mongoose. Even the stone mountain in the blood prison territory had been hollowed out by the stone mongoose, so how could thousand illusion-colored glass mountain resist the stone mongoose's demonic claws? Under the astonished gazes of Gong Ao Fu and the others, the stone mongoose quickly arrived in front of thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, opened its mouth wide, and began to chew on the thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. Asterisk ka 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 ka. Asterisk a crisp sound rang out as the stone mongoose gnawed a hole in thousand illusion-colored glass mountain at a speed visible to the naked eye. In just a short time, a large chunk of this thousand illusion-colored glass mountain, which had been a hindrance to Colored Glass Sect for thousands of years, was missing. The cultivator of Colored Glass Sect were all dumbfounded. A moment later, the stone mongoose's entire body had drilled into thousand illusion-colored glass mountain. Although it was impossible to see what it was doing inside, the crunching sounds continued to ring out. It was easy to imagine that as this sound rang out, it must have devoured a large amount of thousand illusion-colored glass. Sect Master. This puppet creature actually has such a magical ability? Gong Aofu exclaimed. She knew about the existence of the stone mongoose, after all, during the Battle of Dragon Cave Mountain. She had also observed it from a distance. However, at that time, the stone mongoose had only transformed into a stone giant and wielded the heaven-shaking pillar in an indomitable manner. But to his surprise, the stone mongoose was not only strong, it could also easily eat the illusion glass. Hee, it is a very special existence. It has helped me a lot, Yang Kai answered casually. Xianxia pondered for a moment before adding, I need quite a lot of myriad illusion glass. Sect Master is free to do as he pleases, even if you have to take away the entire 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain. Gong Aofu did not wait for him to finish speaking and took the initiative to express her stance. That's not necessary, Yang Kai laughed involuntarily, this 1,000 illusion-colored glass mountain isn't small, so I'll only take 1%. It's definitely enough. If that's the case, I'm afraid we'll have to wait for 2 to 3 days. If Sect Master doesn't mind, why don't you go to the main peak to rest first? Come back in 2 to 3 days. All right. Yang Kai nodded. Gong Aofu immediately arranged everything and personally led him, Su Yan, and Xia Ningchang to the main peak, where they lived in the best palace. She also did not arrange any banquets for Yang Kai. Because she knew that Yang Kai did not care about such things and only ordered the sect's disciples to serve him wholeheartedly and not to disturb him when Yang Kai did not need them. 3 days later, everything was in order. The stone mongoose had been swallowing the 1,000 illusion-colored glass for 3 days. Its belly was now somewhat round and rolling, a clear indication of how much it had eaten. Yang Kai had it spit out the 1,000 illusion-colored glass. After putting it into his space ring, Yang Kai bid farewell to Gong Aofu. Before leaving, Yang Kai left behind some origin-grade artifacts and some origin-grade spirit pills for colored glass sect. Whether it was origin-grade artifacts or origin-grade spirit pills, they were all extremely precious treasures on Shadowed Star. Gong Aofu was naturally overjoyed and led the sect's elders and elite disciples to respectfully send off Yang Kai. 10 days later, High Heaven Sect. In the square of the main hall, a brand new space array was arranged under the direction of Yang Kai. This space array was somewhat different from the ones Yang Kai had arranged on Shadowed Star before. The main difference was that it occupied a smaller area, but the overall space array gave off a more dignified feeling. This was a space array that could carry out ultra-long distance trans-stars transmission. It was also the space array Yang Kai was using to locate High Heaven Sect. Just like before, with this space array as a foundation, Yang Kai only needed to arrange another space array on a nearby star and locate it, then he could perform the transmission. At this point, High Heaven Sect's 2 major space arrays had been completed. One was arranged outside High Heaven Sect and was used to communicate with all of Shadowed Star, while the other was a newly arranged space array. In the future, it would connect to some part of Shadowed Star's territory, something Yang Kai was looking forward to. Over the past 3 months, the entire High Heaven Sect had exhausted all of its resources, but only managed to collect less than 2,000 space spirit crystals for Yang Kai. These space spirit crystals were almost all of Shadowed Star's reserves, unless there were undiscovered space spirit crystal lodes. According to Yang Kai's estimation, these space spirit crystals should be enough to arrange 3 or 4 space arrays in Shadowed Star's territory. After arranging all the trivial matters and saying goodbye to his family and friends, Yang Kai went to the 6th layer of the Luyan sand field again and chatted with Yang Yan for a while before summoning his star shuttle and flying off. Inside High Heaven Sect, tens of thousands of people looked up and watched as the streak of light soared into the sky and finally disappeared from sight. Be careful on the way. Su Yan and Xia Ningchang stood on different peaks as they silently wished each other the best of luck. Outside Shadowed Star's 1,000,000 kilometer radius, the invisible star field territory was filled with astral winds. Here, large and small star field storms gathered, raged, annihilated, then reformed again. This cycle repeated itself. The fast-moving meteorite sea could smash any warrior or battleship that dared to enter this place to pieces. This was one of Shadowed Star's barriers. Shadowed Star's cultivator called it the Dead Territory. This dead territory was 1 million kilometers away and surrounded Shadowed Star, preventing anyone from leaving Shadowed Star or entering this place. If this was all there was to it, it would not have been enough to stop Origin Kings. Even if Shadowed Star was remote, there would always be Origin Kings who would come here over the past 10,000 years. However, inside this dead territory, there was something that could cause even Origin Kings to pale. Emperor pressure. Only Emperor pressure could cause Origin Kings to shrink back. The last time Yang Kai took Qian Tong and the others out of Shadowed Star, he had relied on the powerful defenses of the Origin King grade starship to rush out of this place. But this time, he was alone and had left the Origin King grade starship in High Heaven Sect as a precaution. Yang Kai could only rely on himself. He did not know how this dead territory was formed before, but after listening to Yang Inflammation talk about so many ancient secrets, he clearly realized that this dead territory was the battlefield left behind by the battle between Yang Inflammation and the Insect Emperor. As such, this place was filled with Emperor pressure and was extremely dangerous. Fortunately, although Emperor pressure was terrifying, it was not the first time Yang Kai had experienced it. When the Emperor Garden opened, he had used this Emperor pressure to integrate his space force into his Sure. Yang Kai was confident that his resistance to Emperor pressure was not inferior to anyone. Rushing straight into this dead territory, Yang Kai dodged the asteroids that came from all directions. The invisible astral wind blew on him like sharp blades, cutting his body. Dazzling sparks sputtered, making ear-piercing screeching noises that made people grind their teeth. A five-colored glow bloomed around Yang Kai's body as he used his 5 elements indestructible sword-tempering art to protect himself. Coupled with the constant consumption of Shadowed Heaven pills, Yang Kai's current physical strength had already been sublimated to an unimaginable level. The invisible astral winds, which even Origin Kings feared, could not hurt him at all. Occasionally, the asteroids that hit him would be torn apart in an instant. Yang Kai rushed into one of the dead territory storms without fear, and a storm so huge that it seemed capable of swallowing whole stars soon submerged his figure. But it was not long before Yang Kai rushed out from the other side of the storm safely, cutting through all obstacles. In his way, Yang Kai was unstoppable. Yang Kai even had the leisure to comprehend the mysteries of the Emperor pressure in this dead territory. This was far more helpful to his growth and improvement than absorbing the energy in the territory stones. Yang Kai sure had reached the grand accomplishment stage, and his Saint Chi, physical body, and soul had all reached the peak of the Origin returning realm. If not for the suppression of Shadowed Star's world principles, Yang Kai could also try to break through the shackles of the Origin King realm and achieve the prestige of an Origin King. As time passed slowly, Yang Kai's gains became greater and greater. However, Yang Kai soon discovered some problems. Comprehending the Emperor pressure in this dead territory was indeed a rare experience, but Yang Kai always felt that this Emperor pressure was too profound and difficult to comprehend. It was not as easy to grasp as the energy in the territory stones. After thinking about it for a while, Yang Kai understood. He was now at the peak of the Origin returning realm, and the next realm was the Origin King realm. After the Origin King realm, there was a higher realm. Above this higher realm was the Yang Inflammation realm, where he could obtain Emperor pressure. Right now, comprehending the Emperor pressure was indeed a bit too far away. Just like a child who had yet to learn how to crawl, he had to stand up and walk. Naturally, he would not be able to do it. It seemed that it would be best for Yang Kai to enter this dead territory after reaching the Origin King realm. Considering all this, Yang Kai no longer wasted any time and rushed straight forward. Yang Kai had a star in his knowledge sea, so there was no need to worry about getting lost in this vast territory. Through this star, Yang Kai could roughly estimate the distance between different stars and Shadowed Star, making it easier for him to choose a location to arrange a space array. One day a year later, Yang Kai landed on an icy dead star. There were innumerable dead stars in the entire star field. Perhaps after hundreds of millions of years, some of these dead stars would be able to derive world laws and give birth to life. However, this was too far away. Most dead stars, from their birth to their destruction, would remain in this desolate and lonely state. After landing, Yang Kai did not immediately rest but instead searched the surrounding 300,000 kilometers. After determining that there was no aura of life here, Yang Kai found a valley-like terrain and prepared to arrange the first space array here. This space array would become an indispensable hub for Shadowed Star to contact the outside world. The stone mongoose was released by Yang Kai and allowed to move about on its own. Over the past year, Xianxia had occasionally landed on some dead stars, and every time he did so, he would release the stone mongoose and let it explore to see if there were any other gains. The stone mongoose did not disappoint him. With its innate talent, it could often find some rare minerals. However, there were not many of them, so Xianxia did not care much about them and simply ordered it to refine and absorb them on its own. By absorbing the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself and become stronger. The stone mongoose's small body soon disappeared from Xianxia's sight. He then took out a variety of things from his space ring and began to arrange the space array. The mountain valley he chose was not small, and if one looked down from the void, it would look like a hole in this dead star. Xianxia chose a spot close to the rock wall and began to melt various materials and minerals in his hands, taking on various shapes. One after another, large and small parts appeared and piled up around Xianxia. These things were the foundation of arranging a space array. As long as they were completely refined and assembled together, then poured space force into them to inscribe the space array's array diagram, the process would be complete. This was not the first time Xianxia had done this. Before leaving Shadowed Star, he had personally arranged an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, so this was not a difficult task for him. All he needed was time. With no one to help him, Xianxia had to deal with this alone. The time it took was indeed a bit too long. It took about 15 days for Xianxia to complete the space array. The space array was arranged close to the rock wall, and if one did not search carefully, they would not be able to find it. However, this was not enough to ensure the safety of the space array. As Xianxia poured his Saint Qi into the space array in front of him, the color of the space array began to change, and soon, it looked exactly the same as the surrounding Earth. At first glance, it looked like this. This space array was like a part of the Earth. Only when one looked at it closely would they find some clues. Before leaving, Xianxia hadn't gone to Colored Glass Sect to ask for so much 1,000 illusion colored glass without any purpose. The main reason he wanted this 1,000 illusion colored glass was to add it to his space array. Increase the concealment of the formation. Although this was a dead star, who could guarantee that no cultivator would come here? If the formation was too obvious and someone discovered it, it would be troublesome. However, things were different with the 1,000 illusion colored glass. The 1,000 illusion colored glass could transform into a myriad of forms. It was extremely easy for Xianxia to enhance the concealment of the array by refining it into the array. Furthermore, with the addition of the myriad illusion colored glass, the stability of the formation was greatly enhanced. As such, even if there were some meteors or storms, they wouldn't be able to destroy the formation. He investigated the area. After confirming that there were no problems with his arrangement, Xianxia was very satisfied. Only then did he begin to inscribe the formation diagram inside the formation. As the formation diagram was completed, Xianxia once again poured his space force into it. The formation hummed in an instant. Xianxia raised his brow as a look of joy appeared on his face. This movement meant that the spirit array arranged by Xianxia had been connected to the One in High Heaven sect, but whether or not it could be transferred over remained to be tested and verified. Naturally, he could only do this himself. He was proficient in the Tao of space, so even if the transmission went wrong, he wouldn't be afraid. At worst, he could just rely on his space force to tear through the void and rush out through a void crack. After calling out to the stone mongoose in his mind, Xianxia stood in place and waited quietly. After a full day, the stone mongoose finally arrived. If not for the special connection between Xianxia and it and knowing that it was safe and sound, he would have thought that it had met with an accident and died here. Xianxia glared at it, but just as he was about to reprimand it, his eyes suddenly fixed on the stone mongoose's stomach. The stone mongoose's stomach was rolling. At a glance, it was obvious that this guy had swallowed a lot of minerals in the past half a month, and a lot of minerals at that. Otherwise, it would have been impossible for its bottomless stomach to become like this. Xianxia was greatly surprised. This was because the dead stars he encountered along the way were extremely barren. Some of them didn't even have anything of value. It could be said that they were barren lands. But now, the stone mongoose had harvested so many minerals from this dead star. It was obvious that although there was no world energy here, there were definitely minerals. And the minerals that caught the stone mongoose's eyes were definitely not cheap. Spit them out for me to see, Xianxia said to the stone mongoose. The stone puppet scratched its head and did not hesitate, opening its mouth and pouring out a pile of different-sized ores that exuded a variety of colors. These ores then piled up higher and higher, gradually forming a small hill. After spitting them out, it patted its shriveled belly with an innocent look on its face. This is... Xianxia's eyes lit up as he stared at a basin-sized rock that was giving off a silver glow. Stepping forward and reaching out to touch it, he released his divine sense to investigate it and muttered, "Heavenly isolating silver?" Today's Xianxia was no longer the young boy he used to be. After so many years of wandering and experience, he had developed extraordinary eyesight and profound knowledge. While he didn't dare say he knew all the cultivation materials in the star territory, he could at least recognize most of them. This basin-sized silver ore was obviously an origin-grade high-rank material, heavenly isolating silver. If this thing was added to an artifact, it could greatly improve the flexibility of the artifact. As a result, it would be difficult for an artifact to be damaged in battle. Simply put, heavenly isolating silver was a supplementary material that could be added when refining artifacts. It could be added to any artifact. It was a versatile material. A cultivator would view their artifacts as extremely precious, so if a material that could improve the performance of an artifact appeared, it would inevitably cause a scramble. Heavenly isolating silver was such a material, and its value was not low. A pigeon egg-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver could sell for at least 100,000 high-rank Saint crystals. A basin-sized piece of heavenly isolating silver was worth at least a few million high-rank Saint crystals. Before Xianxia could recover from his shock, his eyes were attracted to another piece of ore that was giving off a golden glow. Profound aura spirit. 5-colored sand. Blue phoenix tier iron. There are so many Saint crystals? Xianxia checked them one by one, and after a while, he was completely shocked by the harvest of the stone mongoose over the past half a month. Silently estimating the value of the pile of things in front of him, Xianxia found that the stone mongoose's harvest in half a month was almost equivalent to the entire treasury of a mid-level sect on Shadowed Star. All of these ores in front of him were excellent materials for refining artifacts, and some of them had even reached the level of Origin King grade. But what Xianxia couldn't figure out was that the stone mongoose had actually swallowed a large number of Saint crystals. It was understandable that so many ores would appear on this dead star, but there was no world energy here, so how could Saint crystals be produced? Saint crystals were generally only produced on cultivation stars with rich world energy and life. They would never appear on a dead star. Xianxia's eyes flashed as two completely different guesses appeared in the depths of his heart. Without hesitation, he asked the stone mongoose to swallow the ores in front of him again. "Where did you find these? Take me to see them." The stone mongoose didn't say a word as it used its hands and feet to lead the way. 100,000 kilometers away from the valley where Xianxia set up the space array, there was a pothole-like cave. After the stone mongoose came here, it directly jumped down. Xianxia followed closely behind. When he set up the space array before, he had checked the surrounding 300,000 kilometers and didn't find any danger, but he didn't pay much attention to a cave like this. The stone mongoose had obviously found something good inside. The cave seemed to be very deep, and as Xianxia descended, the only sound he could hear was a strong wind blowing past his ears. However, Xianxia wasn't afraid and simply released his divine sense to investigate the situation below. Even if it was pitch black, he could still see clearly. After descending for about 3,000 meters, they reached the bottom of the cave. After stepping foot on the ground, Xianxia immediately expanded his divine sense to check the surroundings. After this investigation, he was immediately shocked. This underground was not the desolate catacombs that he had imagined. Instead, it was a gigantic space that was so huge that even his divine telekinesis could not scan the ends of it. The air was a little dry, but it didn't affect his breathing. However, under the divine sense of Xianxia, he was surprised to find that in this space, there were ruins of collapsed buildings that extended into the distance. This was actually a ruin. Judging from the style of the buildings, this ruin had obviously existed for a very long time. It was very likely that it was left behind tens of thousands of years ago. And this ruin was obviously the headquarters of a large sect. Just as I thought. Although Xianxia looked surprised, he was extremely calm inside. Everything was similar to what he had guessed. After discovering that the stone mongoose had brought back a large number of saint crystals, Xianxia guessed two possibilities. The first possibility was that this dead star was developing its own world principles and was on the verge of forming them. A dead star of this level wouldn't give off any clues from the outside, but it would produce saint crystals on the inside. These saint crystals would continue to emit world energy for countless years to come, filling the dead star's heavens and earth, gradually making the dead star habitable. This was also the process of a dead star evolving into a cultivation star. Such a dead star could be considered a newborn among stars. However, Xianxia didn't detect any traces of world principles in this dead star. If that was the case, then this possibility was unlikely to be true. The other conjecture was more likely. A long, long time ago, this dead star was not a dead star, but a real cultivation star. However, due to some unforeseen events, the laws of this dead star collapsed and its spiritual energy dissipated, turning it into its current state. If Tongxian realm didn't make any changes, it would likely become a dead star in a few thousand years or so. People are born, grow old, get sick, and die, and stars are no exception. Although Xianxia didn't know what caused this place to become a dead star, he could tell from the materials brought back by the stone mongoose that this place used to be a rich and beautiful place a long time ago. The ruins in front of him should have been the headquarters of some sect back in the day. A call came from not far away, interrupting Xianxia's thoughts. He turned his head and was surprised to find that it was the stone mongoose calling for him. Xianxia nodded gently, and his figure flickered as he chased after it. Along the way, Xianxia checked his surroundings from time to time. Soon, he found that there was no danger in this place. Because there was no world energy in this place, even if there were remnants of a spirit array in this ruin, even if it was intact, it couldn't be activated. In other words, this ruin was extremely safe. After a while, the stone mongoose brought Xianxia to a place that looked like a storeroom. There were a lot of minerals, some jade bottles, and other miscellaneous things piled up here. It was obvious that those jade bottles contained spirit pills. Xianxia picked up a few jade bottles and checked them. He found that the spirit pills in them had long lost their world energy and turned into ashes, so he didn't pay much attention to them. Some of the worthless things were obviously herbs. After countless years of the flowing time Great Emperor, their medicinal properties had faded and they had become useless. There were also a lot of saint crystals, but because they weren't stored properly, they were basically useless. The saint crystals that the stone mongoose swallowed were probably all the useful saint crystals in here. In such a storeroom, the only valuable things left were the minerals. Minerals were durable, and even if they weren't stored in a special way, they wouldn't lose their efficacy. In the storeroom, there were still several times more minerals than the stone mongoose had swallowed. All of them were rare and valuable. Xianxia stretched out his hand and collected all the ores into his space ring. Then, he continued to explore the surroundings with the stone mongoose. After a day, he finished exploring the entire ruin. He didn't find anything special. Most of the valuable things in the ruins were probably kept in the warehouse. Even the spatial rings on the skeletons had long since collapsed due to the lack of nourishment from the world's spirit energy. Everything stored inside had been destroyed. However, Xianxia discovered that the ruins were only the tip of the iceberg in this huge underground space. It was as if there was another world underground. It occupied an extremely vast area. He decided to explore it. After leaving the ruins, Xianxia flew forward for less than half a day and arrived in front of a desolate mountain range. Within the mountain range, there were countless mines. After arriving here, the stone mongoose, who had been following Xianxia closely, showed an eager expression, as if it was very interested in the interior of the mountain range. There are minerals inside? Xianxia turned to look at it. The stone mongoose is very sensitive to minerals. The more valuable something was, the more it could arouse its desire. Just like how wolves and dogs were born with a keen sense of smell, the stone mongoose had a unique sense of smell when it came to minerals. Hearing Xianxia's question, the stone mongoose quickly nodded. Let's go and have a look. Xianxia laughed and waved his hand. Xianxia wrapped the stone mongoose and rushed into the mountain range. After a while, Xianxia's low voice came from the mine, Annihilation Crystal Lode. There was indeed a lode here, and it was an extremely rare Annihilation Crystal Lode. Annihilation crystal could not be used to refine artifacts because it was extremely resistant to the world spirit energy. It could be said that it was incompatible with the world spirit energy. If it was used to refine artifacts, no one would be able to use it. No one was able to use it, and the artifact was completely destroyed. However, there was no doubt that it was precious. It was because of its natural resistance to spirit energy that it could be used to set up spirit arrays. The spirit array arranged with annihilation crystals could restrict a cultivator from using their Xianxia, so if they were to accidentally fall into it, they would lose their life. If one accidentally fell into it, it would be similar to the Serene Soul Island where one could only rely on their physical strength. The famous Annihilation Solitary Void Array required annihilation crystals as its array core. If a cultivator could not use their Xianxia or artifacts, could they still be called a cultivator? The residents of Shadowed Soul Island used Shadowed Heaven pills to temper their physiques, allowing them to survive in that kind of environment, but not every cultivator had a pill like Shadowed Heaven pill, and not every cultivator focused on tempering their physique. The Annihilation Solitary Void Array could be said to be the nemesis of almost every cultivator. Even if an Origin King Realm Master fell into it, they would inevitably be disgraced. Although the spirit array was powerful, annihilation crystals were extremely rare. But here, there was an annihilation crystal load, and judging from the exposed crystals on the stone walls, this load was actually rich. There were 3 grades of ore veins: rich ore veins, ordinary ore veins, and poor ore veins. Each grade had its own unique evaluation criteria. Generally speaking, a lode that reached the rich grade only needed to be casually mined to collect the corresponding minerals. The value of such lodes was astonishing, and they were extremely rare. Xianxia had not expected that he would actually find a rich annihilation crystal lode here. The stone mongoose had already rushed up and began swallowing countless annihilation crystals in a short time. Kaiyang didn't hesitate and rushed forward to loot the area. Although this place was affected by the annihilation crystal and Xianxia was greatly suppressed, Xianxia's physical strength was extremely strong, so his mining speed was only slightly slower than the stone mongoose's. In less than a day, Xianxia had mined at least 500 annihilation crystals. As for the one swallowed by the stone mongoose, it was simply impossible to calculate. 500 annihilation crystals were enough to arrange a spirit array to cover a small sect. But no sect would be stupid enough to do so. If they did, their disciples would not be able to cultivate in the future. They would not be able to sense the world energy, so how could they cultivate? Annihilation crystals were very suitable for arranging spirit arrays in special places, such as certain forbidden areas, or traps. The mineral load in the belly of the mountain didn't seem to have decreased at all. Xianxia released his divine sense but couldn't help sighing. It was simply unrealistic for him to want to mine this rich lode all by himself. He might have to waste several years of his time here because of this. After pondering for a while, Xianxia did not continue. He called out to the stone mongoose and led it away from the mountain range to continue exploring. Another day later. Under the mysterious senses of the stone mongoose, Xianxia arrived at another mountain range. Looking at the situation inside, Xianxia could not help but sigh. He couldn't help but groan, heavenly jade hook. This was a heaven hook jade lode that could nourish one's soul. The heaven-grasping jade was a very special kind of jade that had a dark green hue. When stimulated with Xianxia, this kind of jade could release a gentle power that nourished one's knowledge sea and strengthened one's spiritual energy. This property was somewhat similar to the 7-colored soul-warming lotus, but its effects were far inferior to the soul-warming lotus. The soul-warming lotus could exist in a cultivator's knowledge sea, constantly nourishing the cultivator's soul. The reason why Xianxia's soul was so powerful. It was because of the nourishment of the soul-warming lotus for so many years. However, the soul-warming lotus was a supreme treasure, so how could it be obtained so casually? This kind of treasure was something even an Origin King Realm Master coveted. The Heaven Hook Jade was different. Even if it was much lower in grade than the soul-warming lotus, it was still extremely precious. It was one of the best materials for cultivating one's soul. Heaven Hook Jade would occasionally appear in the market of every star, but it would always be snatched up by the cultivator. Heaven Hook Jade was a priceless cultivation material. But here, a Heaven Hook Jade lode actually existed. Judging from the scattered dark green light, this heaven-hooked jade lode was not too rich, but it was definitely not barren either. It was the grade of a normal lode. As usual, while Yang Kai was in a daze, the stone mongoose had already begun swallowing the heaven-devouring Great Emperor's heaven-hooked jade. Yang Kai didn't collect much, only about 100 pieces of heaven-hooked jade. He then called out to the stone puppet, who was reluctant to part with him. Yang Kai took it with him and continued to explore. He faintly felt that this dead star he had accidentally landed on seemed to contain unimaginable wealth. 3 days later, Yang Kai discovered another blue phoenix tier iron lode. A month later, Yang Kai had discovered as many as 8 lodes. And one of them was actually a Saint Crystal lode. He did not continue to explore. After a month, he vaguely understood that this dead star was definitely a legendary ore star. Every cultivation star had its own world principles. These world principles were generally the same, but there were some subtle differences. These differences would lead to the production of materials on a cultivation star being very different. Perhaps, some stars were suitable for the growth of medicines, and these stars were called medicine stars. Spirit medicines that normally took 100 years to mature would mature in 50, 30, or even 10 years on these medicine stars, greatly reducing the growth time. Some stars were suitable for the growth of minerals, and these stars were called ore stars. On ore stars, there were countless rare minerals, a dazzling variety, and extremely rich in resources. In star territory, the most powerful forces all controlled a certain number of ore stars and medicine stars. For example, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, where Shuiyu belonged, had more than one ore star and medicine star. It was precisely because of this backing that Hengluo Chamber of Commerce could do business throughout star territory and become famous. The dead star Yang Kai discovered was undoubtedly an ore star, and judging from the quantity and quality of the ore veins, even among ore stars, this one was considered top-notch. I've struck gold. If High Heaven Sect can control this ore star, how could it not develop and grow in the future? Yang Kai's mood fluctuated as he became a little excited. Immediately, without hesitation, Yang Kai began to arrange a space array in the Saint Crystal lode he was in, connecting it to the one in the mountain valley on the surface. Because he was not arranging an ultra-long-distance space array that could cross stars, it was undoubtedly much faster. In less than a day, Yang Kai had completed the arrangement. Standing in the middle of the space array, he inserted Saint Crystals into the groove at the base of the array. With a flash of white light, Yang Kai arrived at the mountain valley on the surface. Without wasting any time, Yang Kai took out Saint Crystals again and inserted them into the cross-cultivation star space array at his feet. Locking onto the light representing shadowed star in the array, he activated it. When Yang Kai appeared in the 100-flower garden, Yi Shiyun, who was teaching the little girl Lin Yun her martial skills, was startled for a long time before looking at Yang Kai suspiciously. "Sect Master, why are you back so soon? Did you encounter some kind of danger?" After all, the last time Yang Kai left Shadowed Star, it had taken him 7 or 8 years to return. From Yang Xiaozhu and the others, Yi Shiyun had learned how remote Shadowed Star was and that it would take several years just to travel back and forth. But now, Yang Kai had only left Shadowed Star a little more than a year ago. So why had he returned at this time? "I found an ore star," Yang Kai replied concisely, sweeping Lin Yun with his divine sense while answering Yi Shiyun's question. Yang Kai was shocked to find that this talented and powerful little girl, who was only 14 or 15 years old this year, had a vitality comparable to that of an origin-returning realm-old monster who had lived for hundreds of years. Although her petite body looked delicate and weak, every movement she made contained a strength that was difficult to ignore. Compared with the last time Yang Kai saw her outside Clear Sky Sect's Black Sea City, Lin Yun had grown more than just a little. Even her body had grown slightly, her small chest stood erect, her legs slender, and her hair was tied up casually behind her head, giving her a valiant appearance. Seeing Yang Kai staring at her, Lin Yun obediently called him Uncle Sect Master. Yang Kai nodded lightly. "An ore star?" Yi Shiyun's eyes lit up. Although she had lived on Shadowed Star for a long time, she had never experienced the wonders of star territory. But that did not mean Yi Shiyun did not know what an ore star represented. It represented wealth, strength, development, and a broad future. This was especially true for a sect. "A rich ore star?" Yi Shiyun asked with interest. Very rich, more rich than you can imagine. Yang Kai replied in a deep voice, I only explored there for a month and found 8 mineral lodes of varying wealth, including the Annihilation Crystal lode, Blue Phoenix Tier Iron, and Heaven Hook Jade. Piercing Ice Copper. Water Cloud Steel and a Saint Crystal Mine. So many? Even with Yi Shiyun's calm temperament, she couldn't help being shocked by the news brought back by Yang Kai, her beautiful brow rising slightly as her long eyelashes trembled slightly. This is only the tip of the iceberg. Yang Kai shook his head. Is it dangerous there? It's not dangerous. It's just a dead star with no heaven and earth spiritual energy. Yang Kai said with a smile. If it's dangerous, I wouldn't have come back on purpose. I've been searching there for a month. Don't even mention the danger. We didn't even see a single living thing. Then sect master means. Yi Shiyun looked at Yang Kai with bright eyes. Naturally, we'll use the entire sect's strength to mine it. Yang Kai grinned, however, that place is too big, and our High Heaven sect alone won't be able to swallow it all. Take a look at the sects we've been cooperating with recently and choose a few reliable ones to share some benefits with. Since this is sect master's order, this queen will naturally not refuse, but, although there are a few sects that have been cooperating well with us and follow our lead, we can't give them these benefits for free. We'll have them hand over 30% or 40% of what they mine to High Heaven sect. Moreover, we'll have to wait until we've established a foothold there before we invite them. Good, Great Elder is very thoughtful, Yang Kai nodded, but Shadow Moon Hall. Shadow Moon Hall is naturally not included. Yi Shiyun pursed her lips and smiled. She also knew that the friendship between Yang Kai and Qian Tong was obviously not something that could be measured in terms of benefits. Good, then I'll leave this matter to you. I'll go refine some special transmission tokens. Yang Kai finished speaking and immediately left. Because Yang Kai wanted to take many people to the Ore Star to mine ores this time, the transmission tokens had to be specially refined. Yang Kai spent some time refining 50 special transmission tokens. These transmission tokens were different from the previous ones. Each transmission token could ensure that 50 people could safely pass through the space array arranged by Yang Kai. Moreover, when the transmission tokens were being refined, Yang Kai also asked Yi Shiyun to use her Saint Chi to place a seal on them. As a result, if one wanted to use the transmission token, Yi Shiyun would first have to pour her Saint Chi into it to remove the seal. Although the method of using this transmission token was a bit cumbersome, it could guarantee its safety and also ensure that if the transmission token fell into the hands of an enemy, that enemy would not be able to use it. All those who wanted to use this transmission token had to first obtain Yi Shiyun's consent. It took Yang Kai a lot of time to refine this special transmission token, and it took him 10 days to complete it. He wanted to see Su Yan and Xia Ningchang again, but to his surprise, Su Yan and Xia Ningchang had both entered retreat. In desperation, Yang Kai could only give up. In any case, after he finished arranging all the major space arrays in the territory of the communication star, he could return at any time, so there was no need to rush things. Qian Tong led a group of elites from Shadow Moon Hall to High Heaven sect. He was obviously interested in the news from Yi Shiyun, so for this trip, he had dispatched 1,000 disciples. For the Shadow Moon Hall, which was currently recuperating, this number was not small. After arriving at High Heaven sect and listening to Yang Kai's detailed description of the situation on the dead star, Qian Tong could not wait to say, then what are we waiting for? Let's go. There are so many rare ores, if we can mine them all, it would be difficult for our two forces not to become rich. Does old man Qian want to leave Shadowed Star as soon as possible? Yang Kai looked at him with a faint smile. Qian Tong was taken aback for a moment before he laughed. Indeed, this old master has been struck by lightning again these past few days, and as time passes, the world principles here are rejecting this old master more and more. This old master was afraid that if you did not return for a few dozen years, what would happen to me? Now that such an opportunity has presented itself, this old master naturally has to grasp it well. Yang Kai, you can rest assured that this old master will temporarily take charge of the Ore Star. If any blind fools discover it, this old master will deal with them properly. With old man Qian's words, I can truly rest assured, Yang Kai nodded. Standing up, he waved his hand and said, there's no time to lose, let's set out. In front of High Heaven Sect's cross-cultivation star space array, more than 2,000 cultivators were waiting. Of these 2,000 people, 1,000 were cultivators from Shadow Moon Hall, while the rest were from High Heaven Sect. Everyone's cultivation was not high, but they were all above the Saint King realm, with a few origin returning realm cultivators mixed in. After all, they were heading to an unknown star. Some masters had to be responsible for their safety. 50 people formed a team. The leader of the team held the transmission token and entered the cross-cultivation star space array under the command of Xianxia. Qiantong followed the first team. He went ahead to explore. This was to avoid any dangers waiting on the other side. White light flashed constantly. The space array had not stopped since it began operating. In just the time it would take to burn a stick of incense, the 2,000 cultivators had disappeared. On the cold and desolate dead star, everyone appeared in a mountain valley. Turning their heads to look around, almost everyone was a little uneasy. For these 2,000 people, it was the first time they had experienced the vastness and horror of a star's territory. This dead star with no world energy and no living creatures made them feel a little depressed. Seeing that Yang Kai was the last to appear, Qiantong hurriedly rushed over and asked, "Is this the star you were talking about?" N. It doesn't look very rich, Qiantong was puzzled. Yang Kai laughed and said, "Dead stars are full of death qi, so how can you see any richness from the outside? The real mystery is here." Saying so, Yang Kai stomped his foot. "Underground?" "Yes, follow me." Yang Kai beckoned and led the way. The 2,000 people followed closely behind him, keeping a lookout for their surroundings while pushing forward. When they found that there was really no danger here, they slowly relaxed. In a place without world energy, it was indeed very difficult to encounter any danger. After leading 2,000 people through the wilderness for an hour, Yang Kai arrived at the pit and jumped in. The 2,000 people descended in an orderly manner. Soon, everyone was standing in front of the ruins. Listening to Yang Kai talk about his various speculations about these ruins, Qiantong and Xianxia could not help but sigh. Birth, old age, illness, and death were all part of the heavenly way. Even stars could not escape such a fate, so could a cultivator? Perhaps after many years, they would also turn into a pile of dirt. The current powerful High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall would also become ruins that no one had set foot on for countless years. The expressions of the two could not help but become a little sad. My idea is to build a camp in this place. In any case, the site is ready-made, so all we need to do is move our hands a bit. With this place as the center, you can spread out to explore the surrounding areas and mine ores. If any disciples need to rest, they can also come back here to rest and recuperate. What do you two think? Yang Kai pointed to the ruins in front of them and asked. Good. I think there's no problem, Qiantong nodded. And Great Elder? Yang Kai looked at Xianxia again. Of course I have no problem with that. But the materials to build the houses. Qiantong frowned. Xianxia pursed her lips and smiled, we brought them here. Since Sect Master already had this idea, how could he not have made plans? Before coming here, he had already asked the disciples to prepare everything. Since that's the case, this old master will benefit from this. Qiantong laughed, turned around, and shouted, "Disciples of Shadow Moon Hall, assist the brothers and sisters of High Heaven Sect in building houses here. This will be your temporary home from now on." The 1,000 disciples of Shadow Moon Hall roared in response. The ruins that had been deserted for countless years suddenly became lively as 2,000 people shuttled back and forth, using the various materials they had brought to build buildings. Yang Kai began to arrange a space array here. Since this place was going to become a camp, it naturally needed a space array to communicate with the outside. Whether it was the super array in the mountain valley or the one Yang Kai had left in the mineral lode, they all needed a transfer point to communicate with each other. This way, it would be convenient to mine ores and save the disciples a lot of time. 10 days later, a series of houses had been built on top of the original ruins. Because this was a long-term camp, the disciples of the two sects had spared no effort in building it. These houses didn't look very exquisite, but they were very practical. Living here was just like living in their respective sects, except for the slight lack of world energy. However, this wasn't a big problem. If they really wanted to cultivate, they could rely on Saint crystals. Luminous pearls hung at intervals along the path of the ruins, emitting a gentle light. The originally pitch-black ruins were brightly lit, and it was extraordinarily bustling. Yang Kai had already told Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin the locations of the 8 mineral lodes he had explored. As for how the two sects would mine these lodes, Yang Kai didn't bother to worry. Naturally, Qian Tong and Yi Shiyin would be responsible for supporting him. If they needed more manpower, they could replenish them from Shadowed Star at any time. Yang Kai had already arranged everything for them. Not only that, after everything was settled and the disciples began mining, Yang Kai went out alone and arranged 3 space arrays in different locations within a radius of 10 million kilometers. In the next few decades, these space arrays arranged by Yang Kai would ensure that any cultivator from Shadowed Star could easily move about within 10 million kilometers. A month later, Yang Kai prepared to leave. After all, his original intention was to establish a connection between Shadowed Star and the outside world. Discovering this star was just an accidental harvest. Since this place was already on the right track, there was no point in him staying. Standing in the ruins, Yang Kai called out to the stone mongoose in his heart. He had never taken the stone mongoose back because this place was simply a paradise for the stone mongoose. By swallowing various rare minerals, the stone mongoose could strengthen itself. If it swallowed enough of the same type of mineral, it could even evolve its own divine technique. For example, its lava armor. This was the ability it obtained after swallowing and refining the sun's true fire. As soon as the lava armor appeared, no one could approach within a 10-meter radius, as the scorching heat was enough to force even Origin returning realm masters to retreat. After all, there were a lot of minerals on the star. No matter how much the stone mongoose swallowed, it wouldn't be able to swallow much. Therefore, Yang Kai didn't pay much attention to it these days. However, when he tried to call out to the stone mongoose, he realized that the stone mongoose had gone down to an unknown depth. He wondered if it had found something good. Sensing Yang Kai's call, the stone mongoose slowly crawled up from below. An hour later, the stone mongoose reappeared in front of Yang Kai. However, Yang Kai couldn't help but stare blankly. The stone mongoose didn't seem to be in the right state. Before the stone puppet grew up, it had always been a simple-minded and foolish creature. Because its intelligence was not high, it could be seen from its appearance, but at this moment, it seemed to be even more dazed, and even the original charm in its eyes had disappeared. It walked like a fool. It swayed and staggered, as if it was drunk. Yang Kai was taken aback, thinking that the stone mongoose had swallowed something it shouldn't have and had an accident, but after carefully inspecting it, he was surprised to find that there was nothing wrong with the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose wasn't in an accident. Its physical condition was better than it had ever been. What's more, Yang Kai also noticed a special and strange power in its body. This power was familiar, just like the world principles he had sensed when he refined Shadowed Star's star source and became its star master. Principle strength? Yang Kai's complexion changed drastically. Hurriedly, he examined it more carefully. After a long time, he withdrew his divine sense with a gloomy expression. He wasn't mistaken. There was indeed a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body, but it was very faint compared to the principles of Shadowed Star. The difference was like heaven and earth. But in the end, principles were still principles. They were territory that even Origin Kings couldn't touch. So, how could there be a trace of principle strength in the stone mongoose's body? Recalling its previous location, Yang Kai's eyes lit up as a bold guess emerged in his heart. You swallowed and refined this dead star source? It actually still has a source? The stone mongoose raised its hazy eyes and looked at Yang Kai blankly, then lifted one of its feet, spun a few times on the spot, and fell to the ground, kicking up a cloud of dust. Yang Kai didn't know whether to laugh or cry as he realized that the stone mongoose wasn't in any danger. It was just that the faint trace of principle strength was a little difficult for it to digest, causing it some discomfort, so he put it into his space ring. However, this was still beyond Yang Kai's expectations. Moreover, it was truly surprising that such a dead star still had a trace of its source. It was impossible for a dead star to have a source because without world energy, there would be no world principles, so naturally, there would be no source. It was just like how after a person died, their body would rot and their Tao would disappear. But there were always exceptions. According to Yang Kai's previous speculation, this dead star was originally rich, but after hundreds of millions of years of the flowing time Great Emperor, it gradually died. It wasn't impossible to say that it still had a trace of its source. Before this, the stone mongoose had obviously run deep underground to refine the trace of its source. This was its own good fortune. If it had been the source of a real cultivation star, the stone mongoose wouldn't have been able to refine it. This kind of refinement was completely different from when Yang Kai became a star master. The relationship between a star master and a cultivation star was closely related, sharing both honor and disgrace. After Yang Kai became a star master, Shadowed Star's source still existed and had a mysterious connection with him, allowing him to have many conveniences on Shadowed Star that others didn't have. But the stone mongoose directly swallowed and absorbed the source it refined. The source it refined was gone and only became its capital. All kinds of thoughts flashed through Yang Kai's mind, and he was sure that his guess was correct. Since the stone mongoose was fine, Yang Kai was no longer so worried. After saying goodbye to Qian Tong and Yi Shiyun, he left the Ore Star and continued on his journey. Moving forward in the territory of a star was lonely and boring, especially when there was no cultivation star in the vicinity. Through the star, Yang Kai was able to confirm that the nearest cultivation star was at least a year's journey away. He wasn't in a hurry and would occasionally land on a moving asteroid, cultivating while letting the asteroid carry him forward. Sometimes, he would go to a certain dead star to see if he could find anything else. However, a dead star was a dead star after all. Yang Kai investigated many dead stars in a row but didn't find anything. It was really an accident that he had made such a big discovery last time. That kind of accident shouldn't happen a second time. However, on one of the dead stars that he passed by, he left another hidden super teleportation formation that was connected to the previous one. During this time, the stone mongoose had been sleeping in his space ring, not moving at all, but Yang Kai was keenly aware that there seemed to be a thick layer of impurities around the stone mongoose's body, slowly wrapping it up and forming a cocoon-like thing. It was just like the state of the stone mongoose before it was born. The stone mongoose can evolve? While Yang Kai was suspicious, he was also looking forward to seeing what kind of changes the stone mongoose would undergo when it broke out of its cocoon. After cultivating these days, Yang Kai had also faintly noticed a barrier. It was the shackles of the Origin King realm. Only by breaking through this barrier could one become an Origin King. At this time, if he could find a cultivation star and enter retreat for a year or so, Yang Kai was confident that he could give it a try and see if he could successfully break through. On this day, Yang Kai habitually checked the stone mongoose's situation. Because the stone mongoose hadn't shown any signs of activity in the past year, Yang Kai basically checked every once in a while. Until now, the stone mongoose hadn't shown any abnormalities, but this time, he clearly felt that the stone mongoose was showing signs of breaking out of its cocoon. Overjoyed, Yang Kai wanted to find a place to stay for a while and wait for the stone mongoose to complete its evolution. After looking around, Yang Kai rushed straight towards a nearby asteroid sea. This asteroid sea was quietly suspended in the void, showing no signs of moving, so it was a good place to stop. But when Yang Kai approached the asteroid sea, he suddenly frowned. He sensed the auras of other living beings hidden in this asteroid sea, and there was more than one of them. Although these auras were hidden, each one was extremely powerful, indicating that they were all Origin returning realm masters. Fortunately, Yang Kai's divine sense was powerful, otherwise, he wouldn't have been able to discover them. This group of people was hiding here stealthily, so it was obvious they were up to something. Yang Kai felt his bad luck and didn't want to be involved in this muddy water, so he turned around and left. However, just as his figure moved, a flash of brilliance suddenly appeared in the distance, and immediately afterwards, a beam of light shot straight towards him from behind an asteroid. This beam of light contained an unimaginably terrifying power, and even though it was several dozen kilometers away, it still arrived in an instant, causing Yang Kai to feel a sense of crisis. An Origin King Realm Master. Yang Kai's face sank. An Origin King Realm Master was actually hiding in this asteroid sea. Even he hadn't noticed it just now. Although with his current strength, Yang Kai was invincible under the Origin King Realm, facing an Origin King Realm Master, he didn't dare lower his guard. The Origin King realm and the Origin Returning realm were completely different existences, otherwise, there wouldn't be so many third-order Origin Returning realm masters who were stuck at the Origin King realm for their entire lives, unable to advance. The other party suddenly attacking was obviously intending to kill Yang Kai with a single blow. However, this person had clearly underestimated Yang Kai's ability. Facing such a terrifying blow, Yang Kai let out a long roar, stretched out his hand, and condensed 100 golden blood threads from his golden blood. These 100 golden blood threads twisted and wriggled, intertwining with each other and forming a golden shield behind Yang Kai. Kong, a loud bang rang out and golden light splashed as Yang Kai was sent flying backwards, coughing up a mouthful of blood mid-air. The blood shield formed from the 100 golden blood threads he was so proud of was unable to completely block this blow, a fact that shocked him greatly. However, this momentary confrontation allowed him to clearly see what had attacked him. It was a long spear, one that was 10 meters long and as thick as a baby's arm. This long spear gave off an extremely extraordinary aura. An Origin King grade artifact. Although the main body of this artifact was blocked by the blood shield, the power that leaked out of the spear was unable to be completely blocked and invaded Yang Kai's body, instantly causing him to feel as if he had been pierced by countless needles. His meridians and flesh were in extreme pain as his face suddenly distorted. With the cultivation of the one who launched this sneak attack and the terrifying power of the spear, an ordinary third-order Origin Returning realm master would indeed have been killed immediately, but Yang Kai's foundation was incredibly strong, so he only suffered some minor injuries. Since leaving Shadowed Star, this was the first time he had found a place with people, but he had never expected to be attacked by an Origin King with an Origin King grade artifact. Yang Kai's heart burned with anger as he turned his head and, like an enraged beast, glared fiercely at the asteroid sea before quickly flying off into the distance and disappearing in the blink of an eye. After the spear that attacked Yang Kai, it flew back the way it came and fell into the hands of a middle-aged man standing on a huge asteroid. This middle-aged man had a gloomy appearance and was tall and wore a navy blue robe. Where he stood, a cold aura filled the air. No one dared to approach within a 10-meter radius of him. Holding his artifact, the middle-aged man showed a look of surprise on his face, as if he had not expected that his blow would fail to kill Yang Kai. Interesting, not only did he discover your hiding place early on, but he also managed to survive this king's blow, the middle-aged man sneered coldly. The gloomy middle-aged man sneered as he glanced in the direction Yang Kai had fled and asked, "Do any of you know that person?" Around him stood at least 20 Origin Returning realm masters. Moreover, all of them were masters at least at the second-order Origin Returning realm, not a single one of them was a first-order Origin realm master. Hearing this question, all of them looked at each other and shook their heads, indicating that they did not know Yang Kai. Since you don't know him, then he's not from there. Looks like he's really just passing by. The malicious-looking middle-aged man pondered for a moment. However, this matter is of great importance. We can't afford to make the slightest mistake. Even if he's just passing by, we can't let him go. Master, I took a blow from you. Will he be able to survive? Someone beside him asked. All of them had witnessed the strike that the malicious middle-aged man had executed, and none of them were confident that they would be able to survive after receiving such a strike. Although Yang Kai did not know the origins of the other party, he was obviously just an Origin Returning realm cultivator, so there was naturally no exception. There's nothing wrong with being careful. Zhang Fu, Lu Dong. Go and bring his corpse back to me. The middle-aged man ordered. He obviously believed that Yang Kai was dead for sure, and even if he could escape, he would only be struggling at death's door. Yes. The two third-order Origin Returning realm masters who were named immediately responded, summoned their star shuttles, and chased after Yang Kai. 30,000 kilometers away from where Yang Kai was attacked, atop an asteroid, Yang Kai sat cross-legged, staring in the direction he had come from, waiting quietly. Although he did not know why that Origin King had attacked him for no reason just now, judging from the sneakiness of those people, it was obvious that they were ambushing someone, and even if Yang Kai happened to pass by, it was likely he had disturbed their plans. That was why the other party had attacked him in an attempt to silence him. Since that was the case, even if he escaped now, the other party would definitely not let him go. There should be pursuers coming soon. It was because of this judgment that Yang Kai deliberately stopped and did not rush to leave. Having suffered such a big loss for no reason, how could Yang Kai let it go? Although the other party's blow just now was terrifying, Yang Kai also noticed that the one who attacked was just a first-order origin king. He had even killed Luo Hai, so why would he be afraid of a first-order origin king? Although he no longer had a Star Emperor token to use, even if he couldn't win, escaping was not a problem. Luo Hai had chased after Yang Kai for several months in the Star Territory and had been extremely distressed. Could an unknown first-order origin king be stronger than Luo Hai? Yang Kai's guess was right. After waiting for less than half a cup of tea's worth of time on this asteroid, 2 streaks of light suddenly appeared in the distance. Judging from the brightness and speed of these 2 streaks of light, it was obvious they were 2 third-order origin returning realm masters. Yang Kai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he waited for them to get close enough before pretending to be in a panic, hurriedly leaping off the asteroid, summoning his star shuttle, and continuing to fly forward. However, under Yang Kai's deliberate efforts, his speed was extremely slow, as if he had been seriously injured and was an arrow at the end of its flight. The 2 cultivator named Zhang Fu and Lu Dong saw this scene and couldn't help exchanging a knowing look. They actually followed behind Yang Kai unhurriedly, like a cat playing with a mouse, not in a hurry to kill him. Flying forward, Yang Kai glanced back from time to time, as if he was afraid the other party would catch up to him. This scene made Zhang Fu and Lu Dong even more unscrupulous, not only following Yang Kai from behind, they also constantly threatened him. After an hour, when he estimated that the distance between them was about right, Yang Kai suddenly stopped, turned around, and stood still. With a flash of light, Zhang Fu and Lu Dong both appeared about 300 meters in front of Yang Kai, staring at him mockingly. The taller Zhang Fu swept his eyes over Yang Kai and sneered, "Boy, you're quite impressive. Even after taking a blow from Master Li's soul-severing spear, you still managed to survive. This Zhang is quite impressed." "Master Li?" Yang Kai furrowed his brow, his face gloomy and pale, constantly coughing as he spoke. "I have no grievances or grudges with any of you. May I ask why Senior Li attacked me?" Zhang Fu smiled coldly, calmly playing with a ring-shaped artifact in his hand, his eyes narrowing slightly as he said, "We really have no grievances or enmity between us. If you want to blame someone, you can only blame yourself for not having eyes and insisting on passing through here." "Heh, Senior Li hates it when his plans are disturbed." "What plans?" Yang Kai asked. Lu Dong, who was standing next to Zhang Fu, said impatiently, "Boy, you're about to die, why are you asking so many questions?" "It's precisely because I'm about to die that I want to make things clear, lest I die without knowing why." Yang Kai slowly shook his head. "You want to die without knowing why?" Zhang Fu looked at Yang Kai with a sneer. "Yes. It's not that I can't tell you, in any case, you," Zhang Fu said in a playful tone, but before he could finish, he was interrupted by Lu Dong. "What's the point of talking so much nonsense with him? Hurry up and kill him so we can report back to Master Li." "That's true." Zhang Fu nodded in agreement, glancing over at the space ring on Yang Kai's hand. This boy was able to take a blow from Master Li without dying, so he's not someone to be trifled with. This kind of person must have a lot of good things. Let's split the things in his ring 50-50. No problem. Lu Dong nodded. After a few words, the two of them divided up Kai Yang's belongings. In any case, Senior Li had only said that they would bring back the corpse, not the items. Naturally, these things could be pocketed by the two of them. They believed that with Senior Li's status, he wouldn't be interested in these things, let alone pursue this matter. "You want my things?" Yang Kai's lips curled up slightly as he coldly said, "I'm afraid you won't be able to take them." "Arrogant brat." Lu Dong coldly snorted, and in the next moment, his complexion changed drastically, his eyes bulging as he stared at the spot where Yang Kai had been standing, but there was no one there. Yang Kai had actually disappeared without a trace. All of a sudden, he felt a faint chill on his neck. Zhang Fu's horrified cry rang in his ears, "Brother Lu, quickly dodge." Lu Dong was a third-order origin returning realm master, so the moment he discovered that Yang Kai had disappeared, he realized that something was wrong. Now that he heard Zhang Fu's warning, how could he hesitate? Pushing his Saint Chi, he tried to dodge. However, to his horror, the Saint Chi in his body was being suppressed by a powerful Shi, causing it to flow extremely slowly. Even the space around him had completely solidified. What kind of powerful Shi is this? Lu Dong's courage was shattered as he hurriedly pushed his own Shi to resist. This was an inevitable process in a showdown between origin returning realm masters. Often, the strength of one Shi would determine the final outcome of the battle. However, reality made him despair. As soon as his Shi spread out from his body, it was like a snowflake encountering a scorching sun, instantly melting away, unable to form a new Shi. At that moment, Lu Dong felt a chill on his neck and his line of sight suddenly turned upside down. Through his eyes, he saw a headless corpse standing in the void, red blood spurting out from its neck like a fountain, a spectacular sight to behold. This person's clothes, figure, and even the ring on his finger, all look like mine. Have I been killed? Lu Dong's brow went cold as he faintly realized something, but soon, darkness descended and swallowed all his consciousness and vitality. Can you speak now? When Kai Yang reappeared, he was already standing 10 feet in front of Zhang Fu. His complexion was ruddy, and there was no trace of his previous injuries. Clearly, he was in a much better condition. He stared at Zhang Fu coldly as a golden blood thread flew out from his finger, like a snake that was flicking its forked tongue and devouring its prey. Zhang Fu's entire body shuddered as a chill ran down his spine, almost causing his feet to cramp. Lu Dong, who had the same strength as him, had been beheaded in a single exchange. Just a moment ago, he had only seen a golden light flash across Lu Dong's neck. He hadn't even been able to see how Kai Yang had acted. Was there such a powerful origin returning realm master in this world? Even if Master Li wanted to kill him, it would not be so easy, right? Zhang Fu stood in place with a pale face, large beads of sweat oozing from his forehead and sliding down his cheeks. Your companion wasn't very tactful, so he died. Yang Kai stared at Zhang Fu indifferently, without the slightest emotion in his eyes, causing Zhang Fu to sweat profusely. Zhang Fu wanted to escape, but he found that he couldn't summon up the courage to do so. He had a feeling that if he really tried to escape, the next one to be beheaded would be him. I hope your answer can satisfy me. Yang Kai observed Zhang Fu's expression and continued to put pressure on him. Zhang Fu's face was ashen, his eyes filled with panic and dread as he pursed his dry lips and asked, "If I tell you what you want to know, will you let me go?" "What do you think?" Yang Kai sneered. Zhang Fu's body trembled as he said bitterly, "Since you won't let me go, why should I cooperate with you? The only thing that awaits me is death. I'll give you a quick death, one that you won't even realize you've died." Yang Kai smiled gently. This smile was like that of a demon crawling out of hell. Zhang Fu felt that facing this young man was even more terrifying than facing Master Li. "I need to think about it." Zhang Fu gulped, his eyes darting around as he spoke, apparently trying to find a way to escape. Yang Kai looked at him with a smile before suddenly flicking his finger, causing a golden light to flash, causing Zhang Fu to scream and hurriedly retreat. But as soon as his body moved, an extremely powerful force field wrapped around him, making him unable to move in the slightest. Zhang Fu's eyes trembled violently as he looked down and suddenly found that there was an inch or so of his finger on the front of his left hand. It had been cut off by some kind of sharp weapon, causing blood to spray out into the air. This kind of pain was nothing to an origin-returning realm master who had been on the battlefield for a long time. What really frightened Zhang Fu was that he had no power to fight back in front of Yang Kai. Both of them were third-order origin-returning realm masters, but the other party was like a god who could easily control his life and death. The golden light flashed again. Zhang Fu felt pain again as his finger that had been cut off an inch. Unexpectedly, another inch had been cut off. The severed finger floated in the air and slowly drifted off into the distance. The other party didn't say anything else. He just continued to shake the golden thread around his hand. It kept flashing with light. 1 inch. Another inch. Zhang Fu's left hand. Inch by inch, Kai Yang's entire hand was cut off, but he still didn't show any signs of stopping. Instead, he continued this action with relish, controlling the size of the cut to the exact same degree. What made Zhang Fu extremely aghast was that while the other party continued to play this game, an extremely cold voice came from his mouth. "After cutting off your left hand, I will cut off your right hand, then your left leg, then your right leg." I believe that with your cultivation realm, you won't die for the time being. After that, I will cut open your body inch by inch. Don't worry, I promise that before I cut your heart, you will still be alive. This way, you will be able to clearly see how you die. Zhang Fu could no longer suppress the fear in his heart. He endured the piercing pain and roared, "Enough. What do you want to know? I'll tell you everything. Don't torture me." It was only a matter of time before he died. It was better to end the pain quickly than to prolong the pain. Zhang Fu really couldn't bear to see how he died with his own eyes. Just thinking about that scene made him shudder. Yang Kai's hand movements paused slightly. He looked at him calmly and chuckled, "If you had done this earlier, you would have suffered less. Why bother?" Zhang Fu gritted his teeth and growled, "Winner takes all, I'll tell you." "Good. Who are you?" Yang Kai didn't beat around the bush and asked directly. "We are from Sword Union." Sword Union? Yang Kai raised his brow. Sword Union was considered a big force in the star territory. It controlled several cultivation stars. Although it was not as big as Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, its strength was not to be underestimated. Speaking of which, Yang Kai had also dealt with the cultivator of Sword Union, but that was many years ago. In the Star Territory, in addition to Hengluo Chamber of Commerce, Sword Union, Purple Star, Galaxy Ridge, Abandoned Lair, and many other forces each occupied a piece of the Star Territory. They competed with each other and occasionally had some conflicts. "Who are you hiding over there to ambush?" Yang Kai asked again. Zhang Fu's eyes flickered and he seemed a little hesitant, but in the end, he gritted his teeth and said, "It's also someone from our Sword Union." Yang Kai looked at him with a strange expression. Zhang Fu immediately shouted, "I'm not lying to you. We're only ambushing our enemies. Although we're all from the Sword Alliance, we're still divided into factions." Yang Kai nodded gently. From the other party's eyes, Yang Kai could see that he didn't show any signs of lying and that his explanation was reasonable. For a big force like Sword Union, it was naturally impossible for its internal affairs to be monolithic. There would always be some internal struggles, but it was a bit inconceivable that they would need to ambush someone like this. "Be more specific, to be safe," Yang Kai asked. Since Zhang Fu had already chosen to cooperate, it was naturally impossible for him to conceal anything, so he immediately told Yang Kai everything. There were several different factions in the Sword Alliance, but there were two largest factions. One was the faction represented by the current Union Master, while the other was the faction of the Vice Union Master. These two factions had been fighting openly and secretly for many years. The Master Li he mentioned before was Li Minghai, one of the top masters in Sword Union and belonged to the faction of the Vice Union Master. This time, the one they were ambushing here was a rising star from the Union Master's faction and also the descendant of Sword Union's Union Master Gu Songyun, Gu Jianxian. A rising star, even if he is the descendant of your Union Master, is not worthy of such great attention? You actually sent an Origin King to ambush him? Yang Kai looked at Zhang Fu in amazement and asked thoughtfully, "What is so special about this person that you need to do this for?" Zhang Fu smiled bitterly. If he was an ordinary Origin Returning Realm Master, naturally there would be no need to pay so much attention, but young Union Master possesses the Great Void Sword body and has now reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. If he were to break through to the Origin King realm, the Vice Union Master's faction would no longer be able to stand out. So, taking advantage of the fact that young Union Master does not have any strong helpers around him this time, we planned this operation. However, your appearance made Master Li feel that his plan had been disturbed, so he wanted to kill you. Great Void Sword body? Yang Kai rubbed his chin. Is that a special physique? Being able to make you feel such fear, is he very powerful? Young Union Master is only 60 years old this year, yet he has already reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm. Do you think he's powerful? Zhang Fu said solemnly, "I don't think your real age is very old, but your strength is quite good, but if you were to encounter our young Union Master, it is not certain who would win." Is that so? Yang Kai chuckled. A cultivator who had reached the Third Order Origin Returning Realm before the age of 60 was indeed a heaven-defying talent. However, Yang Kai's age seemed to be around 50 years old. In fact, he was even more powerful than Gu Jianxian. However, when a cultivator cultivated, they often could not perceive the passage of the flowing time. Great Emperor, so they did not care much about age. Now that you mention it, I'm a little interested in your young union master, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Zhang Fu looked him up and down and nodded. People like you will collide with each other one day and create amazing sparks. However, the young alliance master had to be able to escape this time's pursuit. Alright, I've told you everything you wanted to know, so you may begin. Have a safe journey. Yang Kai nodded lightly to him. Begin. Zhang Fu urged impatiently, but Yang Kai still did not show any signs of taking action, but in the next moment, his consciousness blurred. Sure enough, there was no pain. Standing in place, Yang Kai took off Zhang Fu and Lu Dong's space rings, flicked out 2 demonic flames, and burned their corpses to ashes. Glancing back thoughtfully, Yang Kai summoned his star shuttle and rushed back. He did not want to take the initiative to provoke trouble, but that Li Minghai had killed him just because he was passing by, and Yang Kai could not tolerate it. After being hit, how could he not fight back? Yang Kai was ready to join in the fun. If he could find an opportunity to kill Li Minghai, that would be even better. Inside the asteroid sea, a group of cultivators led by Li Minghai waited quietly, like dormant beasts, waiting for an opportunity to strike. After a long time, someone frowned and said, "Why haven't Zhang Fu and Lu Dong come back yet? With their ability, they should have succeeded by now, right? Did they encounter some kind of danger? How could there be any danger around here? You don't mean to say that he was killed by that guy, do you? How could that be? That passerby took a blow from Master Li and was lucky not to die, so how could he have the strength to kill Zhang Fu and Lu Dong? However, not returning after so long is indeed strange. Master, do you want this subordinate to go out and look for him?" The man asked Li Minghai. "No need, if they can't even handle such a small matter, there is no point in living. Don't act rashly, in a day or two, young Union Master's starship will pass by here, all we need to do is wait quietly." "Yes." After exchanging a few words, the group fell silent, only occasionally glancing in a certain direction, looking forward to the arrival of the young Union Master's starship. This asteroid sea was very large and easy to hide in, otherwise, Li Minghai would not have chosen this place to ambush Gu Jianxian's starship. It was precisely because it was so large that when Yang Kai sneaked around from a very far distance, no one noticed him. At this moment, Yang Kai was less than 100 kilometers away from Li Minghai and the others. He was also hiding on top of an asteroid, looking in the direction of Li Minghai and the others with a cold expression. With his current strength, he could go up and fight. Even if he could not defeat Li Minghai, killing a few of his subordinates and then calmly retreating would not be a problem. However, Yang Kai was not prepared to do so. It was Li Minghai who had injured him before, so he naturally wanted to settle accounts with him. Yang Kai was also waiting for that young Union Master to come, waiting for the two sides to fight, then waiting for an opportunity to launch a sneak attack and give him a taste of his own medicine. Hiding somewhere in the asteroid sea, Yang Kai concealed his figure and aura. He believed that even if there was an Origin King Realm Master on the other side, it would be impossible for them to discover him within 100 kilometers of each other. Yang Kai checked the stone mongoose's situation again. It was because he noticed some changes in the stone mongoose that Yang Kai wanted to settle down in this asteroid sea, but in the end, he was discovered by Li Minghai and attacked. Now that he was waiting, Yang Kai naturally turned his attention to the stone mongoose again. Upon seeing this, Yang Kai was overjoyed. The cocoon-like layer that wrapped the stone mongoose was actually cracking, just like when the stone mongoose was born. Now, it was obvious that the stone mongoose was about to break out of its shell again. Space rings were not suitable places, nor were these asteroid seas. Yang Kai did not know if the stone mongoose's evolution this time would cause any obvious signs, so if he stayed here, Li Minghai and the others would only discover him. With no other choice, Yang Kai could only summon the sealed world bead and take the stone mongoose into the small sealed world. Since the elites of the 3 clans from Tongxian realm were brought to High Heaven sect, the mysterious small world had once again become vacant. Now that Yang Kai had arrived, it was still quiet. The stone cocoon was placed in front of Yang Kai, and he stared at it quietly. After a while, the stone cocoon began to emit cracking sounds. The cracks that were already there became bigger, more numerous, and denser. Finally, when the stone cocoon was filled with cracks, the stone mongoose burst out of it. Its small body landed nimbly in front of Yang Kai, and its eyes, which originally only had a faint glow of light, became extremely bright, as if they contained the light of wisdom. Seeing Yang Kai staring at it, the stone mongoose grinned, stood there, and scratched its head with its knee-length arms. Yang Kai rubbed his chin and released his divine sense to scan the stone mongoose. After a while, he muttered, "There's nothing special." A suspicious look appeared on his face. He thought that the evolution of the stone mongoose would bring about a drastic change to the stone mongoose. But now, it seemed that his expectations were a little too high. The stone mongoose did seem to have changed a little. After all, it had devoured a large amount of rare minerals on that Death Star. After refining the essence of these minerals, the stone mongoose's strength and sturdiness would definitely increase. This was equivalent to a cultivator eating spirit pills used for cultivation. Their strength would definitely increase. However, there wasn't any great change. On the other hand, the stone mongoose's eyes became brighter. It was obvious that its intelligence had increased as well, but it wasn't to the point where it could defy the natural order. "Show me." Yang Kai ordered the stone mongoose. The stone mongoose obeyed. In an instant, it transformed into a 10-meter-tall stone giant. It was awe-inspiring and gave off a strong sense of oppression. "What about the lava armor?" Yang Kai asked again. The stone mongoose's body immediately emitted scorching hot sun's true fire. It caused its entire body to turn red. The layer of armor that covered its body was like flowing magma. It was extremely terrifying. As expected, there aren't any obvious changes. Yang Kai frowned and thought hard. He still couldn't figure out the reason. Logically speaking, the stone mongoose had devoured the remaining trace of source energy on that Death Star. There was definitely a huge benefit to it. After all, after devouring it, its reaction was very strong and it even turned into a stone cocoon. But the final result was a little surprising. Since he couldn't figure it out for the time being, Yang Kai didn't continue to investigate. Anyway, there was still a long way to go, and he would have time to study it. After the stone mongoose returned to its original form, Yang Kai left the small sealed world with it. Just as he returned to the asteroid where he had been hiding, Yang Kai noticed that something was wrong. 100 kilometers away, Li Minghai and his group had all used a secret technique to conceal their auras, almost disappearing from Yang Kai's perception. And in a very distant location, there was a battleship slowly approaching them. The starship where Sword Union's young Union Master was. No wonder Li Minghai didn't hesitate to kill him when he discovered him. Obviously, they were running out of time and he didn't want any accidents, so he didn't hesitate to take action himself. In the end, not only did he fail, but he also provoked a hidden enemy. If Li Minghai knew about this, it was hard to say how he would feel. Yang Kai looked at the position of the starship and the direction it was heading, estimating that it would take at most an hour before the two sides would meet. So, he held his breath and waited for the show to begin. Time passed little by little, and the atmosphere in the huge asteroid sea seemed to become a little dignified. As the starship approached, Yang Kai discovered that Sword Union's young Union Master had more than one starship. The one in the middle was a slightly larger starship, about 300 meters in length. To the left and right of this starship were two smaller starships, each about 200 meters in length. Obviously, this was a team composed of 3 starships. Because he was too far away, Yang Kai didn't know what grade these 3 starships were, but he could imagine that they were definitely not lower than Origin grade. Sword Union's wealth was not small. Origin grade starships could be regarded as sect-hallowed treasures on Shadowed Star, but here, there were 3 of them. However, the appearance of these 3 starships was different from the one Yang Yan had refined. Strictly speaking, they were more like large ships, especially the one in the middle. It was like a huge ship sailing through the void with a sharp ram at its bow. The shape of this starship was extremely smooth, and from a distance, it looked like an unsheathed sword. On the decks of these 3 starships, one could vaguely see a cultivator moving about. The approaching starships were completely unaware of the crisis lurking in the asteroid sea and continued to sail straight towards Yang Kai. When the distance between them was only 50 kilometers or so, Li Minghai's side, which was hidden among the asteroids, decisively took action. Even from 100 kilometers away, Xianxia could clearly feel a clear energy fluctuation coming from the other side. Immediately, this energy fluctuation grew stronger and stronger, and from several locations in the asteroid sea, a fierce light appeared. Immediately afterwards, several dozen white beams of light shot out from the asteroid sea like arrows from a bow and shot towards the 3 starships in the distance at lightning speed. With such obvious abnormalities and such strong energy fluctuations, the 3 starships were obviously aware of the approaching crisis. The cultivator on the deck quickly summoned their own defensive artifacts to block in front of the starships as best they could. At the same time, the 3 battleships also reacted with extreme speed. With a flash of brilliance, energy barriers visible to the naked eye lit up on the 3 starships. Not only that, but they also made evasive movements in an attempt to escape from the territory they were being attacked. However, Li Minghai and the others had been lurking here for a long time and were well prepared. The timing of their sneak attacks was also perfect, so it was impossible for them to avoid all of these attacks. Several dozen white beams of light instantly submerged the 3 starships, and from a distance, it looked like a monstrous wave had submerged 3 reefs. An even brighter light burst out from a certain spot. It turned out that the leftmost battleship was unable to withstand such an attack. First, its defensive shield was disintegrated, and then, the huge hull was directly penetrated by several beams of light. After suffering such heavy damage, the battleship actually exploded. Not a single person was able to escape from such destruction. The cultivator on this starship, along with the starship itself, was actually wiped out in the first round of sneak attacks by Li Minghai and the others. The starship on the right was relatively lucky. Although its defensive shield was also disintegrated in a very short time, it did not suffer too much damage, only 2 white beams of light piercing through its hull. Although the starship was completely destroyed, it did not explode, so it was unknown how many people had died. The cultivator who was still alive fled from the starship in a panic. Everyone was panicking as they searched around for traces of their enemies. After seeing the fate of the starship on the left, while some lingering fear filled their hearts, they also felt an unforgettable hatred. Of the 3 starships, only the largest one in the middle was in the best condition. Although it had suffered more attacks than the other 2, the grade of this starship was obviously extremely high. Its defensive shield was not completely broken, but it had become extremely dim. Before anyone could recover, Li Minghai and the others had already rushed forward. The moment the attack was launched, Li Minghai and the others had already begun to act. They seemed to have anticipated this situation, so as soon as they arrived in front of the starship, they summoned their offensive artifacts and bombarded it. Finally, the already dim defensive barrier was completely broken. Li Minghai. It turns out to be you. From the starship, a shocking roar rang out. From this voice, one could infer that the owner of this voice was not very old, but because of his monstrous anger, he shouted, "You dare attack this young master? Do you know what the consequences will be?" This old master is naturally clear about the consequences of attacking young Union master. Among the crowd, Li Minghai, who was recognized, wore an indifferent expression, not showing the slightest panic. This old master is one of Sword Union's elders, so how could this old master not understand the rules of the Union? However, if you want to use the Union's rules to suppress this old master, you'll have to wait until young Union master escapes this calamity. Good, very good. It seems that you are mentally prepared to bear this young master's monstrous anger. From the starship, at the same time Gu Xianxian's voice sounded, the figure of a young man appeared on the deck of the starship. This young man was handsome and had a jade-like complexion. His eyes contained an extremely sharp charm, as if there were 2 swords hidden in them that could pierce one's soul. Sword Union's young Union master, Gu Xianxian. Standing upright on the deck, even in the face of an origin king like Li Minghai, this young man's expression remained indifferent as he stood straight like a sharp sword. Beside Gu Xianxian stood 2 women, one on his left and one on his right. One of them was tall, with ample breasts and ample buttocks, and a pair of enchanting eyes. The other was relatively petite, with a picturesque face and long black hair that almost covered her buttocks. The temperaments of these 2 women were completely different. The only thing they had in common was that, like Gu Xianxian, neither of them showed any fear on their faces and instead seemed eager to fight. Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's gazes collided in the void, sending out fierce sparks. The former's brow furrowed slightly. He was shocked to discover that Gu Jianxian's aura seemed to be thicker than the last time he saw him. The rumors were indeed true. If there were no accidents, young Union Master Gu Jianxian would be able to break through to the Origin King realm in the next 3 to 5 years. Once he succeeded in breaking through to the Origin King realm, with his great void sword body and his left and right sword servants behind him, no one in the First Order Origin King realm would be his opponent. He would even be able to put up a fight against a Second Order Origin King. A monster. No wonder Vice Union Master Wei Qianzong was so anxious to eradicate Gu Jianxian. Obviously, he had also noticed the terrifying growth of Gu Jianxian. Fortunately, this was a rare opportunity. As long as Gu Jianxian's group was killed, Sword Union would belong to the Vice Union Master's faction in the future. A genius who had not matured would never be a true genius. Li Minghai, this young master only has one question. Gu Jianxian crossed his hands behind his back and stood on the deck. How did you know this young master would pass by here? Li Minghai narrowed his eyes slightly and said in a cold voice, young Union Master already knows the answer in his heart, why ask this old master? Gu Jianxian nodded lightly. It seems that this young master really has some untrustworthy people around him. Very good, after this matter is over, this young master will find them. Young Union Master shouldn't worry about this, you have no future. Li Minghai said as he waved his hand and shouted, kill them all, don't let a single one escape. If even one of them managed to escape, they would be in big trouble. This time, their actions were intended to leave no survivors. With this order, the Origin returning realm cultivators around Li Minghai took action, forming groups of 3 to 5 as they attacked the cultivators who had managed to escape earlier. On the starship where Gu Jianxian was, a large number of cultivator also emerged and rushed forward without hesitation. For a time, in the territory near the asteroid sea, filled with colorful brilliance, the power of artifacts and secret techniques continued to bloom. Although Li Minghai's side did not have many people, at most 30, all of them were masters at the Second Order Origin returning realm or above. Therefore, his combat power was especially strong. On the other hand, although Gu Jianxian's side had more than 200 people, their cultivations were uneven and their high-end combat power was inferior to Li Minghai's. More importantly, with an Origin King like Li Minghai presiding over them, the pressure was simply too great. The Origin returning realm masters on Gu Jianxian's side were unable to display their full strength. As such, as soon as the two sides clashed, cultivator after cultivator died, and all of them were from Gu Jianxian's side. On the other hand, Li Minghai's side suffered no casualties. For a moment, the momentum of Li Minghai's side soared to the skies, causing Gu Jianxian's forces to complain incessantly. The battle had already begun, but Li Minghai did not rush to take action. Instead, he looked at Gu Jianxian and the two women beside him with a serious look on his face. It seemed that the man and the two women in front of him, he was an opponent that deserved to be taken seriously. Since Xianxia did not move, Gu Jianxian naturally did not dare to act rashly. He could only watch as his subordinates fell one after another, his eyes filled with anger and resentment. After a long time, Li Minghai said faintly, young Union Master, do you want to do it yourself, or do you need this old master to escort you? Old dog Li. Do you think you can defeat this young master? Gu Jianxian shouted coldly. Li Minghai slowly shook his head. Since this Li dared to act here, naturally he was prepared. Young Union's young master is a dragon among dragons, possesses the void sword body, and has his left and right sword servants who have cultivated together since childhood. They are indeed extremely difficult to deal with, but young Union Master, you have not yet reached the Origin King realm. If you had, this old master would definitely not be your opponent. Unfortunately, young Union Master, you are destined not to be able to escape today. Whether I can escape or not, you'll know once you try. Gu Jianxian shouted as a snow-white long sword suddenly appeared in his hand. Wrapped in sword light, he leapt up from the deck. The sword light was like a rising sun, covering the earth in a powerful light. At the same time, the two women who had been standing behind him also moved. Like Gu Jianxian, the two of them took out their own long swords and wrapped them in sword chi before following closely behind Gu Jianxian. Unlike Gu Jianxian, the two women's sword lights appeared like crescent moons and stars, as if the moon was pouring down and the sky was filled with stars. The three sword lights merged into one mid-flight and exuded a power that surpassed that of an origin-returning realm master, as if they were capable of cutting through the heavens and earth, slashing down towards Li Minghai's head. Li Minghai's eyes flashed, seemingly shocked by Gu Jianxian's secret technique as he shouted, "The sun, moon, and star three-sword brilliant secret technique is truly worthy of its reputation. With this strike alone, young Union Master is invincible in the origin-returning realm. Unfortunately, your left and right sword servants' cultivations are a bit lacking, and you are not an origin king. Let this old master show you just how big the gap between the origin king realm and the origin returning realm is." As he spoke, an invisible force spread out from Li Minghai's body. Territory field. It had been 500 years since Li Minghai broke through to the origin king realm and could be considered a veteran origin king realm master. Even if the power of his territory field was not that great because his cultivation had stagnated, it was still his territory field. Any origin-returning realm master who was shrouded in his territory field was destined to be completely suppressed and unable to do anything. However, Li Minghai's territory field was unable to stop Gu Jianxian's trio in the slightest. From the combined sword lights of these three, a different kind of power emerged and easily broke through the blockade of Li Minghai's territory field. Li Minghai's eyes flashed as he shouted, "Minghai territory dividing mirror. The alliance leader really did bestow this treasure to you." The Minghai territory dividing mirror was an origin king grade artifact. After using it, one could resist the territory field of an origin king to a great extent. If the other party was not strong enough, it was even possible for their territory field to collapse. Throughout Star's territory, this artifact was quite famous. After all, there were only a few artifacts that could resist a territory field. With the help of this artifact, Gu Jianxian and the two sword servants were not suppressed by Li Minghai's territory field and were still able to send their attacks towards Li Minghai. Facing the sun, moon, and star three swords radiant secret technique, Li Minghai did not act carelessly. With a flip of his wrist, the long spear artifact he had used to attack Yang Kai before appeared in his palm. Pouring his Saint Chi into it, the tip of the spear burst forth with a terrifying power as it engaged Gu Jianxian's trio in close combat. A series of clanging sounds rang out in an instant. Spear images and sword lights filled the vast space, and the figures of Li Minghai and Gu Jianxian's trio were almost impossible to see. In the distance, Yang Kai watched all this in amazement, a look of amazement on his face. Being able to fight an origin king with an origin realm cultivation was not something that could be done casually, but Gu Jianxian had done it. Although he had borrowed the strength of the other two women, he was still able to hold his own for a short time. Moreover, the cultivations of these two women were obviously not as good as Gu Jianxian's, seemingly only second-order origin returning realm cultivators. However, the three of them cultivated some kind of secret technique that allowed them to combine their strengths and display strength beyond the origin realm. Sword Union's young Union Master is really something. When the two sides began fighting, Yang Kai had already run out of his hiding place and arrived at a position closest to the battlefield, where he concealed himself and secretly observed the situation. He focused 80% of his attention on Li Minghai, ready to see if there was a suitable opportunity to launch a sneak attack. Against an origin king like Li Minghai, if he couldn't grasp the right opportunity, it would only alert him, so Yang Kai could only wait patiently. Originally, he was a little worried that Gu Jianxian and the others would be defeated in a single blow. But now it seemed that this young Union Master was actually able to fight for a while. While he was investigating, Yang Kai discovered that there were several streaks of light that were fleeing towards the asteroid sea. Obviously, the battlefield had begun to expand, and some of the cultivators were trying to find a way to escape, and this asteroid sea was undoubtedly the best place for them to flee. The ones fleeing at the front were two weaker cultivators, and judging from their physiques, they should be women. The one chasing behind them was the cultivator on Li Minghai's side. From the looks of it, the cultivations of the two fleeing women were only third-order Saint Kings. Such cultivations really didn't have much use in this kind of battle. On the other hand, the cultivator chasing them was a second-order origin returning realm cultivator. The difference in strength between them was simply too great, so it was already a miracle that the two of them were able to escape. Because of Li Minghai's order not to leave anyone alive, the second-order origin returning realm cultivator did not intend to let these two women go and pursued them relentlessly, quickly closing the distance between the two sides. The relationship between the two women was obviously good, and even while fleeing, they did not abandon each other and continued to guard each other tightly. However, what made Xianxia feel helpless was that the direction they were heading towards was actually where he was hiding. If nothing unexpected happened, they would fly past him a moment later. Sighing secretly, Xianxia prepared to take action. A moment later, the two fleeing women really flew past the asteroid where Xianxia was hiding. At such a close distance, and with the two women looking around from time to time, looking for a suitable hiding spot, they naturally discovered Xianxia's existence. When their eyes met, Xianxia was taken aback for a moment, and the two women opposite him were obviously stunned as well. At that moment, the second-order origin returning realm cultivator who had been chasing after them finally arrived at this place and suddenly shot out a ray of light from his hand towards the two dazed women. Judging from the power of these attacks, even if the two women resisted with all their strength, they would not be able to escape the fate of serious injuries. However, these rays of light inexplicably dissipated halfway through, as if they had never appeared in the first place. What happened? The pursuing second-order origin returning realm cultivator was startled, but before he could react, he saw a golden light flash in front of him and a faint golden thread-like object cut across his neck. The Saint Chi protecting his body was like paper, unable to play any defensive role at all. Feeling a sharp pain, the cultivator's vision went dark. Amidst the asteroid sea, Xianxia stared at the two women not far away in amazement, seemingly a little surprised. The two women were undoubtedly even more surprised than Xianxia. When the origin returning realm master who had been pursuing them inexplicably died, the two women both let out exclamations and turned their heads to look around, seemingly trying to see who had come to their rescue. Seeing no one around, the two women finally cast their eyes back to Xianxia again, already having some guesses in their hearts, their beautiful eyes flashing a look of disbelief. "What are you waiting for? Come over here quickly," Xianxia called out in a low voice, waving his hand as he did so. Only then did the two women react, glance at each other, turn around, and land 10 meters in front of Xianxia, constantly staring at Xianxia with surprised expressions. Xianxia looked at them with a grin and raised his brow. "What's wrong? After not seeing each other for so many years, you don't recognize me?" Hearing what he said, the two women let out a sigh of relief, confirming that their guesses were not wrong. However, it was precisely because of this that they felt even more incredulous. The woman in the lead even reached out her hand to cover her mouth and whispered, "Xianxia? Is it really you? Did you kill that man just now? How did you become so strong? And why are you here?" The other woman, who looked a little younger, asked a lot of questions in one breath, but after she finished asking, she suddenly became vigilant and grit her teeth. "Are you one of Li Minghai's people?" As soon as she opened her mouth, Xianxia didn't have time to answer her questions. The older woman in the lead looked at Xianxia seriously before slowly shaking her head. "Little sister, don't speak nonsense. If he was one of Li Minghai's people, why would he help us just now?" Xianxia chuckled as he glanced over at the younger woman and teased, "He meow, it seems you're still as reckless as ever." Hearing this, He meow blushed and said shyly, "I'm sorry, I was a little frightened." "It's fine," Xianxia smiled lightly, looked at the two women, and sighed, "I didn't expect that after so many years, we would meet again. I didn't expect to see you here." These two women. They were none other than Hizeo and He meow, the first cultivator that Xianxia had encountered when he first entered Star Territory. It had been many years since they had left the floating continent. After parting ways. After that, they never saw each other again. Therefore, Xianxia was quite surprised when he saw it. But thinking about it carefully, Hizeo and He meow were the cultivator of the Sword Union. It was not impossible for it to appear here. It was just that the two sisters were quite unlucky to be involved in this kind of thing. "That's right, it's really been many years." Hizeo sighed. "I didn't expect you to be so powerful now. Did you kill that person just now?" "Yes." Seeing Xianxia admit it, even though they had already guessed it, the sisters were still shocked speechless. When they first met Xianxia, Xianxia was just a first-order saint. The two sisters' cultivations were slightly higher than Xianxia's, one third-order saint and the other second-order saint. Nearly 30 years later, they had both reached the third-order Saint King realm. Their aptitude was quite good, and their cultivation progress was extremely fast. But compared to Xianxia, they still seemed somewhat lacking. Being able to instantly kill a second-order origin returning realm master, even if it was a sneak attack, meant that Xianxia had at least reached the origin returning realm. Perhaps, he was a third-order origin returning realm master. Because the moment Xianxia attacked just now, Xiao felt an energy fluctuation no weaker than that of young Union Master Gu Jianxian. The two sisters were deeply shaken. Suddenly, Xiao's expression changed again as she asked, "Xianxia, can I ask you for a favor?" "What?" "Save my honored master." "Your honored master?" Xianxia frowned, but quickly reacted. Xiao should be referring to the beautiful woman Yuxi. When they arrived on the floating continent, the honored master of the Xiao sisters, Yuxi, was also there. Xianxia had some dealings with her, but they didn't get along very well. Because Xianxia's origin was too remote and his cultivation wasn't high, Yuxi looked down on Xianxia. Moreover, Xianxia had killed one of Yuxi's disciples at that time, causing Yuxi's hatred for Xianxia to deepen. However, later, for various reasons, Yuxi changed her opinion of Xianxia. In the end, with the help of Xianxia's strength, she successfully escaped from the floating continent. It turned out that her disciple wasn't a good person either, so her death wasn't worth regretting. "Yuxi is also here?" Xianxia glanced towards the battlefield again, but all he could see was a large number of flashes, making it impossible to tell who was fighting. Xiao wore an anxious look on her face. "We were able to escape thanks to honored master delaying the enemy, but her situation is not optimistic. I don't know how long she can last." "Xianxia, can you?" She obviously knew that her request was a bit excessive. The battlefield was in chaos right now, and there were even origin kings fighting. Anyone who intruded would likely be crushed to pieces. However, she was just a third-order Saint King and was unable to help Yuxi, so she could only grit her teeth and ask Xianxia for help. "Big brother Yang." He Miao called out in a low voice, a pleading look on her face. Now, she no longer had her usual cleverness and seemed to be in a daze. When she thought that her honored master might fall on that battlefield, He Miao almost burst into tears. Perhaps it was because of the experience of escaping from the floating continent, or perhaps it was because Xianxia had just killed a second-order origin returning realm cultivator, but the two sisters had an inexplicable confidence in Xianxia. Seemingly believing that as long as he took action, their honored master would be safe and sound. Yuxi had given Xianxia a bad impression, but her attitude towards her two disciples was unquestionable. Otherwise, she would not have risked her life alone to delay the enemy and allow Xiao and He Miao to escape. Xianxia pondered for a moment. Seeing this, Xiao and He Miao didn't dare to urge him and could only wait anxiously. After a while, Xianxia raised his eyes and said seriously, "Speaking of which, the reason I hid here was mainly because I wanted to sneak attack that Li Minghai." Xiao and He Miao suddenly exclaimed as they stared at Xianxia in shock, a look of disbelief flashing across their beautiful eyes. An origin returning realm master actually wanted to sneak attack an origin king. This kind of thing was like an ant hiding in a corner and stretching out its leg to trip an elephant. It was simply unbelievable. "I'm not joking, when I passed by here before, he attacked me, so I decided to stay here." Xianxia looked at them faintly. "It's not convenient for me to show up now." The brilliance in the eyes of the two sisters quickly dimmed. "However, since He Miao has even called me big brother, I can't just sit back and watch," Xianxia chuckled. He Miao looked at Xianxia in surprise, a trace of shyness and blush flashing across her pale face. "Come out." Xianxia suddenly let out a low shout. In the next moment, a fiery red stream of light suddenly shot out from Xianxia's body. Then, the stream of light transformed into a human figure. In the blink of an eye, a beautiful woman with an explosive figure strangely appeared in front of Xiao and He Miao. This beautiful woman had a head of fiery red hair that was as gorgeous as a burning flame. The clothes she wore were also fiery red. At such a close distance, Xiao and He Miao both felt a heart-palpitating energy fluctuation coming from this woman's body. It was a destructive power. "Master, what are your orders?" As soon as the woman appeared, she respectfully asked Yang Kai, not even sparing Hizeo and He Miao a single glance, as if in her eyes, these two women were like air, existences that could be ignored. Go with them and protect their safety. Yang Kai pointed to Hizeo and He Miao. The woman then turned her attention to the two sisters and nodded lightly. Yang Kai, she is. Hizeo asked hesitantly. My friend, you can call her Lu Yan. Yang Kai replied. Even Yang Kai did not notice that when he introduced Lu Yan to Hizeo and He Miao, Lu Yan's beautiful eyes flashed with a faint but extremely bright light. So it's elder sister Lu Yan, I'll have to trouble elder sister this time. Although Hizeo could see that Lu Yan was not a living creature with a physical body, the other party appeared to be very intelligent, so Hizeo did not dare slight her in the slightest. Lu Yan will obey master's orders. Lu Yan was not a woman of many words, but her words were concise and to the point. Go. Yang Kai nodded lightly to Lu Yan. Lu Yan understood, and with a twist of her body, she once again turned into a streak of light and drilled into Hizeo's body before she could react. Hizeo exclaimed in surprise, but soon a look of pleasant surprise appeared on her face. Because she felt that there was a terrifying power dormant in her body. Although this power was not under her control and even gave her a slight sense of heat and discomfort, with this power, she would be able to rescue her honored master from that battlefield. She looked at Yang Kai gratefully and said, Thank you. Be careful. Yang Kai smiled lightly. The two sisters, Hizeo and He Miao, exchanged glances with each other before heading towards the battlefield. With the assistance of Lu Yan, the safety of the two sisters was no longer a problem. Since swallowing the heavenly thunder fire of brilliant flame sect, Lu Yan had not only evolved her sentience but also her strength. Before swallowing it, she could fight a third-order origin returning realm master without falling into a disadvantage. After swallowing it, she could fight against an ordinary first-order origin king. In that battlefield, only Li Minghai was an origin king, so no one else was Lu Yan's opponent. It was easy to imagine what kind of change Hizeo and He Miao, who brought Lu Yan back to the battlefield, would bring to this one-sided battle. Calming his thoughts, Yang Kai turned his attention back to the battle between Gu Jianxian and Li Minghai. Their battle was the fiercest in the entire battlefield, and the energy fluctuations were the strongest, so it was easy to find them. Yang Kai was able to spot them at a glance. Gu Jianxian and his left and right sword servants were still one, their bodies wrapped in sword light as the three manifestations of the sun, moon, and stars dazzling together. Li Minghai's long spear moved back and forth like a nimble snake. The two sides had been fighting for so long and were actually evenly matched. With just a glance, Yang Kai could see that Gu Jianxian's side was in trouble. When he and the two women used this secret technique before, the sun, moon, and star manifestation had been extremely bright, with the crescent moon and stars lingering around them, mutually nourishing each other. But now, the sun, moon, and star manifestation was showing signs of dissipating, and the momentum of these three was much weaker than before. On the other hand, Li Minghai was still the same, not showing the slightest sign of weakness. It seemed that if nothing unexpected happened, Gu Jianxian would be defeated in the end. Taking advantage of the intensity of their battle, Yang Kai also began to move closer. It was not easy for Gu Jianxian to achieve this, and even if he could not severely injure Li Minghai at the last moment, he would at least be able to hinder him. At the very least, he should be able to distract Li Minghai's attention. As long as Li Minghai's attention was distracted, Yang Kai could take advantage of this opportunity to attack. In a flash, Yang Kai had already arrived 10 kilometers away from the battle. This was the limit of what he could approach, and if he moved any closer, Li Minghai would definitely notice him. Just after concealing himself, Li Minghai's shout rang out, "Young Union Master, if this is all you have, this old master will send you on your way." Gu Jianxian did not speak, perhaps because he did not have the energy to speak or simply did not want to respond, but the sword light he and his left and right sword servants summoned suddenly expanded, instantly transforming into a giant sword wave 1,000 meters long that slashed towards Li Minghai. Li Minghai laughed loudly, "Petty tricks. Young Union Master, do you still want to put up a desperate struggle?" Saying so, he flicked the soul breaker spear in his hand. A jet black light shot out from the tip of the spear to meet the giant sword wave. The two streaks of light, white and black, collided in midair, and a halo of light spread out like ripples. This halo of light contained a terrifying power that even origin-returning realm masters had to retreat, showing just how fierce this confrontation was. The two distinct lights were in a stalemate in the void, but the stalemate was quickly broken. Yang Kai didn't know what kind of secret technique Li Minghai had used, but the pitch-black light suddenly expanded and directly suppressed the sword wave. A loud bang rang out. The sword wave burst apart. Amidst the muffled groans, the three figures shot off in different directions. Gu Jianxian's face was pale, and there were traces of blood flowing out from the corners of his mouth. Clearly, he had suffered some injuries. His left and right sword attendants were even worse. They had cultivated together with Gu Jianxian since childhood. The left and right sword servants existed for Gu Jianxian. His cultivation had always been lower than Gu Jianxian's. In addition, he had shared a lot of the damage just now. At this moment, the left and right sword attendants' delicate bodies were trembling, and they were on the verge of collapsing. Large amounts of blood flowed out of their mouths and noses. His clothes were dyed red. Li Minghai's eyes flashed fiercely, but he did not take this opportunity to take Gu Jianxian's life. Instead, his figure flickered as he raised his spear and charged towards the left sword servant who was closest to him. As an Origin King Realm Master, his combat experience was naturally extremely rich. Although this was the best time to kill Gu Jianxian's identity was extraordinary. He even had the clear sea-divided territory mirror on him, so there was no guarantee he had other even more powerful artifacts on him. Li Minghai did not have the confidence to kill him in a single blow. As such, he chose the left sword servant as his target. As long as he did not have the left sword servant's assistance, Gu Jianxian would not be able to use his Sun, Moon, and Star Three Swords' brilliant secret technique. At that time, Li Minghai could simply grind Gu Jianxian to death. Li Minghai's actions were imprinted in the right sword servant's beautiful eyes, and a trace of determination and uneasiness flashed across her beautiful eyes. Hurriedly stabilizing her falling figure, she pushed her Xianxia and rushed towards the left sword servant with all her strength. As for Gu Jianxian, he screamed hysterically, "Ling Yu, hide!" As he shouted this, he also desperately rushed over to the left sword servant like the right sword servant. 3 streaks of light chased after the left sword servant, quickly closing the distance between them. Li Minghai's mouth curled into a sarcastic smile as he realized that the time was right. Suddenly, he turned around and threw the Soul Breaker spear towards the right sword servant. Everyone was stunned. Only now did everyone understand that Li Minghai's initial goal was not the left sword servant, but the right sword servant. Or perhaps he was simply adapting to the situation and choosing a better target to attack. After the Soul Breaker spear flew out of Li Minghai's control, it transformed into a giant python, opened its bloody maw, and released a violent aura. In an instant, it arrived in front of the right sword servant and was about to swallow her whole. This was a true Origin King grade artifact, and the right sword servant alone would not be able to block it. If she was hit head-on, only death would await her. At that moment, somewhere on Gu Jianxian's body, there was a flash of brilliance. Using some kind of secret technique or artifact, Gu Jianxian somehow appeared in front of the right sword servant and wrapped his arm around her, shielding her behind him as a cyan artifact armor made of scales appeared around his body. This artifact armor glowed brilliantly and was obviously an excellent defensive artifact. After being pushed by Gu Jianxian's Xianxia, an energy membrane appeared around this artifact armor, giving it an extremely sturdy appearance. Just as he finished doing all this, Li Minghai's attack arrived. The giant python swayed its body and bombarded Gu Jianxian's artifact armor. The bright energy membrane dimmed at a speed visible to the naked eye and lasted for less than 2 breaths before bursting apart. The remaining force of the collision slammed into Gu Jianxian, causing him to bleed profusely as he was sent flying backwards. Even the right sword servant he was protecting coughed up a mouthful of blood, his face pale and bloodless. Young Union Master really values friendship and righteousness. This old master admires him, but, even if you can save one, can you save a second? Li Minghai's triumphant voice rang out with a hint of mockery and ridicule. Gu Jianxian, who was sent flying backwards, fixed his eyes and saw that Li Minghai had appeared in front of the left sword servant again at some unknown time and was now raising his hand to slap it towards her. Xianxia surged from this palm and formed a vortex visible to the naked eye. The power of this vortex combined with the pressure of an Origin King Realm Master suppressed the left sword servant completely, rendering her unable to move or resist. However, even though death was imminent, she wasn't worried about her own safety. Instead, she looked at Gu Xianxia with worry in her eyes. When she saw that Gu Xianxia hadn't been killed and had only been seriously injured, she smiled as if a heavy burden had been lifted from her shoulders, and her red lips moved slightly. Although he could not hear her voice, Gu Xianxia knew that she wanted him to escape. Li Minghai. Gu Xianxia's roar resounded through the void like that of a wounded beast, and his eyes instantly turned crimson. Young master, run! The right sword servant, who was being held in Gu Xianxia's arms, grabbed Gu Xianxia's arm and cried out in Gu Xianxia's ear, "Elder sister Ling Yu doesn't want you to risk your life. As long as you leave, elder sister Ling Yu's death will be worth it." Gu Xianxia remained motionless, but a look of astonishment appeared on his distorted face before a look of pleasant surprise flashed across his eyes as he turned to look behind Li Minghai. He discovered that at some unknown time, a figure had appeared behind Li Minghai. This person was like a ghost, approaching less than a meter away from Li Minghai without Old Dog Li noticing. Immediately, this person stretched out his hand and sent out a series of pitch-black, crescent-shaped attacks towards Li Minghai like a storm. These attacks contained extremely profound and obscure fluctuations of power that even from a great distance, Gu Xianxia was able to sense. As soon as these attacks were launched, Li Minghai finally noticed and shouted, "Who's there?" Hurriedly turning around, he sent out a palm towards the person who had attacked him. What shocked and excited Gu Xianxia was that Li Minghai's palm was not able to disperse all of these attacks, and some of them still managed to hit Li Minghai's arm. Old Dog Li's arm was strangely disappearing little by little. It was as if it had never existed, as if it had been swallowed by the void. Feeling a sharp pain, Li Minghai roared madly as he stretched out his undamaged hand and summoned back the Soulbreaker spear. Glaring at the young man who had attacked him, Li Minghai roared fiercely, "Junior, I'll make you pay. You won't have the chance." The young man coldly snorted as he flicked his wrist and summoned out a bladeless, dark green sword. This long sword trembled slightly before transforming into the image of a giant dark green dragon that rushed towards Li Minghai. A dragon's roar shook the sky as dragon pressure filled the air. Li Minghai let out a strange cry as he hurriedly urged the power of the Soulbreaker spear to transform into a giant python to meet this attack. The two monsters transformed from artifacts collided in the void, but how could a giant python defeat a giant dragon? After only a breath of time, it was destroyed by the giant dragon. Li Minghai's eyes finally showed a look of horror as he tried to find the trace of the young man who had attacked him, but to his horror, he couldn't find him. Just as he had appeared like a ghost, after summoning his artifact, he had disappeared like a ghost. Sensing a murderous intent behind him, Li Minghai's heart clenched and he quickly released his territory domain in an attempt to reverse the situation. Although he had only fought with the young man who had attacked him for a moment, Li Minghai was keenly aware that his opponent was only a third-order Origin Returning Realm cultivator. Against an Origin Returning Realm Master, one's territory domain was undoubtedly the best weapon to rely on. Not everyone was like Gu Xianxia, who had a treasure like the bright sea-dividing territory mirror that could restrain one's territory domain. Li Minghai had a good plan, but to his surprise, when he released his territory domain, another sure began to take shape. Not only was it not suppressed by his territory domain, it was even able to compete with it. There was a mysterious power contained within the sure. The surrounding space began to collapse as thin void cracks began to appear around Li Minghai, wrapping him up in an airtight manner. "Space Force!" Li Minghai exclaimed. At that moment, the giant dark green dragon that had destroyed the giant python rushed in front of him, opened its bloody maw, and bit towards Li Minghai. Behind him, a chilling murderous intent enveloped Li Minghai like a tidal wave. He was surrounded on all sides and had no way out. Old Dog Li. At some point, Gu Xianxia had also arrived and sent out a dazzling sun-like sword light towards Li Minghai like a falling star. At the same time, a golden light burst out from the surroundings and golden threads danced about like snakes, cutting through the void. The void cracks around Li Minghai's body also began to expand and squeeze towards him. Almost in an instant, Li Minghai, who was at a loss, was overwhelmed by a variety of forces. A dazzling light suddenly burst out from where Li Minghai stood, illuminating the surrounding starry sky territory as a heaven-destroying, earth-shattering energy fluctuation pulsed from this light. Gu Jianxian was once again sent flying backwards at a speed faster than when he had attacked. The right sword servant, who had been prepared, hurriedly rushed forward and caught Gu Jianxian. With a cry, Gu Jianxian leaned into the right sword servant's arms and coughed up a mouthful of blood. "Young master!" The right sword servant called out tenderly, her beautiful eyes filled with worry. Gu Jianxian, however, did not have the time to answer as he simply stared forward. He did not know whether Li Minghai was dead or not, but from the feeling of that sword strike just now, it was clear that it had struck Li Minghai's vitals. But that was still an Origin King Realm master. This was the first time Gu Jianxian had fought a life-and-death battle with an Origin King Realm master, so he lacked experience. Before seeing Li Minghai's corpse with his own eyes, he did not dare act carelessly. The light gradually dissipated, revealing a figure standing in the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes shrank sharply. Li Minghai. Under such a terrifying attack, Li Minghai had actually not died. However, after suffering such a powerful impact, this Origin King Realm master's hair was disheveled and his clothes were in tatters. At some point, he had put up a protective artifact armor around his body, but this artifact armor had been completely destroyed. What made Gu Jianxian overjoyed though was that Li Minghai's injuries were obviously not light, because his body was in tatters. It was like he was just a rag. Large and small, grotesquely shaped holes littered his body, and from these holes, one could even see Li Minghai's bones and wriggling flesh. Li Minghai's face was filled with anger and fear. He was afraid. He felt the threat of death. So he was afraid. Sure enough, this was the case. Li Minghai looked around. His gaze only paused on Gu Jianxian and the right sword servant for a moment before shifting his gaze away and continuing to search the void. Unfortunately, nothing. He did not find any trace of the elusive young man who had ambushed him before. Junior, one day, this old man, this old master, Li Minghai's face as he shouted as he could be. Li Minghai shouted fiercely before turning into a stream of light and continuing to flee into the distance, leaving behind a trail of blood along the way. Don't let him escape. Gu Jianxian shouted into the void, gasping for breath. As soon as his voice fell, a five-colored light bloomed somewhere in the void. This five-colored light was like an invincible sword chi that carried with it the power to split the heavens and cut straight towards Li Minghai. Li Li Ming Li Li Li, Li, Li 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 Li, of a Li Minghai. However, at this moment, Li Minghai was undoubtedly putting up a strong front, and the method he used was unable to block the five-colored light that had transformed into sword chi. The five-colored light passed by Li Minghai's body and disappeared into the void like a shining meteor. Li Minghai's body stiffened in place, his eyes bulging as he no longer moved. The vitality in his body and the light in his eyes quickly dissipated. A dignified Origin King Realm Master had died here. Gu Jianxian, who was watching from a distance, could not figure out the situation, but with his heavy injuries, he did not dare act rashly and simply stared at Li Minghai's body vigilantly. It was not until the left sword servant, who was still in shock, flew over and checked Li Minghai's condition that he flew back to Gu Jianxian with joy. When the left sword servant returned, Gu Jianxian asked anxiously, "How is it?" "Li Minghai is dead," the left sword servant replied. Gu Jianxian let out a long breath as he could no longer hold on and collapsed into the arms of the right sword servant who had been supporting him, muttering with lingering fear, "It's good that he's dead, it's good that he's dead." "Young master, that person just now." The left sword servant looked surprised. "He's not from our sword union." Gu Jianxian shook his head, took out some spirit pills from his space ring, stuffed them into his mouth, and said, "Let's not worry about that for now. Go support the others first. Old Dogly brought a lot of masters, I'm afraid they won't be able to, oh." As Gu Jianxian spoke, he turned his head and glanced towards the battlefield and suddenly discovered a strange scene. Many of the cultivator on his side were still alive, while Li Minghai's subordinates were almost all dead. Gu Jianxian had been fighting with Li Minghai just now. So he had not had time to investigate the situation, but now that he saw this scene, he couldn't help feeling a bit incredulous. Gu Jianxian was naturally aware of the difference in strength between the two sides. His side was obviously weaker than Li Minghai's. After all, Li Minghai had been prepared for a sneak attack and ambush, so how could he not have been fully prepared? This time, Gu Jianxian was able to kill Li Minghai by chance and escape this disaster because of the help of his benefactor, but how could his subordinates also be so brave? Gu Jianxian couldn't believe his eyes. But after watching for a while, he finally understood why all this was happening. It was because of Yu Shi and her two disciples. Yu Shi, He Zhao, He Miao, and Gu Jianxian knew each other. In any case, these three were cultivator who had followed him. Although Yu Shi only had a first-order origin returning realm cultivation, she was still an origin returning realm master, so Gu Jianxian naturally had some impression of her. At this moment, the three of them were rushing to the forefront, facing enemies who were much stronger than them, but their expressions remained unchanged. Every time they clashed, a red light would bloom from He Zhao's body, and then her enemies would inexplicably fall. What is this red light? Gu Jianxian couldn't understand what was going on. He never knew that he had such a strange cultivator among his subordinates, one that could accomplish such an unbelievable feat. The overall situation had been decided, and Li Minghai's side had been utterly defeated and was now fleeing in panic, being chased by his own subordinates. Gu Jianxian calmed down and took a deep breath before cupping his fists towards the void and shouting, "Dare I ask for this friend's name? This Gu is deeply grateful for your assistance just now. If it is convenient, could you come out and meet me?" Haha, young Union Master is too polite. A burst of hearty laughter came from somewhere. Gu Jianxian turned his head and was surprised to see the young man he had seen before walking out of the void. Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up, and the left and right sword servants also looked at Yang Kai with a curious and grateful look. If Yang Kai hadn't suddenly appeared just now, they wouldn't have cared if the two of them had died, but their young master would definitely have been killed. As such, the left and right sword servants were extremely grateful to Yang Kai for turning the tide and looking at Yang Kai with eyes full of kindness. Gu Jianxian only took a quick look at Yang Kai and confirmed that he was really just a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. However, the combat power he had just displayed was far beyond this realm. Perhaps even if he and the left and right sword servants joined forces, they might not be his opponent. Gu Jianxian was shocked. As the young Union Master of Sword Union, he had been given an advantage that ordinary people did not have since he was a child. He was not an unambitious second-generation young master, he had lofty ideals and a broad future, so he had been cultivating diligently over the years. He believed that as an origin-returning realm master, there were few in the entire Star Territory who could be his opponent. But today, he saw one. A martial artist of the same generation and cultivation level who made him feel great pressure. Shuiyu's third young master? Gu Jianxian asked suspiciously. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Do I look like such a sissy to you? Gu Jianxian smiled awkwardly, and the left and right sword servants also couldn't help laughing. The left sword servant, who had a charming appearance, even burst out laughing, but then she seemed to feel that something was wrong and quickly covered her mouth with her hand. Sorry, this Gu and Shuiyu's third young master have been friends for a long time, but we have never met, Gu Jianxian explained. Then your excellency is Zidong? Who is that? Yang Kai was stunned. Purple Star's young master. Gu Jianxian was at a loss. What's wrong? In young Union Master's opinion, only the young masters of these great forces are qualified to talk to you? Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian with a smile. This Gu did not mean that, Gu Jianxian quickly said. It's just that this Gu finds it hard to imagine that someone could be so strong without the support of these great forces. If I'm being rude, I hope this friend can forgive me. It's fine, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, I'm not from any great force, my name is Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian was startled. He had never heard the name Yang Kai before, but he was certain that he was not from any great force. Because of this, Gu Jianxian was even more shocked. Cupping his fists again, Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly, so it is Brother Yang. Yang Kai nodded lightly before turning his eyes towards the distance. Over there, the battle seemed to have been settled. With Lu Yan's help, how could Li Minghai's subordinates be his opponent? One by one, they were all killed without a single one escaping. Brother Yang, this Gu has a question, but I don't know if I should ask, Gu Jianxian suddenly said. When I was passing by here before, Li Minghai launched a sneak attack on me, so I set up an ambush here. Yang Kai glanced at him and gave the answer as if he had foreseen it. Brother Yang, good courage, and good means. Gu Jianxian's brow twitched. If an ordinary Origin returning realm master was attacked by an Origin king, if they were lucky enough to survive, they would definitely run as far away as possible. All they could do was grit their teeth and curse behind their backs to vent their anger. But this Yang Kai actually dared to return and launch a sneak attack. Doing such a thing, either he was extremely daring, or he had a trump card to rely on. Judging from the results, it was obviously the latter reason. It seemed that he had not used his full strength in the previous battle. Moreover, this guy was obviously a vengeful master. Since it was a sneak attack, why didn't Brother Yang wait for a better opportunity? For example, when Old Dog Li killed me and relaxed, Brother Yang chose to take action at that time. It must have taken some effort, Gu Jianxian asked. Just because it took some effort doesn't mean he couldn't have killed him, Yang Kai smiled confidently. What Young Union Master wants to ask is, why did he want me to save you? Gu Jianxian nodded. It's a pity that a man who is willing to risk his life for his woman would die like this, Yang Kai replied. Gu Jianxian had personally blocked a blow from Li Minghai in order to protect his right sword servant. Yang Kai had seen this clearly and knew that if anything had gone wrong, both he and his right sword servant would have been sent to the Yellow Springs. Yang Kai had also risked his life for Su Yan and had even faced a master like Luo Hai head-on, so he agreed with Gu Jianxian's actions very much. A man who was willing to risk his life for the woman he loved was definitely not a cunning and sinister person. Gu Jianxian was startled. The left and right sword servants on the other hand blushed slightly as they glanced at Gu Jianxian affectionately, their beautiful eyes filled with sweetness. Gu Jianxian laughed, the vigilance in his eyes finally dissipating as he proudly declared, it seems that Brother Yang is also a sentimental person. This Gu is truly fortunate to be able to meet Brother Yang here. Yang Kai rubbed his nose, there is another reason. I know someone from your sword union. Oh? Brother Yang knows someone from our sword union? Gu Jianxian asked with joy. Without even mentioning that Yang Kai had saved his life and had done him a great favor, Yang Kai alone had given Gu Jianxian a good impression of him and the idea of making friends with him. Now that he heard Yang Kai say he knew someone from Sword Union, he was naturally overjoyed. Who does Brother Yang know? They're here, Yang Kai gestured to the side. Gu Jianxian turned his head and found that it was Yu Shi and her two master disciples, who had shone brilliantly in the previous battle. It's them. Gu Jianxian was surprised. He thought that the people Yang Kai knew must be the top experts on his side, but he didn't expect them to be this unremarkable master and disciple trio. A moment later, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao flew to a spot not far away. The three of them first saluted Gu Jianxian and inquired about his situation. After learning that the young Union Master was fine, they breathed a sigh of relief. Big Brother Yang. He Zhao and He Miao had more contact with Yang Kai. This time, it was thanks to Yang Kai's help that they were able to turn the situation around. Therefore, she didn't regard him as an outsider. And called out sweetly as soon as she came back. Yang Kai nodded slightly, stretched out his hand, and a red light shot out from He Zhao's body. He sucked it into his palm. Thank you. Yang Kai. If it weren't for you, I'm afraid we wouldn't have been able to escape this calamity. The three of us can't thank you enough. Yu Shi sincerely thanked him. Yang Kai did not say anything. He calmly accepted the other party's thanks. Big Brother Yang actually knows Lady Yu and her master, this is truly fate, Gu Jianxian laughed. If Big Brother Yang doesn't mind, why don't you come to this Gu's starship and rest for a few days so this Gu can properly entertain you? Yang Kai pondered for a moment, but did not immediately agree. The reason why he had stayed here was mainly because he wanted to sneak attack Li Minghai, but now that he had killed this guy, there was nothing else he needed to do. Seeing him remain silent, Gu Jianxian didn't urge him. He Zhao and He Miao, on the other hand, stared at Yang Kai eagerly, hoping he would stay. What is young Union Master's destination? After a while, Yang Kai raised his head and asked. Big Brother Yang, just call me Brother Gu. Calling me young Union Master is a bit of an outsider. Gu Jianxian smiled. I won't hide it from Big Brother Yang. This Gu is going to Azure Tree Star. Azure Tree Star? And it's a cultivation star under the jurisdiction of my Sword Union, and it's only a month's journey from here. Is that so? Yang Kai thought for a moment, seemingly thinking of something, and nodded. Very well, this Yang is indebted to Brother Gu for inviting me, so this Yang will not disturb you. Seeing Yang Kai agree, Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up and he seemed extremely happy. Without any reservations, he stepped forward, grabbed Yang Kai's arm, and pulled him towards the direction of the starship, acting as if he was already familiar with Yang Kai. Under the attack of Li Minghai and the others, one of the 3 starships had exploded and the other had been crippled. Now, only the largest starship, which Gu Jianxian was on, was still able to sail. Although it was damaged to a certain extent, it only needed to be repaired. After arriving on the starship, Gu Jianxian arranged for Yang Kai to stay while he went to heal his wounds. Gu Jianxian's battle with Li Minghai had been thrilling, and although he had not suffered any fatal injuries, he had still suffered a lot of damage. This kind of damage could not be healed by simply taking spirit pills and would require him to meditate and recuperate. Yang Kai could understand this and naturally didn't care. After a day of repair and inspection, the starship began sailing again. Yang Kai was arranged by Gu Jianxian to stay in an extremely luxurious room. The room was very large and the floor was covered with a thick layer of fluff and inlaid with hundreds of night pearls, giving the room a soft and warm light. There was also an incense burner in the room that emitted a fragrant scent that relaxed one's mind. Yang Kai had his own considerations as to why he had agreed to Gu Jianxian's invitation. Along the way, the space arrays he had arranged had all been left on the various dead stars as transfer stations. Now, it was time to connect to a real cultivation star, otherwise, the cultivator from Shadowed Star would have no clear destination. According to Yang Kai's own observations, Azure Tree Star was a good cultivation star. If Yi Shiyun and the others came here through the space array, they could use Azure Tree Star's world energy and world principles to try to break through to the Origin King realm. Another point was that Yang Kai did not have many space spirit crystals left. Although Yi Shiyun and the others had plundered almost all of Shadowed Star's space spirit crystal reserves before leaving, the amount needed to arrange a cross-cultivation star space array was simply too great. Yang Kai only had enough space spirit crystals left to arrange a single space array. He had to find a way to replenish them. Azure Tree Star was Sword Union's cultivation star, and Yang Kai had now established a relationship with Gu Jianxian, the young Union Master. Yang Kai could use Gu Jianxian's strength to purchase some space spirit crystals as a backup. Before that, Yang Kai could take a trip back to the Ore Star to see if Qian Tong, Yi Shiyun, and the others had found a space spirit crystal lode. If they did, it would save him a lot of trouble. Staying in his room, Yang Kai counted his gains. His harvest was not much, after all, he had only killed 3 people in this conflict. There was no need to mention the space rings of Zhangfu and Ludong. The things stored in these rings were basically not of much interest to Yang Kai. They could be used as part of High Heaven Sect's treasury. Li Minghai's space ring, on the other hand, contained a lot of wealth. In particular, the Origin King Grade Soul Breaker Spear had now fallen into Yang Kai's hands. Origin King Grade artifacts could be found throughout Star's territory. They were all priceless treasures. However, Yang Kai was not interested in this artifact. Among the people he knew, there seemed to be no suitable person who could use it. Yang Kai could only put it aside for the time being. While he was counting his gains, a knock suddenly came from outside the door, causing Yang Kai to be startled. Yang Kai called out casually, "Come in." The door opened and 2 beautiful figures walked in one after another. "Big Brother Yang." He Miao greeted in a crisp voice as she and Izao placed the things in their hands on a nearby table. Yang Kai glanced around and found that these were some exquisite food and wine, but he didn't care too much about them. With his strength reaching this level, delicacies and fine wines were nothing more than food to satisfy his appetite. Unless it was some kind of special food that could increase his strength. "Are we disturbing you?" Hizeo was more mature, so seeing that Yang Kai seemed to be occupied with something, she couldn't help but ask worriedly. No, Yang Kai smiled lightly and motioned, sit. No need, Hizeo waved her hand. We're here to serve you. Just stand there. If you have any orders, you can tell us. Did Gujian Xian send you? Yang Kai raised his brow. N. Hizeo lowered her head, while He Miao looked around curiously. Obviously, this was the first time she had entered such a noble room. Sit down first, these are my orders, Yang Kai chuckled. Hizeo hesitated for a moment before nodding lightly and sitting down with her younger sister. However, her sitting posture was extremely restrained, and when she saw He Miao's restless appearance, she glared at her fiercely. He Miao stuck out her tongue and finally calmed down. It seems that every time I meet you, your situation isn't very good, Yang Kai said with a smile. The first time he met these two sisters in Star's territory, they were being chased by a purple star cultivator. Now, the second time he met them, they were ambushed by Li Minghai. Although the circumstances were not quite the same, their situation was very similar. Hearing Yang Kai teasing her like this, Hizeo blushed and He Miao muttered, we should be the ones saying that. He Miao. Hizeo immediately glared at her little sister. He Miao said with dissatisfaction, just say it, big brother Yang won't mind. Hizeo wore a helpless look and looked at Yang Kai apologetically, little sister has been spoiled, big brother Yang, please don't lower yourself to her level. It's fine, you don't have to be so nervous. Yang Kai waved his hand. When he first met these two sisters, because their strength was almost the same and their cultivations were higher than his, they could still get along with each other as equals. Now that the gap between them had suddenly become so big, Hizeo found it somewhat difficult to adapt. After all, even their honored master was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator, but Yang Kai had suddenly become a third-order origin returning realm master and even called their young union master a brother. Seeing her like this, Yang Kai could only change the subject and casually ask about their situation over the years. There was nothing to hide, so Hizeo immediately told him everything. After leaving the floating continent, everyone had separated. Yushi took the two sisters back to Sword Union because they had suffered huge losses in that operation. Not only had a starship been destroyed, but Sword Union's cultivator had also been killed or injured. As the person in charge at the time, Yushi had almost caused a disaster, but in the end, a high-level cultivator from Sword Union spoke up for her and was exempted from punishment. It was for this reason that Yushi and her two disciples began to follow Gujian Xian, because the high-level cultivator who spoke up for them was Gujian Xian's supporter. This time, Gujian Xian had set off from Sword Union's home star to Azure Tree Star for some business. The master and disciple trio had followed along, but none of them had expected to be involved in such a battle and almost die. After saying all this, Hizeo did not ask Yang Kai about his experiences over the years as she knew what kind of questions she should ask. Yang Kai nodded lightly and said, by the way, how much do you know about your young union master Gujian Xian? Young union master? Hizeo was startled, does big brother Yang want to know more about the young union master? N. Yang Kai saw that she was so intelligent and was very satisfied, tell me what's convenient for you to talk about. If it's not convenient for you to talk about it, then forget about it. Hizeo smiled lightly, I don't know much, so there's nothing I can't say. The young union master can be said to be the most talented genius Sword Union has produced in the past 1,000 years. This year, his true age is less than 60, but he has already reached the peak of the origin returning realm. It is rumored that if he is given 3 to 5 years, he will be able to break through to the origin king realm. Yang Kai nodded while sipping his tea, motioning for her to continue with his eyes. He had learned about this from Lu Dong before. The young union master is modest, loyal, and righteous. He is the successor union master has high hopes for. Not only is his cultivation profound, but his strength is also quite powerful. It seems that among the younger generation of Star Territory, only Shuiyu's third young master of Hengluo Chamber of Commerce and Zidong of Purple Star can compare to him. Is that so? Hearing this, another figure suddenly appeared in Yang Kai's mind. Su Benbai. The very interesting young man he met outside Green Mountain Star's Blood Prison that day. It was said that he was the disciple of an origin king named Wu Dao. Wu Dao's cultivation was so high that even Green Mountain Star's star master, Luo Hai, feared him greatly. He was even called Master Wu Dao. Wu Dao was a genuine third-order origin king, an old monster who had lived for countless years and whose whereabouts had never been seen before. A disciple personally taught by such a person would likely not be worse than Gu Jianxian, Shui Yu, or Zidong, perhaps even slightly stronger. However, this thought only flashed through his mind, and he did not say it out loud. Hizeo had been in the Sword Union for a long time, and her strength wasn't high. The things she came into contact with were very one-sided, so her horizons were naturally not too broad. The young Alliance Master has a good reputation in the Sword Alliance. If not for this, his master would not have chosen to follow him. Yes, the young Alliance Master also has the left and right sword attendants. I heard that the left and right sword attendants have cultivated with the young Alliance Master since they were young. They are as close as brothers and sisters. It's not as simple as brothers and sisters. Yang Kai chuckled. When the left and right sword servants looked at Gu Jianxian, the affection in their eyes was obvious, almost to the point of dripping. Hizeo pursed her red lips. A trace of redness flashed across her face as she pinched the corner of her clothes. She did not answer this question and continued, the left sword attendant is called Ling Yu, and the right sword attendant is called Xing. The young Union Master and the left and right sword attendants have cultivated a secret technique called the Sun, Moon, and Star Secret Technique. When the three of them joined forces, they could unleash a battle prowess that far exceeded their own cultivation realms. However, even without the assistance of the left and right sword attendants, the young Union Master's personal combat power is extremely high. An ordinary third-order origin returning realm master would not be his opponent. Yang Kai nodded in agreement. A cultivator. Whether one was strong or not could often be understood at a glance. Gu Jianxian gave Yang Kai a strong feeling. He was an elite among elites. That's about all I know. After Hizeo finished speaking, she turned her beautiful eyes towards Yang Kai, seemingly waiting for his next instructions. What is Gu Jianxian's purpose on this trip to Azure Tree Star? I don't know, we were just following orders. Before the young Union Master told us his destination, we didn't even know where he was going. Hizeo shook her head. Big brother Yang, why are you asking so many questions? Are you planning to become an enemy of the young Union Master? He Miao asked with some worry. Yang Kai laughed and shook his head, how could that be? I have no conflict of interest with Gu Jianxian, so how could I become his enemy? Also, Gu Jianxian should be a good person. It's just that now that I boarded this starship, I naturally want to learn more about him. You don't need to be so nervous. He Miao relaxed a lot, patting her towering chest with her small hands as a look of fear appeared on her face. A cultivator like Hizeo and He Miao, who were only third-order Saint King realm cultivators, although they were young and might become pillars of Sword Union in the future following time Great Emperor, their current cultivation was still too low to access high-level information. For them, everything could be summed up in 2 words. Acting according to orders. There was no need to ask too much, no need to think too much. Once orders were given, all they had to do was follow them. Even if they had to carry out a certain death mission, they had to brace themselves. This was the tragedy of a cultivator at the bottom of a great force. These cultivators seemed to have excellent protection, but they had also lost a part of their freedom. If Yang Kai really wanted to become an enemy of Gu Jianxian, Hizeo and He Miao would be put in a difficult position. Later, Yang Kai spoke with Hizeo and He Miao for a while before letting them leave. Big brother Yang. Before leaving, Hizeo suddenly turned around and called out. Is there something else? Yang Kai looked at her. Hizeo bit her red lips, wanting to say something but hesitating. In the end, she shook her head and said, it's nothing. Rest well. If you need anything, just tell us. We live in the 5th room next door. All right. Yang Kai nodded suspiciously. After sending off the 2 sisters, Yang Kai stood in place and thought for a while. Hizeo must have had something to say to him, but for some reason, she hadn't said anything. Although he had only interacted with the sisters twice in the past few decades, after the experience of going through hardships together on the floating continent, they could be considered to have quite a good relationship. The chance encounter this time allowed their friendship to ferment and become even more intense. If Hizeo really had something to ask of him, Xianxia wouldn't refuse. Unfortunately, she might have some concerns and didn't say anything, so Xianxia naturally didn't ask. Elder sister, did you want Big Brother Yang to put in a good word for us just now? After returning to her room, Himiao looked at Hizeo and asked. Hizeo nodded lightly. She whispered, no, only Big Brother Yang can help us. Even Honored Master can't solve this matter. But why didn't you say anything? Big Brother Yang is a very good person. If you had told him, he definitely wouldn't have just sat back and watched. He wouldn't have ignored us. Hizeo sat down on the edge of the bed, but this has nothing to do with him, it's just our own business. Elder sister. Himiao squatted down and rested her head on Hizeo's lap, saying sadly, but if things continue like this, we really will have to. Hizeo stretched out her hand. Stroking Himiao's hair, a trace of sadness appearing on her pretty face. What happened that year? If it weren't for Master Qin speaking up to protect us, Honored Master and us would not have been able to escape punishment, perhaps we wouldn't have lived to this day. That person is Master Qin's son, it's precisely because of this that Honored Master Qin couldn't refuse Honored Master Qin's offer. Just think of it as, repaying Master Qin's kindness. Over the years, Master Qin has taken great care of us. I don't want to. Himiao suddenly stood up and clenched her fists fiercely, if that day really comes. I will kill that little brat Qin Qiyang. Hizeo was shocked and stared at Himiao in shock, shouting in a low voice, you are not allowed to speak such nonsense. Himiao pouted but didn't say anything else, squatting down again. She then squatted down and rested her head on her elder sister's lap. Inside his room, Xianxia had just turned around and sat down to meditate for a moment. Just as he was about to sit down, he heard a knock on the door. This made him frown, standing up with some displeasure, and opening the door, a beautiful but somewhat flustered face suddenly appeared in front of him. Xianxia was stunned. Can I come in? The person who came asked in a low voice, glancing around as she spoke, a sneaky look on her face, as if she was afraid of being discovered. What the hell is she doing? Xianxia was even more confused. However, seeing the other party's rather embarrassing appearance, Xianxia did not refuse and simply stepped aside. The person who came immediately rushed into the room wrapped in a fragrant scent. Closing the door, Xianxia turned around and looked at the beautiful woman inside the room, asking suspiciously, Madam Yu, is there something you need from me? The person who came was none other than Hizeo and Himiao's honored master, Yu Shi. Xianxia was also confused. The two sisters had just left his room, yet their honored master had followed them in. What was she trying to do? If someone who didn't understand saw this, they would think that there was some kind of unspeakable and shameless affair between him and this master and apprentice trio. This mistress greets young Master Yang. Yushi gracefully bowed and lightly opened her mouth. This mistress thanks young Master Yang for his life-saving grace. If you have something to say, then say it. Xianxia looked at her faintly. Yushi's face stiffened, immediately revealing a wry smile, biting her thin lip and hesitating for a moment before bluntly saying, this mistress would like to ask young Master Yang to show mercy and save Hizeo and Himiao from this sea of suffering. What happened to them? Xianxia frowned, they look fine to me, without any signs of injury or poisoning. What is it that they need my help with? It's not injury or poisoning. Yushi shook her head, it's just that one of them may have to marry a complete stranger, a man who isn't normal at all. Xianxia narrowed his eyes and stared straight at Yushi. This oppressive gaze put a lot of pressure on Yushi and her expression gradually became unnatural, her expression gradually becoming awkward and guilty, but after a short while, she raised her eyes again and met Xianxia's gaze. Sit down and talk. To Yushi's surprise, Xianxia actually called out to her before walking to the side and pouring her a cup of tea. Thank you. Yushi quietly gasped for breath before taking his seat. I don't quite understand, please explain it in detail. Xianxia sat down on the other side and asked. Yushi said, I didn't explain it clearly, the situation is like this. After listening to her story, Xianxia understood the whole story. This matter was actually related to the events of the past. When Yang Kai first met Yuxi and the others, she was a third-order Saint King and was already qualified to take charge of a Saint King grade starship, allowing her to carry out some non-dangerous activities within the territory of the Star Alliance. During that time, Sword Union suffered huge losses, and in the end, only Yuxi and her 2 disciples managed to escape. After returning to Sword Union's home star, they faced an unresolvable disaster. According to the Union's rules, in a situation like Yuxi's, a heavy punishment would be to directly kill her as a warning to others, while a light punishment would be to cripple her cultivation and expel her from Sword Union. As for Hizeo and Miao, they would not be able to avoid the fate of being reduced to menial servants. At the last moment, a senior member of Sword Union named Qin Wuhui spoke up for them, saving their lives and status. Qin Wuhui was a master who followed Gujian Xian, so Yuxi and her 2 disciples were indirectly connected to Gujian Xian. Qin Wuhui was a very good person. Although he had put in a good word for Yuxi and the others, he didn't threaten them. Over the years, he had also taken care of the master and apprentice trio, making them very grateful. However, Qin Wuhui had a good-for-nothing son named Qin Qiyang. This guy relied on his father's power and influence to act like a tyrant on Sword Union's home star. Although it could not be said that he had committed all kinds of crimes, he was not a good person. Qin Wuhui followed Gujian Xian all day long and neglected to discipline his son, so he could only let him do as he pleased. On the Sword Union's home star, there were many people with power and influence. Finally, one day, Qin Qiyang provoked an opponent that was difficult to deal with and fell for his scheme. He fought fiercely with his opponent, but in the end, he suffered a crushing defeat. Although he didn't die, his divine sense was damaged, and he was almost turned into an idiot. Although his son had always been a good-for-nothing, he was still his own flesh and blood. Seeing Qin Qiyang turn into an idiot made Qin Wuhui feel extremely pained, but as a result, this little brat became more well-behaved and no longer acted recklessly and acted like a tyrant in the market. Many years passed in a flash, and Qin Wuhui wanted to arrange a marriage for his son, so that he could have children. But with Qin Qiyang turned into an idiot, who would take a fancy to him? In addition, he had a bad character when he was normal, so no woman was willing to agree to this marriage. Qin Wuhui's status was not low, so he did not take a fancy to ordinary women. In desperation, Qin Wuhui could only set his sights on Hizeo and Miao. In his opinion, as long as either of the 2 sisters could marry Qin Qiyang and give birth to an heir for him, it would be enough to ease his worries. He had also prepared a lot of compensation for this. He did not directly go to Yuxi to discuss this matter, but instead reported it to Gujian Xian. In a sense, this was very despicable. Qin Wuhui had also considered this for a long time. That was why he put aside his pride and did this. For so many years, Qin Wuhui had followed Gujian Xian, working hard and making great contributions. Now, all he wanted was a grandson to continue his bloodline. How could Gujian Xian not agree? He immediately summoned Yuxi. She told her to tell the sisters Hizeo and Miao to discuss among themselves which one of them would marry Qin Qiyang. Now that Gujian Xian had interfered, there was almost no room for maneuver. For the past year or so, Yuxi had been delaying the matter, and Qin Wuhui also knew that he was being unreasonable, so he didn't urge her. But delaying like this was not a solution. There would come a day when Hizeo or Miao would be forced to submit. The appearance of Yang Kai gave Yuxi hope. She couldn't ask Gujian Xian to retract his order. Qin Wuhui had shown kindness to her and her master, so she couldn't deal with this matter. However, Yang Kai was different. Yang Kai was not a member of Sword Union, and in this matter, Gujian Xian wanted to befriend Yang Kai. Perhaps as long as he said a word, he could resolve the tragic fate of the 2 sisters. It was because of this consideration that Yuxi had secretly visited Yang Kai and asked him to step in. After listening, Yang Kai nodded gently, so that's how it is. He somewhat understood why Hizeo had hesitated before leaving just now. It was probably because of this, but she was too embarrassed to say it out loud. Young Master Yang, can you please show mercy and save these 2 girls? The 2 of them are already desolate and have no father or mother. This mistress raised them from childhood and treated them as her own. This mistress really can't bear to see either of them jump into a pit of fire. Yushi pleaded, tears welling up in her eyes. Master Qin has shown us kindness. If this mistress wanted to repay him, even if it meant climbing a mountain of blades or crossing a sea of flames, this mistress would not hesitate, but this matter concerns the future of these two girls, so this mistress really cannot agree. This matter is not your fault. Yang Kai's tone was much gentler. When he heard her request before, Yang Kai had some misunderstandings, but after listening to Yushi's explanation, he understood that this was not something she could control. With Gu Jianxian pressuring her, how could she resist? For Gu Jianxian, satisfying Qin Wu Hui's wishes was naturally a priority. After all, he wasn't very familiar with Xiao and He Miao. What's more, Qin Wu Hui had prepared a lot of compensation. With his status as a third-order origin returning realm master, the compensation he could provide would certainly be extremely generous. As for marrying into the Qin family, for an ordinary woman it was no different from flying up a branch and becoming a phoenix. It could be said that Gu Jianxian had not considered this matter thoroughly, but given his position, the decision he had made was reasonable. However, this kind of matter, it didn't seem right for him to rashly intervene, causing Yang Kai to frown secretly. Young Master Yang. Yushi saw Yang Kai tapping his hand on the table and pondering for a long time without saying a word, so she couldn't help saying, if young Master Yang can get young Union Master to cancel this marriage, this mistress will definitely repay him with her life. There's no need to be so serious. Yang Kai waved his hand, but if I really step in, where will you go in the future? Yushi heard this and was stunned, seemingly unable to react. Let's put it this way. That Qin Wu Hui has shown you kindness, so if this matter is really ruined by me, the three of you may carry a reputation of being ungrateful. How will you establish yourselves in sword union in the future? Not everyone knew the truth, and those who didn't know the truth would only see the surface. What Yang Kai said was very likely to happen. Those unrelated cultivators would definitely think that Yushi and her two disciples were repaying kindness with enmity. Yushi thought about how those sword union cultivators would point fingers at her in the future and suddenly felt a chill run down her spine. Suddenly, she seemed to have thought of something and grit her teeth. If young Master Yang doesn't mind, you might as well directly ask young Union Master for the two girls. They are only third-order Saint Kings, so young Union Master won't refuse you. In the future, whether they be slaves or maids, or even concubines, is up to you. Forget about that, Yang Kai was taken aback. Yushi pursed her lips and smiled. This mistress can also see that these two girls still have a good impression of young Master Yang. Presumably, they won't reject you. After all, young Master Yang is a dragon among men just like young Union Master. Your honored master. Yang Kai's mouth twitched. Then, young Master Yang, this matter. Yushi looked at Yang Kai nervously. Before she received a definite answer from Yang Kai, she couldn't relax. This matter isn't easy to meddle in, Yang Kai frowned. Yushi's heart sank. Tell me, what is the situation with that Qin Chi Yang? Also, what is Qin Wu Hui's character? What is his status with Gu Jianxian? Half an hour later, Yushi left Yang Kai's side room. The worry that had lingered on her brow for the past year had actually dissipated, and her footsteps had become much lighter. Obviously, she had obtained a good answer. The next 2 days passed uneventfully as the starship sailed through the void towards Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai also cultivated in his room and took some time to refine a furnace of spirit pills. 2 days later, a knocking sound came from outside the door. After receiving Yang Kai's answer, the door opened and the sisters Xiao and He Miao walked in together. Big Brother Yang, young Union Master has arranged a banquet and has invited Big Brother Yang to attend, Xiao said. Good, Yang Kai nodded and stood up. Lead the way. This way. Xiao and He Miao immediately led the way. After walking for a while inside the starship, they soon came to a magnificent hall. Inside the hall, there were 2 rows of cultivators sitting in front of each of them with food and wine placed in front of them. Gu Jianxian sat directly in front of them, his complexion ruddy, with the left and right sword servants standing behind him. It seemed that Gu Jianxian had fully recovered after a few days of meditation. Seeing Yang Kai, Gu Jianxian immediately got up and greeted him with a smile. The other cultivator also quickly stood up and cupped their fists to salute. Many of them only knew of Yang Kai's existence and knew that Yang Kai was the reason they were able to kill Li Minghai a few days ago. They had never seen him with their own eyes, but seeing Gu Jianxian acting so cordially, they naturally did not dare to neglect him. Yang Kai did not lack etiquette either, cupping his fists and exchanging greetings with a smile on his face. His gentle smile left many origin-returning realm masters with a good impression, feeling that this young man was strong but not arrogant. No wonder the young Union master treated him so well. "Brother Yang, this way," Gu Jianxian called out. He Zhao and he Miao led Yang Kai to the table next to Gu Jianxian before taking a step back and standing obediently. After Yang Kai sat down, Gu Jianxian smiled heartily. "Brother Yang, this Gu has been recuperating these past few days and has been neglecting his duties. I hope Brother Yang will not take offense. Brother Gu is too polite." "Naturally, healing is more important," Yang Kai nodded slightly. "Brother Yang is magnanimous. Today's banquet is just to thank Brother Yang for saving me. If it weren't for you, Ling Yu, and Xing, and I would have been killed by old Dog Li. From now on, Brother Yang is this Gu's friend and benefactor." The eyes of the many origin-returning realm masters below flashed with a strange light. Gu Jianxian was indeed a forthright person, but he would not easily say the word friend. Now that he had said it, it meant that he sincerely wanted to become friends with Yang Kai. What's more, after the word friend, Gu Jianxian had added the words benefactor, so these origin-returning realm masters naturally smelled something unusual. "This cup is a toast to Brother Yang." Gu Jianxian picked up his full glass and downed it in one gulp. He Zhao immediately stepped forward and filled Yang Kai's glass before returning with the wine jug, fully fulfilling her role as a maid. Yang Kai picked up his glass and smiled. "Since Brother Gu is so forthright, this Yang will not be polite." Raising his glass, Yang Kai also downed it in one gulp. "Good, let's drink until we're drunk." Gu Jianxian laughed. Wind instruments played in unison, and young girls walked in from the outside with light and agile dance steps. They sang and danced, and waiters brought in delicious dishes and placed them on the table. The entire hall was bustling with noise and excitement. Toasts were exchanged as cultivator after cultivator came forward to propose toasts. Yang Kai did not refuse any of them, smiling modestly and looking calm as he exchanged toasts with those who proposed toasts, making everyone have a good impression of him. From time to time, he would chat and laugh with Gu Jianxian, occasionally glancing at the beautiful dance scene below. Time flew by and the atmosphere in the hall became livelier as the wine reached its climax. Most of the cultivator present were bold and unrestrained people, so this kind of unrestrained banquet naturally became a good place for them to express their temperament. The cultivator following Gu Jianxian all drank and laughed heartily. Although Gu Jianxian drank a lot, he was not drunk and had been observing Yang Kai all this time. A dazzling figure like Yang Kai had suddenly appeared in star territory, so Gu Jianxian was naturally very curious about him and wanted to find some clues through this banquet. But to his disappointment, he did not find any useful information. When Yang Kai looked at the young women dancing below, his eyes were clear, without the slightest desire, and when he drank with his subordinates, he also behaved very appropriately. In short, Yang Kai was indeed a person worth befriending. After 3 rounds of wine, Gu Jianxian suddenly said, "Brother Yang, this Gu has a presumptuous request, but I don't know if I should say it." As soon as these words came out, the hubbub in the hall suddenly subsided. Although the cultivators present seemed to still be drinking and drinking, everyone had undoubtedly heard Gu Jianxian's words and had diverted some of their attention away from him. "Brother Gu, just say it." Yang Kai put down his wine glass and smiled slightly. He was a little surprised. Throughout the banquet, he had been looking for the right opportunity. He had wanted to discuss He Zhao and He Miao with Gu Jianxian, but before he could find an opportunity, Gu Jianxian had spoken first. He did not know what the other party's presumptuous request was. "It's like this." Gu Jianxian's expression turned solemn. This Gu was ambushed by old Dog Li and suffered a great loss. Although old Dog Li deserved to die, he was still an elder of my sword union. As for the soul breaker spear he used, my sword union spent countless materials and even dispatched an Origin King grade artifact refiner to refine it for him, so it can be considered the property of my sword union. Now that he is dead, it stands to reason that this Gu should bring the Soulbreaker spear back to the home star. Report everything to the Alliance Master. At this point, he looked at Yang Kai with a troubled expression. Yang Kai immediately understood what he meant. Brother Gu wants to take back the Soulbreaker spear? Yes. An awkward smile appeared on Gu Jianxian's face. This Gu also knows that this request is a bit ridiculous. Since old Dogly was killed by Brother Yang, then the Soulbreaker spear should belong to Brother Yang. But, without the Soulbreaker spear, this Gu cannot report back after returning, so this Gu wants to take back the Soulbreaker spear. Of course, Brother Yang can rest assured, this Gu can guarantee that the value of the Soulbreaker spear will be enough to offset the loss of the Soulbreaker spear. As for the rest of old Dog Li's belongings, Brother Yang can keep them for himself. Those things do not belong to my sword union. So that's how it is, Yang Kai gently nodded. A contemplative look appeared on his face. Gu Jianxian did not urge him and simply waited quietly. Inside the hall, it had become silent at some point as everyone was paying attention to the situation. After a while, Yang Kai said, "Good, the Soulbreaker spear is an Origin King grade artifact and is not cheap. Brother Gu, if I return the Soulbreaker spear to Sword Union, what kind of compensation can I ask for? As long as the value does not exceed the value of the Soulbreaker spear itself, this Gu will do his best to fulfill it." Gu Jianxian replied solemnly. Yang Kai chuckled, since Brother Gu is so sincere, this Yang won't be polite. In any case, this artifact is of no use to me. He did not know how to use this spear-shaped artifact himself, and none of the people he knew were suitable to use it, so returning the Soulbreaker spear would not be a burden to him. Saying so, Yang Kai took out the Soulbreaker spear from his space ring and placed it in front of Gu Jianxian. Gu Jianxian gestured and his left sword servant Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and took away this Origin King grade artifact. Brother Yang's righteousness is something this Gu is grateful for. I wonder what kind of compensation Brother Yang wants. To tell you the truth, although my sword union is not one of the top forces in the Starry Sky territory, it is still quite good. We have a variety of rare cultivation materials and pills, so even if Brother Yang wants some kind of secret art or secret technique, this Gu can find a way to obtain it for you. Yang Kai took out the Soulbreaker spear without hesitation, preparing to make up for Yang Kai's losses as much as possible. Yang Kai smiled mysteriously. Compensation is not urgent, I will explain it to Brother Gu later. Not urgent? Gu Jianxian was stunned. And, this Yang wants to ask, which one is Senior Qin Wu Hui? Asterisk schwa schwa schwa, asterisk inside the hall, almost everyone's eyes turned towards a certain direction. Yang Kai followed their gazes and found that the person who spoke was a thin old man dressed in grey robes. He looked quite inconspicuous as he sat in the first position directly below Gu Jianxian. Being able to sit in the first position was enough to show how high his status here was. Yang Kai suddenly asking for his name caused a puzzled look to appear on Qin Wu Hui's face. Standing up, he cupped his fists and said, "This old master is Qin Wu Hui. What advice does young Master Yang have for me? Senior is too polite." Yang Kai smiled, "It's like this, I would like to give Senior something. I hope Senior won't refuse." Give this old master something? Qin Wu Hui was confused and at a loss. He was sure that he had never met Yang Kai before and had no interaction with him, but now the other party suddenly said he wanted to give him something. Even though Qin Wu Hui was experienced and knowledgeable, he was still confused by Yang Kai at this moment. Before he could figure it out though, Yang Kai casually tossed a jade bottle towards him. There was no trace of Saint Qi inside this bottle. Qin Wu Hui caught this jade bottle with one hand and asked in surprise, "Young Master Yang, this is..." Senior might as well open it and take a look. Yang Kai smiled, "Naturally, you'll know what's inside." Qin Wu Hui frowned and turned an inquisitive look towards Gu Jianxian. The latter laughed and said, "Since it's a gift from Brother Yang, old man Qin should take a look. This young master is also very curious as to what kind of medicine Brother Yang is selling in his gourd." Qin Wu Hui nodded before opening the lid of the jade bottle in front of everyone's eyes and pouring out a spirit pill. This spirit pill was snow-white in color and was only about the size of a soybean, but when this spirit pill entered Qin Wu Hui's eyes, his expression suddenly brightened and his originally bewildered expression became one of excitement, surprise, and disbelief. Immediately, he put the spirit pill under his nose and sniffed it carefully, even sticking out his tongue and licking it. Then, he exclaimed, "This is a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" "What?" Inside the hall, it was as if a pot had exploded as many cultivator exclaimed. Everyone stared at the spirit pill in Qin Wu Hui's hand before turning to Yang Kai, seemingly wanting to get an answer from Yang Kai. Gu Jianxian's eyes flashed as he glanced over at Yang Kai thoughtfully and asked, "Brother Yang, is this really a 7 orifices exquisite pill?" Senior Qin's eyesight is quite good, this is indeed a 7 orifices exquisite pill. Receiving Yang Kai's affirmation, Qin Wu Hui was so excited that he almost lost his composure. Even Gu Jianxian took a deep breath and quickly said, "Brother Yang is quite generous." "It's just 2 trivial spirit pills," Yang Kai smiled lightly. "Young Master Yang, why are you?" Qin Wu Hui recovered and gripped the jade bottle tightly as he stared at Yang Kai with a puzzled expression, not understanding why he would suddenly give him 2 7 orifices exquisite pills. "I heard that young Master Qin fought with someone many years ago and injured his soul. This 7 orifices exquisite pill should be able to treat the illness. Although I dare not say it will completely cure young Master Qin's soul, it should be able to slowly restore it." Yang Kai smiled towards Qin Wu Hui. "In the future, as long as you recuperate, you should be able to fully recover." Qin Wu Hui stared back at Yang Kai with a look of excitement on his face. Qin Qi Yang's matter had always been a sore point in his heart. Over the years, he had been searching for a spirit pill to treat his worthless son, but unfortunately, even with his status and the support of Gu Jianxian, he had not been able to make any progress. An injury to one's soul was not a simple injury. It was not something that could be healed by ordinary elixirs. If it had been a minor injury, it would have been easy to treat, but Qin Qi Yang had been injured to the point of becoming an idiot. It was rumored that there were only a few spirit pills in this world that could completely heal such injuries, and without exception, these spirit pills were all nearly extinct. Either the pill recipe had been lost or the materials were unavailable. The 7 orifices exquisite pill was one of these spirit pills. Qin Wu Hui was able to recognize the spirit pill because he had been reading ancient records for so many years and knew that the main ingredient needed to refine this spirit pill was the monster core of a 7-colored elk. The 7-colored elk was an ancient variant that had long since disappeared from the territory of the star and was simply impossible to find. Even if there was one, the monster core of a 7-colored elk could be used to refine a treasure like the 10,000-year incense, so who would use it to refine a 7 orifices exquisite pill? Yet Yang Kai had suddenly taken out 2 of them. Qin Wu Hui gripped the jade bottle tightly as his lips trembled, not knowing what to say. "Brother Yang, I heard that this 7 orifices exquisite pill is an ancient spirit pill that can enhance a cultivator's perception and possibly even improve their aptitude. Is this true?" Gu Jianxian suddenly asked. Enhancing one's perception and improving aptitude, this kind of spirit pill was already a heaven-defying existence. Generally speaking, perception and aptitude were innate and could not be changed by external forces, unless one had some kind of extraordinary fortuitous encounter. So, after hearing what Gu Jianxian said, all the cultivator present wore solemn expressions. They realized that if this was true, then the value of these 2 spirit pills far exceeded the value of the Origin King. Great soul-severing spear. Artifacts were external forces, but aptitude and perception were the foundation of a cultivator, so it was obvious which was more important. A few days ago, a smug thought suddenly popped up in his mind: I haven't caught a cold for a long time. My body has become much stronger. Then, yesterday, tragedy struck: a stuffy nose, dizziness, throat inflammation. What kind of dream was this? Kai Yang laughed heartily. Brother Gu even believes in such rumors? The 7 orifices exquisite pill is indeed a good spirit pill, but it's not heaven-defying. As far as I know, this spirit pill is useless in enhancing one's perception and aptitude, but it has an unexpected effect in repairing one's soul. So that's how it is. Brother Yang knows so much about the alchemic Tao. Is he also an alchemist? Gu Jianxian's eyes lit up. Yang Kai chuckled and shook his head. I'm not an alchemist. These 2 spirit pills were something I brought out from the Emperor Garden. He had already found an excuse for where these 2 spirit pills had come from. The Emperor Garden. Qin Wu Hui muttered, realizing more and more how precious these 2 spirit pills were. So that's how it is, Gu Jianxian nodded. Gu Jianxian also wore a relieved look, only a place like the Emperor Garden would have this kind of ancient spirit pill. It seems that when the Emperor Garden opened a few years ago, Brother Yang went there? N. A look of longing appeared on Gu Jianxian's face, but he soon sighed. On the day the Emperor Garden opened, this Gu was in retreat. What a pity, otherwise, I'm afraid I would have been able to make friends with Brother Yang a few years ago. It's not too late now, Yang Kai smiled and said. The look of regret on Gu Jianxian's face suddenly disappeared. Young Master Yang. Qin Wuhui stood below with a worried expression on his face. Such a great gift, this Qin is ashamed to accept it. Senior doesn't need to say that, Yang Kai interrupted him. I gave you these 7 orifices exquisite pills because I wanted to ask something of you. Please speak, young Master Yang. Qin Wuhui quickly said. He was afraid that Yang Kai wouldn't ask for anything from him. As the saying went, one should not accept a reward without any effort. The value of these 7 orifices exquisite pills was immeasurable. It wasn't something that could be taken casually. Now that he heard Yang Kai's words, he felt a lot more at ease. It's like this. Yang Kai pondered for a moment. The sisters, He Zhao and He Miao, and I have known each other for several decades. It can be considered fate that we were able to meet each other in the territory of the boundless stars. Furthermore, I heard that they seem to have an agreement with your noble young master, and the contents of that agreement. Yang Kai didn't say anything else. He believed that Gu Jianxian and Qin Wuhui already understood what he meant. On the other hand, He Zhao and He Miao, who had been standing behind him the whole time, were stunned for a moment before their eyes widened in surprise. Even his breathing was slightly hurried. I see. Gu Jianxian chuckled meaningfully, as if he had learned some incredible secret. Qin Wuhui, on the other hand, showed a look of embarrassment and guilt as he cupped his fists and said, this old master was too selfish and did not ask for He Zhao and He Miao's opinions before acting on his own. It was this old master's fault. Since young Master Yang has given my son 2 ancient spirit pills to help him recover, this old master guarantees that the previous agreement will be written off. Many thanks, Senior. Yang Kai picked up his glass and got up with a smile. Senior's words are straightforward. This junior proposes a toast to Senior. This junior wouldn't dare. Qin Wuhui also quickly raised his glass and said with a solemn expression, my son was ignorant. Encountering such a disaster is only natural. Now that young Master Yang has saved him, this old master thanks young Master Yang. This old master will definitely discipline him strictly in the future and set him on the right path so that he will not fail to live up to young Master Yang's good intentions. The two drained their glasses of wine. Only then did Yang Kai take a seat. Sitting in a seat in the corner of the hall, Yushi cast a grateful look towards Yang Kai. She hadn't expected that Yang Kai would be able to resolve this matter so easily. Originally, this kind of matter was very offensive, no matter how easy it was to persuade Qin Wuhui. No matter how high Yang Kai's position in Gu Jianxian's mind was, this was still a matter that would cause others to lose face. But under the premise that Yang Kai had given him 2 ancient spirit pills, not only had Qin Wuhui not lost face, he had also gained a lot. It could be said that everyone was happy. However, this kind of price was something only Yang Kai could casually take out. He Zhao, He Miao. Qin Wuhui stood in place and did not immediately take a seat, instead calling out to them before waving his hand and sending 2 streams of light towards the 2 sisters. The 2 sisters had not yet recovered from their excitement and joy, only reflexively grabbing the 2 streams of light in their hands before looking up at Qin Wuhui. This old master has made you worry for some time, so these 2 things can be considered compensation. I hope you can assist young master wholeheartedly in the future and not bear any grudges against this old master, Qin Wuhui said sincerely. Disciple wouldn't dare. Disciple thanks Elder Qin for this reward. He Zhao and He Miao bowed together before beginning to examine the things in their hands. At a glance, they quickly discovered that both of them were origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. Both of them were curved daggers that seemed to be able to be combined into one to form a round blade. From the looks of it, both of them were extremely valuable. With their current cultivation, it was impossible for them to obtain origin-grade mid-rank artifacts under normal circumstances, unless they were gifted by their honored master or elders. However, she herself was not very rich, so how could she possibly bestow so many artifacts? Only a person like Qin Wu could casually take out 2 origin-grade mid-rank artifacts. The 2 sisters knew that being able to receive such treatment was all thanks to Yang Kai. If it weren't for Yang Kai, how could Qin Wu have given them 2 artifacts so casually? Standing behind Yang Kai and staring at his back, the 2 pairs of beautiful eyes filled with gratitude. Brother Yang. Gu Jianxian smiled bitterly to the side, rubbing his forehead as he muttered, with you acting like this Gu doesn't know how to compensate you. We still haven't finished discussing the Soulbreaker Spear. Before, he had wanted to compensate Yang Kai for the loss of the Soulbreaker Spear, but Yang Kai had not immediately made a request. Now, although the matter between him and Qin Wu seemed to be a fair trade, anyone with a discerning eye could see that Yang Kai had suffered a big loss. After all, whether it was Qin Wu, He Zhao, or He Miao, they were all members of Sword Union. Yang Kai had given them 2 spirit pills, but he hadn't received anything in return. What's more, those were 2 extinct ancient spirit pills. So, Gu Jianxian suddenly felt that he owed Yang Kai a great deal. Brother Yang, tell me, what kind of compensation do you want? This brother is already mentally prepared to be slaughtered by you, Gu Jianxian joked. That won't be necessary, Yang Kai smiled. In fact, I have already thought about the compensation. It will be a piece of cake for Brother Gu. Oh? I'd like to hear the details. Gu Jianxian put on a serious look while the others also turned to look at Yang Kai, wondering what exactly he wanted from him. Especially Qin Wu, his expression was very focused, as if as long as Yang Kai stated the conditions, he would be willing to do his best to satisfy them. We're going to Azure Tree Star this time, right? Yang Kai asked. Yes. May I ask, is Azure Tree Star fully under the control of Sword Union? Yes. The entire Azure Tree Star belongs to my Sword Union, Gu Jianxian proudly said. My Sword Union is in charge of 3 cultivation stars like Azure Tree Star. Then it's simple, Yang Kai smiled slightly, I want a territory that covers an area of 10,000 kilometers. And, I won't occupy rich ground. As long as it's not too barren, it's fine. 10,000 kilometers? Gu Jianxian raised his brow. 5,000 kilometers is fine as well, Yang Kai added. Haha, Brother Yang, you're too polite, not to mention 10,000 kilometers. Even 100,000 kilometers is fine. Gu Jianxian laughed and patted Yang Kai on the shoulder. 100,000 kilometers is nothing to Azure Tree Star. To the Azure Tree planet, it's nothing much. And, it's settled then. When we reach the Azure Tree planet, I'll send someone to negotiate with you. As for where to choose? You can make your own decision. Yang Kai was stunned for a moment, but he didn't react much, simply smiling and saying, since Brother Gu says so, then I won't be polite. After all, he was the Star Master of Shadowed Star, a trivial 100,000 kilometers was not too big of a shock to him. There's no need to be polite between you and me. Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand. Ling Yu immediately stepped forward and filled the cups for him and Yang Kai. Brother Yang, may I ask, what do you want this territory for? Do you want to settle down on Azure Tree Star? Gu Jianxian asked with great expectation. If Yang Kai really thought so, then this was definitely good news for Gu Jianxian. This was undoubtedly good news for Gu Jianxian. He had been worried about not being able to win over Yang Kai, but if Yang Kai decided to settle down on Azure Tree Star, wouldn't he have many opportunities to interact with him in the future? It's not necessary to settle down, it's not a bad idea to use it as a temporary residence, Yang Kai grinned meaningfully. Brother Yang is quite ambitious. Brother Gu, how about I discuss another business deal with you? Please speak, Brother Yang. I need a large number of space spirit crystals. I wonder if Brother Gu has any way to obtain them. Of course, I can use Saint crystals to buy them or exchange them for some other things. I won't let Sword Union suffer a loss. Brother Yang is too serious. Since it's a business deal, this Gu naturally won't refuse, but space spirit crystals are a scarce commodity in the entire star territory. How about this, when we arrive at Azure Tree Star, I'll help you inquire about them. Good, then I'll have to trouble you. The banquet went on for an entire day before it was finally over. Yang Kai returned to his room and took a bath to dispel the smell of alcohol from his body. Afterward, Yu Shi, He Zhao, and He Miao visited him together to thank him. This kind of thing was a trivial matter to him. The materials used to refine the 7 apertures exquisite pill were all things he had collected himself over the years. The only precious thing was the monster core of the 7-colored elk. This was the harvest he obtained after killing a variant 7-colored elk monster beast in the Emperor Garden. He had no use for it until now, so this time, he decided to use it to refine a spirit pill. However, for the master and apprentice trio, this was a major event that would affect their future. Yang Kai could feel the heartfelt gratitude from the master and apprentice trio, which made him feel somewhat emotional. Because of their different positions, the power they possessed was different, and the things they could do were also very different. It was like an iron rod that an ant could not move even if it tried its best, but a mortal could reach out and pick it up. After sending off the master and disciple trio, Yang Kai closed his door and refused to entertain any guests. Taking advantage of the time he still had to travel, he began cultivating his various secret techniques. Whether it was his golden blood threads, his 5 elements indestructible sword tempering art, or his space force, all of them required time to accumulate and consolidate. The road ahead was safe, and after encountering the sneak attack of Li Minghai and the others, the starship did not encounter any further trouble. It was not until more than 20 days later that they finally arrived at Azure Tree Star. Within star territory, there were many cultivation stars, and because of their different world principles, there was still a huge gap between them. Whether it was the world energy, the materials produced, the number of cultivator living on a cultivation star, or the achievements they could achieve, there was a huge disparity depending on the cultivation star. For example, on Tongxian realm, the world energy there was extremely thin, and a cultivator could only reach the Saint realm. On some cultivation stars, the limit of a cultivator was the Saint King realm, origin returning realm. Although Shadowed Star was rich in world energy, enough for a cultivator to break through to the origin king realm, because of the suppression of world principles, the cultivator could not sense the mysteries of the origin king realm and could only sigh. Among the many cultivation stars, the most fertile ones would be regarded as the home stars of the various great forces. For example, Hengluo Chamber of Commerce's Water Moon Star, Sword Union Sword Star, Purple Star's Glorious Purple Star. These main planets were superior to other cultivation stars in various aspects. Azure Tree Star, on the other hand, could only be regarded as an ordinary cultivation star, about the same size as Shadowed Star, but about half the size. In front of Azure Tree Palace, Gujian Xian's starship slowly landed, and Sword Union's cultivator had already arrived to greet it. The one in the lead was a beautiful woman. She had a pretty face and a graceful figure. She wore a long black robe, and her soft breasts were about to burst out of her clothes. Her graceful waist was weak, and her legs were straight and slender. She had an amiable smile on her face, and her watery eyes contained a myriad of emotions. A mature aura lingered in the surroundings. As soon as Gujian Xian disembarked from the starship, he greeted enthusiastically, "Aunt Lan. Long time no see." The beautiful woman called Aunt Lan smiled and said, "Greetings, young Union Master. Subordinate has been waiting for you for a long time." Saying so, she bowed gracefully, and the cultivator behind her also hurriedly bowed in greeting. "There are no outsiders here, Aunt Lan doesn't need to be so polite," Gujian Xian said with a smile. It was obvious that he had a good relationship with this beautiful woman. Etiquette cannot be ignored. Aunt Lan smiled sweetly, her pair of beautiful eyes seemingly able to speak as she glanced behind Gujian Xian before gently nodding to Qin Wuhui as a greeting. Only then did her gaze settle on Yang Kai. A hint of suspicion appeared on his face. She was very clear about the people around Gujian Xian, but Yang Kai's face was unfamiliar to her. He scanned the area with his divine sense. He discovered that Yang Kai was a third-order origin returning realm cultivator. Naturally, she had some doubts. "It's windy outside, let's go in first." Gujian Xian did not immediately introduce Yang Kai to the beautiful woman, instead saying such a sentence. Aunt Lan's beautiful eyes flashed. She pursed her lips and smiled, "Yes, young Alliance Master, come this way." As he spoke, he led the way. The Azure Tree Palace was a symbolic building on the Azure Tree Star. It was the headquarters of the Sword Alliance on the Azure Tree Star and the place where they managed the Azure Tree Star. Xianxia quietly followed behind and observed the beautiful woman called Aunt Lan. Although he did not release his divine sense to investigate carefully, from the feeling he got from this beautiful woman, he could tell she was an Origin King Realm Master. After all, Azure Tree Star was extremely important to the Sword Alliance, so it was understandable that there would be an Origin King Realm Master here. This beautiful woman called Aunt Lan should be a First-Order Origin King cultivator because her aura was almost the same as Li Minghai's, but far from Luo Hai's. The Azure Tree Palace covered a large area, so after entering and dispersing the crowd, Xianxia introduced Xianxia. Through Xianxia's introduction, Xianxia learned that this beautiful woman was called Luo Lan, and as he expected, she was indeed a First-Order Origin King. Aunt Lan is the Star Master of Azure Tree Star and is responsible for all matters of the Sword Alliance here. Xianxia said. Star Master? Xianxia's face changed slightly. Haha, Brother Yang, there's no need to be surprised. Xianxia seemed to have known what kind of reaction Xianxia would have and said with a smile, "This Star Master is not the kind of Star Master you think she is, it's just a title." So, it's just a title, Xianxia felt relieved. After all, in his understanding, any Star Master was a Third-Order Origin King, and it seemed that only Third-Order Origin Kings were qualified to refine the star sources of stars. Luo Hai being able to become the Star Master of Green Mountain Star was nothing more than a stroke of luck, while Xianxia becoming the Star Master of Shadowed Star was all thanks to Yan Yan's help. Luo Lan was just a First-Order Origin King, so if she could become a Star Master, it could only be said that she had a great opportunity. However, if it was just a title, then it was not a big deal. Any Origin King sent by Sword Alliance to Azure Tree Star to manage everything here could be called a Star Master. This Star Master was just a position, a title, and did not have the convenience or advantages of a real Star Master. Little brother, you look very surprised. Have you met a Star Master before? Luo Lan had the keen intuition of a woman and immediately inferred something from the change in Xianxia's demeanor. A few years ago, I was fortunate enough to meet Master Luo Hai on Green Mountain Star, Xianxia explained casually. Luo Hai. Luo Lan murmured, a few years ago? It seems that little brother participated in the blood prison trial? Brother Yang, you even participated in the blood prison trial? Xianxia was shocked as he stared at Xianxia in amazement. It seemed that Xianxia's achievements were not just due to good luck. Xianxia had learned from Xianxia that he had been to the Emperor Garden when it opened, and he had also participated in the blood prison trial. To be able to escape unscathed from 2 danger zones in a row, one would not be able to rely on luck if one did not have some ability. Admirable, admirable. Xianxia said sincerely as he cupped his fists, a look of admiration filling his face. Haha. Kai Yang's mouth twitched. Unfortunately, less than 2 years after the blood prison trial, Luo Hai seemed to have been killed. This matter shook the entire star territory, Luo Lan said faintly. This young master has also heard about this matter. I never imagined that a master like Luo Hai would be killed. I wonder who did it. Kai Yang remained silent, his face unperturbed. By the way, Auntie Lan, when I came here this time, I was ambushed by Li Minghai. Xianxia changed the subject. What? Luo Lan's beautiful face paled, were you injured? My injuries have been healed, and it was all thanks to Brother Yang's help. Otherwise, I'm afraid I wouldn't have been able to escape. Him? Luo Lan glanced at Xianxia in surprise. Although she did not know what had happened, since Xianxia said that Xianxia had helped them out of danger, she naturally would not question him. Wearing a serious expression, she said, "Many thanks for little brother's help, this mistress will definitely repay this kindness. Senior is too polite, Brother Gu and I have become old friends at first sight." This is just a trivial matter, not worth mentioning, Xianxia said modestly. A trivial matter. Luo Lan's expression became extremely strange. Being ambushed by an Origin King Realm Master was not a trivial matter. She could almost imagine what kind of amazing risk it was. If anything had gone wrong, Xianxia would not be standing in front of her at this moment but instead buried in some unknown corner of star territory. What about that bastard Li Minghai? Luo Lan turned her gaze to Gu Jianxian again, her expression cold as murderous intent flashed across her beautiful eyes. He actually dared to do such a thing. There will be no place for him in Star Territory. He's dead. Gu Jianxian quickly said. Luo Lan's mouth fell open for a moment before she asked, how did he die? Gu Jianxian glanced over at Yang Kai. Luo Lan turned her surprised gaze towards him. Yang Kai smiled and said with a harmless look on his face, while he and brother Gu were fighting like a raging fire, I secretly attacked him. Luo Lan was suddenly rendered speechless, but after a long time, she suddenly smiled and said, little brother is truly hiding his strength. He was a little too complacent at the time. Yang Kai shrugged his shoulders. Seeing his casual expression, Luo Lan immediately knew that Yang Kai did not want to talk about this topic any longer, so she tactfully said, Li Minghai courted his own death, so he can't blame others for it. However, young master was able to escape this time thanks to the help of a benefactor, so don't be so rash in the future. I know. Gu Jianxian nodded solemnly, and, Auntie Lan, I brought brother Yang here this time mainly because I wanted to talk to you about something. What is it? Brother Yang wants to build a palace on Azure Tree Star and needs an area of 100,000 kilometers. Auntie Lan, do you have a suitable location? 100,000 kilometers. Luo Lan pondered for a moment before saying, there are many places, but I don't know what kind of location little brother would prefer. How about this, tomorrow I will have someone bring a map of Azure Tree Star for little brother to choose for himself. Good, then I'll have to trouble Senior. Little brother doesn't need to be so polite. You saved young master's life, so 100,000 kilometer territory is nothing to Sword Union. Then this junior will take his leave first, I will disturb Senior again tomorrow. Yang Kai knew that Gu Jianxian had brought him here to meet with Luo Lan so that they could discuss the 100,000 kilometer territory. They would definitely have some confidential matters to discuss next, so it would not be appropriate for him to stay. I'll see you out. Gu Jianxian stretched out his hand and led Yang Kai out. Outside, a maidservant led Yang Kai to a certain room in the Azure Tree Palace to rest. After Yang Kai left, Luo Lan released her divine sense before reaching out and activating the many barriers in the room to ensure that no one could spy on them. Only then did she ask seriously, young master, that young man named Yang Kai, is he trustworthy? And, according to my observations along the way, he has nothing to do with my Sword Union. He appearing at the place where Li Minghai ambushed me was just a coincidence because when he was passing by, he was attacked by Li Minghai. He was attacked by Li Minghai but didn't die? Luo Lan's expression changed slightly. I can't imagine how he resolved it. Gu Jianxian slowly shook his head, however, there is no doubt about his strength. He said what he said before just to give me face. The reason why Li Minghai died can almost be said to be his own strength. Although there is some suspicion of a sneak attack, but... Auntie Lan, have you ever heard of an Origin returning realm master killing an Origin king? No. Luo Lan shook her head solemnly before glaring at Gu Jianxian, what's wrong? Has Auntie Lan lived long? Is Auntie Lan old? Gu Jianxian scratched his head awkwardly, but soon put on a serious expression and said, moreover, according to my observation, when he attacked and killed Li Minghai, he seemed to have used a space force. Luo Lan's attention was really diverted and she whispered, Space force? He can use that kind of power to fight his enemy? More than that. Gu Jianxian recalled the scene at that time, his expression constantly changing as his voice gradually lowered. His attainments in the Tao of space seemed to have reached an unprecedented level. He was able to condense space force into a blade that could swallow and banish Li Minghai's body. Luo Lan could not help covering her mouth. In short, I just want to make friends with this person, not offend him, so I'll have to ask Auntie Lan to pay more attention to him in the future. Don't worry, since he asked for 100,000 kilometers, there will always be opportunities to meet him in the future. Luo Lan's beautiful eyes flashed with a strange light, as if she was very interested in Yang Kai, and, tell Auntie Lan about the battle between you and Li Minghai in detail. It's quite interesting. Sword Union moved quickly, or rather, Luo Lan's efficiency was very high. Yang Kai stayed in Azure Wood Palace for a day, and on the second day, a servant suddenly came to report to Yang Kai that Luo Lan had invited him over to discuss something important. This immediately reminded Yang Kai of the 100,000-kilometer boundary, so he did not delay and left the room with the servant. Following the other party around the Azure Wood Palace, after a short while, Yang Kai saw Gu Jianxian standing in a corridor in casual clothes, smiling and waving at him. Left sword servant Ling Yu and right sword servant Xing stood behind him. "Brother Gu." Yang Kai stepped forward and cupped his fists. "Is Brother Yang used to living here?" Gu Jianxian asked enthusiastically. "Extremely," Yang Kai replied. "That's good." This Gu was worried about not being a good host. "Since Brother Yang is living here so comfortably, then I'll leave." "Then I'm relieved." "Yes, Senior Luo called me over because..." "Just as you think." Gu Jianxian winked at Yang Kai before enthusiastically putting his arm around his shoulder and saying, "Come with me." Walking in the corridor. Soon, they arrived at the end of the path. Ahead of them was a curtain of light that prevented them from seeing the scenery in front of them clearly. It was like a curtain of water was blocking them. On the curtain of light, there were countless rice-sized talismans and patterns that swam back and forth like fish, appearing profound and complicated. Gu Jianxian ignored them completely and continued to move forward, instructing the left and right sword servants, "You stay here. Anyone who dares to approach will be killed without question." "Yes." Ling Yu and Xing replied in unison, not moving forward. Gu Jianxian, on the other hand, took Yang Kai directly through the light curtain. His vision blurred, and Yang Kai found himself in another world. It was silent here, except for a huge spherical object. There was nothing else. The sphere was about 10 feet in diameter. On the surface of the sphere, there were some irregular patterns of earthy yellow, water blue, and green wood that intertwined with each other, forming the surface of the sphere. When Yang Kai arrived here, the spherical object was still rotating clockwise at a subtle speed. As for Luo Lan, she stood to the side and greeted with a smile, "Little brother." "Senior Luo." Yang Kai hurriedly returned the greeting, but his attention was soon attracted by the spherical object in front of him. Neither Luo Lan nor Gu Jianxian seemed to have any intention of explaining. Instead, they were observing Yang Kai's expression with great interest. After a while, Yang Kai showed a look of realization and turned to look at Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian. He asked in surprise, "Is this the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times?" "Little brother has good eyesight." Luo Lan nodded with a smile, "It is indeed the shape of the azure tree star after it has shrunk countless times. Our sword union spent 100 years and dispatched countless cultivators to survey the geographical environment of the entire azure tree star. It took a lot of effort to measure the size of the various regions' territory." "The map Senior mentioned yesterday, was it referring to this?" Yang Kai asked thoughtfully. "Yes." Gu Jianxian smiled and nodded. "The map Aunt Lan mentioned yesterday was referring to this object, which is why we waited until today to let Brother Yang see it. With this, it's much more convenient." Yang Kai clicked his tongue in wonder and circled around the spherical object. Soon, he figured out what the various colors on the spherical object represented. The earthen yellow color undoubtedly represented the land. As for the water blue color, it was the sea. As for the cyan color, it was the forest. There were also a small number of colors that did not belong to the three colors, which presumably corresponded to some rare territory such as swamps, deserts, and so on. The Sword Union's method was quite amazing, but it took 100 years. Only such a great force could do something like this. Taking a closer look, there were many large and small city-like symbols on the spherical object, which obviously represented the places where the cultivators on the azure tree star settled. With this, it would be much easier for Luo Lan to manage the azure tree star. While Yang Kai was observing, Luo Lan took the initiative to explain to him. As Yang Kai expected, the different colors did indeed correspond to different geographical environments, and depending on the depth of the color, one could also see the richness of the world energy in a certain place. The lighter the color, the thinner the world energy, and vice versa, the richness. After briefly explaining to Yang Kai, Luo Lan said, "Because little brother wants a place with a radius of 100,000 kilometers, neither too big nor too small, this queen has also selected a few locations for you to choose from. Of course, this is only this queen's humble opinion. If you are not satisfied, you can choose from any place on the Azure Tree Star. Xianxia was slightly moved and cupped his fists. This junior does not dare to disobey senior's kindness. Please give me some pointers. Little brother, you don't have to be so polite, Luo Lan smiled. With a wave of her hand, the spherical object in front of her spun faster and soon came to a stop. Luo Lan then pointed to a place and said, "This is the first place this queen has chosen for you. It is surrounded by mountains and faces the Peace River. The resources produced here are quite abundant, and the world energy here is relatively rich. There is also a peace city nearby, which can also belong to little brother." A city? Is that okay? Xianxia asked in surprise. He just wanted a piece of land that was not too barren. He did not expect the other party to be willing to give him a city. "It's not a big deal, it's just a city," Gu Jianxian grinned meaningfully. "Yes, on the Azure Tree Star, there are at least 8,000 such cities. It is little brother's good fortune to have taken a fancy to it," Luo Lan said with a smile. Xianxia did not know what Gu Jianxian had said to her yesterday, but Xianxia felt that Luo Lan's attitude towards him had changed slightly today, as if she had become much more enthusiastic. "If little brother is not satisfied with this place, then take a look here." Luo Lan waved her hand again and the spherical object began to spin again. After coming to a stop, Luo Lan pointed to a certain place and said, "This place is also good. This queen has been there before. The scenery is beautiful, the people here are illustrious, and there are many beautiful women here." Seeing Xianxia's indifferent appearance, Luo Lan immediately introduced the next place to him. After introducing 7 or 8 places in succession, Xianxia still had no reaction. Strictly speaking, the places Luo Lan chose for Xianxia were indeed quite good. The world energy here was extremely rich, and she had considered all aspects thoroughly. However, Xianxia did not seem to be satisfied with any of them, causing Luo Lan to wonder what Xianxia wanted. "Senior Luo, is there a suitable place on the sea?" Xianxia saw that Luo Lan was about to introduce another place and quickly interrupted her. "The sea?" Luo Lan raised her brow and smiled, "So little brother wants to live across the sea. What do you think of this location?" Half an hour later, Xianxia walked out of the mysterious place with a satisfied look on his face. After some investigation and comparison, he finally chose a place called Twin Shark Island. This place could be said to be 2 islands, but it could also be said to be one because they were connected to each other. Looking down from above, the 2 islands were like 2 sharks swimming side by side in the sea. The image was vivid and lifelike. This was why it was called Twin Shark Island. The area it occupied was in line with Xianxia's requirements, not too much and not too little, about 100,000 kilometers. 500,000 kilometers away from Twin Shark Island, there was also a city near the sea. This island was relatively remote on the Azure Tree Star. Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian didn't understand why Xianxia chose such a place. After all, compared to the locations that Luo Lan had introduced to him before, Twin Shark Island didn't have any major advantages other than its good world energy. Xianxia had given up what was close at hand to seek what was far away, so no matter how they looked at it, this was a losing deal. But since Xianxia had agreed, they had nothing to say. As a result, Twin Shark Island would become Xianxia's territory from now on. As long as Gu Jianxian's sect was still in charge of the Sword Union, no one could take Twin Shark Island from him. This was also Gu Jianxian's promise to Xianxia. Xianxia did not care too much about it. In any case, the territory was now in his hands, so if anyone dared to try and snatch it from him in the future, they would first have to consider whether they were strong enough. The next day, Xianxia bid farewell to Luo Lan and Gu Jianxian and prepared to set off for Twin Shark Island. Outside the Azure Tree Palace, Gu Jianxian said with some guilt, "Brother Yang, this Gu is unable to personally send you there. This time, I came to Azure Tree Star for an important matter, so I really can't spare any time. Brother Gu, you don't need to be so polite. I know how to get to Twin Shark Island. Moreover, with Senior Luo's handwritten order and token, it will be very convenient to deal with matters there." "Brother Gu, you don't need to worry about it," Xianxia smiled slightly. Gu Jianxian said, "That's good." He then smiled mysteriously, however. Brother Yang, there are a few people who want to go to Twin Shark Island with you. I hope you won't refuse. Someone wants to go with me? Who? Yang Kai frowned, he hadn't heard anything about this before. Gu Jianxian looked to the side and Yang Kai followed his line of sight and saw three familiar faces. Young Master Yang. Yushi walked over slowly and stood not far away. Big brother Yang, He Zhao and He Miao also called out. Yang Kai looked at Gu Jianxian, who shrugged his shoulders and smiled, I have expelled them from Sword Union. As the young Union Master, I still have the right to do so. Yang Kai's expression changed. Then I asked them what they plan to do in the future and they said they want to follow you, but I don't know if you're willing to take them in, Gu Jianxian added with a grin. This Yang thanks brother Gu for his kindness, Yang Kai said seriously. With his shrewdness, how could he not see that Gu Jianxian was helping him? After all, he was alone on Azure Tree Star, and although he was strong, there were some things that were inconvenient for him to handle personally and there were no capable helpers to help him. However, if Yushi and her two disciples followed him, the situation would be different. Some trivial matters could be handed over to them to handle, and if it was inconvenient for him to show up, they could do it for him. This would also prevent Yushi and her two disciples from encountering any embarrassing situations in Sword Union in the future. As Yang Kai had said before, after the incident with Qin Chi Yang, it would be difficult for Yushi and her two disciples to gain a foothold in Sword Union. No matter where they went, they would be accused of being ingrates and would inevitably be pointed at by others. Now that they had been expelled from Sword Union, such a thing would naturally not happen again. Gu Jianxian was thoughtful. It could also be said that he wanted to leave a good impression on Yang Kai, which was why he had facilitated this matter. Towards his good intentions, Kai Yang naturally had no reason to refuse. He looked up at Yushi and her two disciples and asked solemnly, Are you willing to follow me? As long as young master is willing to take us in, Yushi is willing to serve you. Yushi quickly replied. We are also willing. The two sisters said in unison. Well, from now on, you will follow me. Yang Kai nodded. Many thanks young master. Yushi gracefully bowed, her face overflowing with joy. Little brother. Luo Lan, who had been standing to the side, only interjected at this moment. As for the space spirit crystals you need, they're quite valuable. For the time being, this consort is unable to gather too much. However, this consort will do her best to collect them. After some time, I'll have someone send them to you. How about it? Then I'll have to trouble you, senior. After Yang Kai chose Twin Shark Island as his territory, he proposed to Gu Jianxian and Luo Lan to purchase a large number of space spirit crystals. However, this thing was really rare. Luo Lan couldn't find too many in a short time. However, with her promise, he would be able to get some Yang Kai sooner or later. Subsequently, Yang Kai led Yushi and her two disciples away. Summoning his star shuttle, Yang Kai left the Blue Wood Palace. Gu Jianxian and the others watched Yang Kai disappear into the distance before returning. Even if they used the space arrays on Azure Tree Star, it would still take half a month to reach Twin Shark Island. Fortunately, Yang Kai had the token given to him by Luo Lan. With this token, all the space arrays of the major cities were open to Yang Kai. According to the route Luo Lan had set for him, Yang Kai constantly used the space arrays and finally arrived at Twin Shark Island in less than half a month. Although Twin Shark Island was remote, there was still a space array that connected it to the outside world. When the figures of Yang Kai and the others appeared on the array, the leader of the cultivators responsible for guarding this place immediately stepped forward and looked them up and down before routinely asking, What brings you to Twin Shark Island? Yang Kai glanced at him and found that this person was just a third-order Saint King cultivator. The other cultivators responsible for guarding this place were also not very strong. From the strength of these cultivators, it could be inferred that the total strength of the entire Twin Shark Island should not be very strong. Yang Kai did not answer and instead took out the token given to him by Luo Lan and waved it in front of the cultivator. What is this? The cultivator's eyes widened as he stared blankly at the object. You don't know? Yang Kai frowned. And, if you don't know, then forget it. What is the name of your island master and where is he? Take me to him. The cultivator was shocked by Yang Kai's aggressive attitude. Although he did not know what the token represented, he could faintly guess that Yang Kai's background was not small. Immediately, he restrained his previous carelessness and replied suspiciously, "My island master is Zhu Liang. May I ask where these friends are from and if you know the island master's master?" Yang Kai did not answer, but Yushi coldly snorted, "Is my young lord's identity something you can ask? Hurry up and lead the way." While speaking, she inadvertently released her shi, causing the cultivator's complexion to change drastically. Realizing that this man and 3 women were not people he could contend with, he hurriedly made a gesture of invitation and led the way. This was one of the benefits of having subordinates. Yushi could act like a bully, elevating Yang Kai's identity and status, thus eliminating some of the need for complex inquiries. Yang Kai cast a look of approval at Yushi, who pursed her lips into a smile. The strength of Twin Shark Island's island master, Zhu Liang, was not high. He was only a first-order origin returning realm cultivator. On such an isolated island, it was difficult for a powerful cultivator to appear. After Yang Kai showed the token and Luo Lan's order, Zhu Liang immediately submitted to Yang Kai and acknowledged him as his master. Taking over Twin Shark Island so smoothly made Yang Kai very satisfied. "And you will still be the island master in the future. You will manage Twin Shark Island the same way you used to manage it. I will not interfere. If there is anything you need to report, just tell Madame Yu and she will convey it to me." "Yes." Seemingly realizing that Yang Kai was easy to talk to, Zhu Liang gradually became less nervous. "Island Master Zhu. Subordinate is here." Zhu Liang quickly responded, "I dare not accept the title of Island Master. Master can just call Zhu Liang by name in the future." Yang Kai gently nodded, "Tell me about the situation of Twin Shark Island." "Yes." Zhu Liang pondered for a moment, seeming to be organizing his words. After a while, he said, "Twin Shark Island covers an area of about 100,000 kilometers. The world energy on the island is quite good, but the resources it produces are somewhat lacking. Currently, the island has a permanent population of about 200,000 people. Their cultivations are generally not high. This subordinate is not talented, but although I am only a first-order origin returning realm, I can be considered the strongest on Twin Shark Island. In addition to this subordinate, there are 3 other first-order origin returning realm masters, who are the island's vice-island masters and elders. This subordinate has set up an elder council to jointly manage Twin Shark Island with several other elders. 500,000 kilometers east of Twin Shark Island, there is a city bordering the sea. My Twin Shark Island space array is connected to that city. To the west and south, there are several other islands several dozen to a million kilometers away. The situation is roughly the same as Twin Shark Island. The relationship between these islands can be considered peaceful, with occasional exchanges. The biggest danger here is the sea beasts. Every time the sea beasts attack, many people will die, but with Master here, I think Twin Shark Island will be much safer in the future." While he was introducing Yang Kai, Zhu Liang also flattered him without leaving a trace. Yang Kai's expression remained indifferent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Zhu Liang continued, "The biggest output of Twin Shark Island and the nearby islands is the monster cores of sea beasts. Every year, many foreign cultivators come to Twin Shark Island to hunt for sea beasts." After half an hour of questioning, Yang Kai gained a slight understanding of Twin Shark Island's situation. Overall, he was quite satisfied with this place, which was very suitable for his next plan. However, he still needed to choose a place here before he could begin implementing his plan. Yang Kai decided to investigate it himself. After letting Zhu Liang leave, Yang Kai greeted Yushi and her 2 masters before flying his star shuttle alone and beginning to investigate the terrain of Twin Shark Island. This round of investigation took him 8 days to go around the entire Twin Shark Island. In the end, Yang Kai chose a territory in the southeast that was close to the sea and had good scenery. Most importantly, there was a large open space with few traces of any cultivator. Yang Kai found Zhu Liang again and asked him to recruit some cultivator from Twin Shark Island to build a palace for him. Naturally, Yang Kai wouldn't let others work for free and would pay them Saint crystals as a reward. How could Zhu Liang not agree to such a good thing? Even if Yang Kai didn't pay him Saint crystals, he would still do it for Yang Kai, not to mention Yang Kai being so reasonable. There were 200,000 people on Twin Shark Island, so under Zhu Liang's orders, 1,000 of them were casually recruited and began to build the land chosen by Yang Kai. The speed at which the cultivator worked was naturally extremely fast, and in less than half a month, a magnificent palace covering an area of more than 10 kilometers was completed. Zhu Liang even added some furniture and decorations to the palace out of his own pocket. It wasn't until this time that Yang Kai took Yuxi and her 2 masters to move in. The palace was very large, and with only 4 people living in it, it was extremely quiet. Yuxi and her 2 masters didn't know why Yang Kai had built such a huge palace here, nor did they dare ask, so they just obediently followed Yang Kai and served him wholeheartedly. That night, Yang Kai called them to his room. "What instructions does young lord have for calling us over?" Yuxi asked curiously. "It's nothing important, sit down," Yang Kai gestured. After they were seated, Yang Kai said, "Since you have chosen to follow me in the future, I will naturally not treat you unfairly. I have a sect called High Heaven Sect, and I am the sect master. The headquarters of this sect is on a very distant cultivation star. Are you willing to join High Heaven Sect?" The 3 masters and disciples glanced at each other before turning to Yang Kai and nodding almost without thinking. "Naturally, we are willing." "Good. Then, from now on, you are also members of High Heaven Sect." Yang Kai smiled and said, "The sect's headquarters is a long way from here, so I'm afraid you won't have a chance to visit it anytime soon, but rest assured, one day, I will take you there. High Heaven Sect will not be weak in the future." Next, Yang Kai inquired about the secret arts and artifacts Yuxi and her 2 disciples cultivated. The 3 of them explained in detail, not concealing anything. In terms of secret arts, Yang Kai could not give them too much advice and could only let them explore and cultivate on their own. As for artifacts, he was not stingy. Yuxi originally had 2 origin-grade artifacts, but both were origin-grade low rank. Although they could improve her combat power, it was still limited. Yang Kai gave his feather spirit arrow and the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array to Yuxi. With the improvement of his strength, these 2 artifacts had become somewhat useless to him. It was a pity to throw them away and useless to him. Needless to say, the feather spirit arrow was a powerful artifact. Once Yang Kai poured his Saint Qi into it and activated it, it would release a powerful burst of power. Unfortunately, the Saint Qi stored in this artifact could only be used twice. After that, it would need to be recharged again. With Yang Kai's current means, he didn't need to use these artifacts when facing a 3rd-order origin returning realm master, and if he encountered an origin king, the power of the feather spirit arrow would not be ideal. It was a perfect gift for Yuxi to enhance her strength. The same was true for the array plate that sealed the spectral cloud array, which was of little use to Yang Kai. However, if these 2 artifacts were given to Yuxi, they would greatly enhance her strength. With these 2 artifacts, Yushi's 1st-order origin returning realm cultivation would be enough to pose a life-threatening threat to a 3rd-order cultivator. With these 2 artifacts in hand, Yuxi was overjoyed. Although she had Qin Wu Hui to look after her in Sword Union, she was also following Gu Jianxian. But how could she have the opportunity to obtain such good things? Kai Yang's generosity and wealth made her secretly shocked, but at the same time pleasantly surprised. Yang Kai did not give Hizao and He Miao any artifacts because the 2 sisters had just received an artifact reward from Qin Wu Hui. The 2 origin-grade mid-rank scimitar artifacts had been refined by them for a period of time and had gradually figured out how to use them. When the 2 scimitars were combined into one, they could form a circular blade. The grade of this artifact was comparable to origin-grade high rank and its lethality was astonishing. Something like a secret treasure. More was not always better. It had to be useful. Yang Kai handed the 2 origin condensing pills to Hizao and He Miao. With their current situation, as long as they accumulated enough strength, they would be able to break through to the origin returning realm. Other than that, Yang Kai also gave the 3 of them a large number of saint crystals and pills for their cultivation. Thus, he sent them off to cultivate in seclusion. Next, Yang Kai began to set up a super space array here, preparing to connect to the transit station he had left behind. He purposely chose the innermost palace as the location to set up the space array. With great familiarity, he refined all kinds of materials and engraved the formation. Infusing spatial energy. In just a few days, a super space array was formed. The space spirit crystals in Yang Kai's hand had also been used up after he finished setting up the spirit array. The number of space spirit crystals was almost insufficient to meet the requirements of the spirit array, but fortunately, Yang Kai's luck was good and he didn't make any mistakes in his calculations, allowing him to complete the spirit array in the end. Releasing his divine sense, Yang Kai checked the situation of Yuxi and her 2 disciples and found that they were still in retreat. Only then did Yang Kai insert some saint crystals into the spirit array and activate it. After another transit station, Yang Kai soon arrived at the Ur star. In the underground ruin that Yang Kai had discovered before, it was brightly lit and countless cultivators were bustling about. Yang Kai found that not only were there disciples from High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall here, but there were also people from Clear Sky Sect and Colored Glass Sect, as well as many cultivators from other sects that had good relations with High Heaven Sect. It seemed that Yi Shiyun and the others had established a foothold here, which was why the cultivator from other sects had come here to mine. Sect Master Yang? Just as Yang Kai was observing, a surprised call came from not far away. Yang Kai turned his head and found that this person was actually MOU of Clear Sky Sect. Senior MO, Yang Kai greeted with a smile. It really is Sect Master Yang. MOU was overjoyed and quickly walked over. I thought I had mistaken you for someone else, but I didn't expect it to really be you. Where did Sect Master Yang come from? Azure Tree Star. Yang Kai replied casually. Sect Master Yang is truly a genius. MOU said with a look of admiration, if it weren't for you, my Shadowed Stars cultivator would have been trapped in one place forever, but now we can actually transmit between stars at will. This kind of feat, I'm afraid no one in Stars territory except for our Shadowed Stars cultivator can achieve, right? Haha, Yang Kai chuckled but did not deny it. In fact, this was indeed the case. Without his space force as the foundation, a space array could not support ultra-long distance transmission. In Stars territory, there might be a few super arrays, but they were definitely remnants from ancient times and were far less stable and secure than the ones personally arranged by Yang Kai. No one dared to use these super arrays unless it was absolutely necessary. Sect Master Yang, did you come here to find Great Elder Yi? MOU asked again. Where is Great Elder? Come, I'll take you there, MOU quickly led the way. On Shadowed Star, because of the rise of High Heaven Sect, countless sects and families had benefited greatly from it. Not to mention the last time Corpse Spirit Religion plundered Star, it was High Heaven Sect and Shadow Moon Hall who turned the tide. This time, Clear Sky Sect was given the opportunity to come to this Ur star to mine rare ores because of their good relationship with High Heaven Sect. MOU and Yang Kai's friendship was not shallow, so at this moment, he was naturally very enthusiastic. Soon, Yang Kai met Yi Shiyun and Qian Tong somewhere in the ruins. After learning that Yang Kai had now arrived on a cultivation star called Azure Tree Star and had his own territory, everyone was extremely excited. This meant that a cultivator who had reached the limit of cultivation on Shadowed Star could finally break free from the shackles of world principles and try to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm. Especially for Yi Shiyun, she had been waiting for this day for a long, long time. When does Great Elder plan to leave? Yang Kai looked at Yi Shiyun and asked. To Yang Kai's surprise, Yi Shiyun shook her head and said, I won't go for the time being. Yang Kai was silent for a moment before quickly responding, is it because of yang inflammation? Yi Shiyun pursed her lips lightly, if I really break through to the Origin King realm on Azure Tree Star, it will be difficult for me to stay on Shadowed Star for long. Temple Master Qian's condition is the best example. I think, after she wakes up, I can deal with my own affairs. Is that so? Yang Kai heard this and did not try to persuade her otherwise. Yi Shiyun had paid a lot for yang inflammation. Last time, she had the opportunity to leave Shadowed Star with Yang Kai, but because yang inflammation was still asleep, she chose to stay and guard him. This time, it was for the same reason. That's good. Yang Kai smiled again. In any case, with Great Elder's situation, as long as the time is right, it shouldn't be too difficult for you to break through to the Origin King realm. You think too highly of me, Yi Shiyun laughed self-deprecatingly. Since ancient times, the Origin King realm has always been the highest realm a cultivator can reach. Countless origin-returning realm cultivators have been stuck at this juncture, unable to comprehend the mysteries of the Origin King realm for their entire lives. Even I am not completely confident. Yang Kai grinned meaningfully, knowing that Yi Shiyun was being modest. If Yi Shiyun was not completely confident before, now that she was constantly absorbing the energy of the territory stone and comprehending the mysteries of the territory field, she had at least an 80% chance of successfully breaking through to the Origin King realm. In any case, I came back this time to tell you this news. Yang Kai turned his head and looked around. As for when you will go to Azure Tree Star, you can decide for yourself. You don't need to worry about that. When the time comes, Great Elder, Brother Mo, and I will definitely organize a group of people to go to Azure Tree Star. Qian Tong chuckled from the side. How can we not see such a good opportunity? Even if we break through to the Origin King realm and can't stay on Shadowed Star for long, it doesn't matter. In any case, as long as there is a space array, we can return to Shadowed Star at any time. Good, when you arrive there, someone will receive you. Yang Kai nodded. By the way, you have been mining here for so long, have you found any space spirit crystal lodes? No. Qian Tong shook his head and said, this old master, Great Elder, and Brother Mo will go out from time to search for the location of mineral lodes. Although this star is extremely rich, we have not found any space spirit crystal lodes. Yang Kai did not have high expectations. He had just asked about space spirit crystals casually, so now that he received a negative answer, he was not disappointed. Yang Kai did not stay on the star for long. After leaving some instructions, he returned to the palace on Azure Tree Star through the space array again. This round trip only took him half a day, so when he returned, Yu Shi and her master and disciple trio were still in retreat. The next few days were uneventful. Zhu Liang had brought a few elders of Twin Shark Island to pay a visit. Their main purpose was to familiarize themselves with them. It wasn't a big deal. After all, Twin Shark Island was nominally Yang Kai's territory. In the future, they would have to rely on Yang Kai to survive, so how could they dare neglect him? Yang Kai did not pay much attention to the few first-order origin returning realm cultivators, simply entertaining them a little before sending them away. Yang Kai was waiting for news from Sword Union. He believed that a great force like Sword Union would definitely collect some space spirit crystals for him. As long as he had enough space spirit crystals, Yang Kai could set off again and spread cross-cultivation star space arrays across the entire territory of Shadowed Star. When that time came, the cultivator of Shadowed Star would be able to go wherever they wanted. Distance would no longer be a barrier for Shadowed Star's cultivator to travel across the territory of Shadowed Star. This was especially true for Tongxian realm. Yang Kai was very eager to connect Shadowed Star with his homeland. Unfortunately, there was no news from Sword Union. It was not until 2 months later that Yang Kai, who was in the middle of cultivation, received a report from Yu Shi. Someone from Sword Union has arrived. Yang Kai was very excited and quickly got up to greet them, secretly looking forward to how many space spirit crystals he could obtain this time. He thought that Luo Lan would casually send someone to come and meet him, but to his surprise, the person who came was actually Luo Lan herself. End of chapter 1748. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.